in a world where power determines your worth. He woke up broke, bruised, and buried in debt. Meet Chen Ren, once a spoiled young master. Now, a soul from Earth trapped in his body, stranded in a brutal cultivation world where murder is currency and cultivation demands wealth. But unlike others chasing power through blood and blades, Chen Ren has a different plan. Step 1. Survive. Step 2. Sell noodles. Yes, noodles. Armed with Earth's business knowledge, a sharp tongue, and absolutely no cultivation cheats, Chen Ren sets out to do the impossible. Build a food empire in a world that respects only strength. Cultivators want glory. He wants customers. Cultivation needs money. And Chen Ren? He's ready to hustle, stir-fry, and out-negotiate anyone who gets in his way. But with debtors closing in, old enemies watching, and a hidden observer who knows he's not who he claims to be, can a reincarnated businessman survive the Dao of money? No golden finger. No system. Just rice, grit, and guts. Subscribe now and join Chen Ren on his journey from noodle seller to empire builder in a world that never saw it coming.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.
The moment Tang Xiulan's broom touched the dry cobblestone tiles, a piercing, frustrated scream resounded through the courtyard. A jolt of fear shot up her arms as she clutched the barren wooden handle tighter, her blisters rubbing against its coarse surface while she pulled up the broom away from the tile. Soon enough, her fright was replaced with confusion, her eyes locked on the dust-covered bristles that had been the same for the last 3 years. She shook herself out of her stupor and continued to sweep, but instead another scream erupted once more the very moment the bristle touched the tile. A sharp thud of an object hitting the floor followed it. She lifted the broom up high, inspecting the head. Strange. Did the master change all the brooms to elicit screams and sounds? However, despite her broom's bristles not touching the tiles, another loud noise came out loud and clear. A scream of pain followed it, as if someone had fallen on the ground and hit their head hard. Tang Xiulan finally located the source of the disturbance. But instead of investigating any further, she decided to keep her head down, sweeping quickly while ignoring the repeated screams of pain and frustration. A few minutes passed, and the screams finally died down until the morning was as silent as ever. Footsteps approached her rapidly from behind, the click-clack of slippers knocking against moldy wooden panels, shocking Tang Xiulan into alertness. She spun on her heel, her body preparing to lock into a submissive bow when she finally saw who was coming towards her. Tang Xiulan relaxed her guard, returning to her usual self while crossing her covered arms in exasperation. The loose pale blue robe accented with silver cranes flapping gently in the wind. What are you doing here, trying to skive off work again? Do you even want to continue working as a maid? She chided the young woman with flabby cheeks that looked barely an adult. What are you talking about, Sister Tang? The other maid looked aghast. I heard a terrible scream. It sounded like someone was dying in one of the guest rooms. Is young Master Chen Ren okay? Tang Xiulan rolled her eyes, knowing fully well why she was worried. Don't worry about him. There's nothing we can do for him. Master already gave him the best mortal healer in the city. But still, and even the healer said only the heavens can decide his fate now. If he dies, then at least the guest room could be opened for other important guests. It's already a miracle that he woke up and was able to let out those screams. But he seemed to have gone back to sleep since it's so silent. Tang Xiulan swept her long black hair back behind her ears, returning to her sweeping tasks. The other maid frowned and looked like she wanted to argue, but she held it in. She hurriedly walked up to the guest room where the screams were coming from, the same robe uniform trailing her feet. She tried to peep in through a gap in the sliding wooden panels before returning. Looks like he's still up, just going through one of his books and clenching his fist. Young Master Chen Ren seems pretty frustrated. Hey, why do you care so much about him? Do you really think he would make you his concubine just because he talks sweetly with you? You need to know your status and let him be. Nothing good comes out of getting involved with a cultivator, especially one with such a bad reputation, Tang Xiulan snarled, saying the last part in a whisper, albeit Chen Ren managed to hear it. He's not so ba. Someone who squanders away money every day, philanders with young girls like you, fights all the time in bar brawls, and brags about challenging the heavens, yet can't succeed in the soaring sword sect entrance examinations. Too bad he got matched with the city lord's son, Li Xian, and had been on the bed for a week. He's still an esteemed guest and a cultivator. What if he got to know what you think of him? Then, that would be the end of me. Tang Xiulan glared. So be it, but anyone in the city who knows him thinks of him like that. It's only you who has rose-tinted lenses for your eyes. When I put it that way, it means you should go back to scrubbing the damn clothes. Sun isn't going to be up for much longer, you know? You want to get scolded by the young miss again when she comes back from the market? Oh no. The young maid glanced up at the rising sun, gave one last look at the guest room before frantically running away and leaving Tang Xiulan alone. Tang Xiulan sighed, releasing her pent-up anger on her broom sweeps, each movement kicking up clouds of dust accumulated and fallen leaves from the nearby trim trees. She couldn't care less about Chen Ren, and for all she knew, it was only her master's goodwill and business connections with the Chen clan that let him stay here. She continued about her task of cleaning up the courtyard, finally reaching the last task of the day, cleaning the guest rooms. That also involved changing the bandages of Chen Ren, a task she vehemently hated. Still, she had to do it, and as she moved towards the guest rooms, she heard him talking to himself in a strange tone. What's going on? Have I really crossed over to another world? Fuck, I want to return back to my apartment. Apartment. She had no idea what that meant, and as she peeped in through the gap, she saw him pulling out his hair in exasperation. She wondered if he had gone crazy due to his defeat to Li Xian and had gained a heart demon. And with diuresis new. That thought scared her, and she took a step back, aiming to run away and inform her master. But before she could turn, Chen Ren noticed her. Stolen story, please report. Hey, please come in. I want to talk to you, he said. She wished to refuse, but had no reason to. Slowly, she slid the door open and stepped inside, taking a look at the room which seemed to have gone through a storm. The round wooden table tucked neatly into the corner of the room was chock full of medication and ointments left behind by the healer, while bloodied bandages were strewn all over the floor. Books were scattered alongside crumbled parchments. Clothes and bedsheets lined the floor, and it seemed like Chen Ren had practically searched through the room for something. As she sized him up, she saw him staring right at her with his amber eyes. His long black hair, same as hers, was untied and reached the floor, and his skin was pale and unblemished. With a sharp jawline, he looked handsome, holding a medallion in his hand that she recognized as an heirloom of sorts. He should have been on the bed, barely being able to move, as the healer had told them. Yet, there was a sharpness in his voice. Who am I? And your name? It's Tang Xiulan, right? She looked at him in surprise. He had never spoken her name out loud before, and it was strange that he even bothered to remember it. Yes, young master. And you are Chen Ren, the scion of the Chen clan of Red Peak City, and I'm a third-star body forging realm cultivator, and this is the Tang clan courtyard in Cloud Mist City. Recently, I lost a fight against someone named Li Xian, trying to enter the Soaring Sword sect, and have been bedridden since then with half of my body scorched in the battle. She nodded her head slowly, confused as to what was going on. Yes, that's correct. As soon as she said that, he lowered his head and almost smacked on the ground. His whole body slumped against the floor, and he looked as if he had just learned of his whole family dying to a rogue, demonic cultivator. Obviously, nothing of that sort happened, making his reaction even more mysterious. This can't be. These memories are all real, he muttered, looking stranger and stranger every second. She moved towards him. Young master, is everything okay? I can call a healer for you if you want. No, nothing is okay, but I don't need a healer. I will just rest and process all this. Can you please give me some space? Once again, She looked at him in surprise. Not only was he talking strangely, he had never been this polite to her before. Had the loss affected him to such a degree for him to change his ways? No, she doubted it. As you say, young master, she said, turning on her heels and sliding the door open. Looking back, she saw him muttering something under his breath, but none of it made sense to her. She could only leave and report it to the master. Tang Xiulan still harbored curiosity in her heart as to what was going on, but she wasn't brave enough to ask him. She won't be able to bear the consequences if it angered him, and she didn't want to take any chances. She slowly made her way outside the guest room, hoping to find a cat that would often come around in the courtyard when she heard footsteps coming toward her. Looking up, she saw the young maid walking with a man who she recognized as Feng Ming, one of Chen Ren's drinking buddies and another cultivator. A charming smile hung on his lips as both of them stopped before her. She quickly bowed to him. Young Master Feng Ming. Has Chen Ren woken up? He asked promptly. I need to meet him urgently. Tang Xiulan hesitated, thinking back to the strange behavior she had just seen. He did wake up a while back, but I don't think it's an appropriate moment to meet. Young Master Chen is still in the middle of getting his bearings. Feng Ming's face fell at that, the smile disappearing. Tang Xiulan felt as if she had said the wrong words. It doesn't matter. If he had woken up, he would be happy enough to see me. Lead the way to his room, he said in a commanding tone. She had no way of refusing him, so she nodded and turned back before giving a subdued glare to the young maid who had led Feng Ming to her. This way, young master. As they walked through the hallways, another scream resounded out, causing her to pause and rub her forehead. What is really going on with him? Chen Ren screamed, looking at the ceiling as if cursing at whatever deity that was responsible for his current situation. He felt like he had been tossed into an awful situation, one he had no way of coming out of. Panic clawed at his heart, and his whole body trembled as he slumped onto the cold floor. Memories that were not his constantly moved around in his mind, and he didn't ignore it. He couldn't after he had confirmed that they were real. I guess this is really me now, he whispered, looking at a mirror on the side. An unfamiliar face reflected back. He frowned, running his hands through his long black hair. He used to have brown hair before. From a business management college student that was busy looking for a job, he had become Chen Ren, the exiled young master of Chen clan. Not only that, he had somehow transmigrated into a Xinxiao world, one where strength ruled and immortals reigned supreme. A land rife with danger and opportunity in equal measure. Here, murder wasn't a crime. It was a statistic, and any rogue cultivator had the right to murder you for small offenses. His situation couldn't be worse. Yet, as he looked down at the parchments at his feet, his reality came crashing down even further. They were debt records, money that he had taken from various people in the city to run his hedonist lifestyle. As he counted them all, his heart fell, cursing the body he had found himself in. Still, Chen Ren tried his best to stay calm. He had already spooked the maid with repeated screams of frustration. He needed to act normal to deal with his situation. He squeezed his eyes shut, taking deep breaths and processing everything. As he was in the middle of it, footsteps rang outside the door. He opened his eyes, wondering if Tang Xiulan was back. The next moment, the door opened, revealing Tang Xiulan followed by another maid and a man that didn't look like a servant. He had short black hair with a stubble growing on his cheeks. From his silver robes he wore, it was clear that he was someone important. The man's boisterous voice immediately dominated the serene courtyard the moment he stepped over the wooden threshold into the room. Chen Ren, you're alive. Thank the heavens. I watched that battle between you and Li Xian. It was certainly the most unfair fight to pit you against the city lord's son, but you did well. Not many can even survive against Blazing Hawk Fist. How have your injuries been? Chen Ren starred in a trance-like state for a few brief moments as Tang Xiulan moved to leave and closed the door, giving them privacy. Who is this now? I faintly recalled someone like this. Feng Ming. From what he remembered, he was one of his few friends and drinking buddies, a cultivator on the same realm as him. Why was he here? He had no idea, but he needed to act like Chen Ren. Finally, he snapped out of the trance, replying with a joyful face and an exaggerated voice. Haha, a mere blazing hawk fist wouldn't deter me at all. This entrance test was nothing but a mere hiccup in my path to be a cultivator who would challenge the heavens. True, Feng Ming said, scooping closer to him until he stood right in front. You have always been very motivated about your cultivation. One needs to be motivated when they are on the path to being immortal. You know that very well, Brother Ming, he replied, growing tired of maintaining a smile. I'm happy that you came to check on me, and as you see, I'm recovering well. Feng Ming crossed his arms, his original enthusiasm clearly diminished for some reason. He gave a look around the messy room before snarling. I can definitely see that, and since you're recovering so well, then perhaps you would be able to return all the debt you currently owe me, right? Wait, what? Chen Ren stared into the eyes of the man, a cold realization sinking in. Had his luck gone this bad this soon? He had just entered this world and was already thrown into an inferno of trouble. Trouble in the face of a not-so-friendly man. His gaze had turned cold. The pleasant smile that adorned his face when he entered the room was no longer there. A chill ran down his spine under the gaze. Feng Ming's previous demeanor was probably a ruse, simply to know his condition, and now he was revealing his true motive for coming here. It was a clever ploy and one that he hadn't expected. His mind had been too preoccupied with things to prepare for debtors. He sifted through some of the memories related to this man, Feng Ming. In those, he witnessed how they would often go drinking together, and it was also Feng Ming who had told him to take a debt from him when Chen Ren's money had run out. Originally, the debt was small, just for drinks and food, but over time, it has accumulated to a good amount. It was almost as if he was trying to get Chen Ren in debt. A little more probing in his mind, and he realized why it was so. Feng Ming's eyes narrowed. You're not going to back out of this, are you? The menacing undertone brought him back to reality. Chen Ren met his gaze, his expression unchanged. In his mind, he was still calculating how to act with him with all the memories he had. He didn't want to act out of character or make himself sound more suspicious than he already had. He cleared his throat after a while. Of course not, Brother Ming, he replied, his tone laced with feigned nonchalance. I wouldn't dream of it. I was never going to hold back the money from you. The man's eyes flickered with doubt. And how exactly do you plan to repay me? You have no job, no prospects, and you've failed the sect entrance exams. Don't you think you're just fooling me? Or yourself at this point? I would never dream of breaking my promise, Chen Ren said, his voice firm. Even if I'm down on my luck, my honor is intact. He paused, his eyes glinting with defiance as he thought on the right words to say. Besides, I still have my connections. I'm a member of the Chun clan of Red Peak City. I've already sent a message requesting financial assistance to repay my debt. The man's expression shifted, his eyebrows raised in disbelief. Although Chen Ren had been exiled, most people in Cloud Mist City had no idea about it. Even a merchant family he was staying in was tight-lipped on this matter, and others only knew that he had a great background. They had no idea about the specifics. The original Chen Ren hardly spoke about his family, so this was probably something unexpected for Feng Ming. You haven't asked them for money in months, he said, his voice laced with doubt. Why now? Chen Ren shrugged, affecting a nonchalant air. I've been trying to make it on my own, he explained. As you know, a cultivator needs to be brave enough to explore and challenge the world without the help of his family. But circumstances have forced my hand. The Chen clan is an ancient and powerful family. I'm sure they will come through for me. As soon as the words left his lips, a new fear crawled through his skin. Will his bluff even work? From how the black eyes bore into him, and how the man's lips had formed to a tight, thin line, he couldn't say what was going through Feng Ming's mind. He was fully prepared for a punch to fly and could only rely on his ability to shout to call for help from Tang Shilon. Hopefully, she would be able to come to his aid with guards. At the same time, he faked a confident smile to Feng Ming, who still looked at him with skepticism. Finally, the man spoke. Even if you get the money, when will it arrive? I can't wait indefinitely. It won't take long. I don't know how long it might take. I don't even know where Red Peak City is. Just tell me how much I would have to wait. The question worsened his worries. Chen Ren knew he had to come up with a solution quickly. He couldn't afford a physical confrontation, as cultivators love to talk with their fist, especially young ones like Feng Ming. A with grave news section. The debt was around 500 silver won, and even if it was a fraction of the total debt he owed to various people, he knew it wasn't a small amount. It was safe to say Chen Ren's body wouldn't handle another bloody punch. But he wasn't going to just die after finding himself in this world. That would be too short of a life. As he looked around for a solution, an idea formed in his mind. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the medallion that he had been looking at before Feng Ming had arrived. If this works, it'll buy me time. I don't even know what use it is for. If you're so worried about your money, he said, his voice steady, you can keep this as collateral until I repay you. But I want a promise from you that you won't sell it. It's an heirloom, and it holds significant sentimental value. It's also ancient, so I don't want to lose it. The medallion had been a gift to Chen Ren from his late father, who had gotten it from his own father, meaning it was fairly old. The former body owner obviously didn't care for it. No emotions were attached to it, and it was nothing that would keep him awake at night, even if it went missing. However, he didn't want it to be sold, especially to this man. For all he knew, it was ancient enough to go for a few thousand silver won, but could also be worthless. Ordinary-looking ancient treasures were one of the staples of Xinxia, after all. Chen Ren didn't even have the idea of the metal the medallion was made up of. Feng Ming's eyes lit up with greed as he took the medallion, examining it with a keen eye. Very well. I'll come for the money in a month, he said, his voice dripping with condescension. 2 months, Chen Ren quickly retorted. The city my clan lives in is far away. The man paused, then nodded. Fine. 2 months. Don't disappoint me. With that, he gave a final, menacing glance, turned and left, leaving Chen Ren to ponder his next move. Chen Ren slumped onto the bed, his body aching with exhaustion. Everything that happened since morning came to him in waves. The transmigration, his current identity, and most importantly, the big, bad news, the debt. The ordeal had drained him physically and mentally. Although he wanted to think of an immediate solution, he knew he couldn't. Not at this state. Therefore, he did something he should have done right when he woke up in this body and closed his eyes, allowing sleep to claim him. There was a lot to do, and a part of him wondered if this was all a dream and he would wake up in his original body on Earth, going back to sending resumes to every company on LinkedIn. But for now, he just wanted to rest. It wasn't a dream. It had been 2 days since he woke up in this world, and no one else came to see him, partly because he instructed Tang Xiaolan to spread the rumors that he had gone back to being unconscious after waking up once. His memories had assimilated by now, and even his injuries seemed to have been healing at a considerable pace. He had no idea if it was because of his cultivation, the transmigration, or because of the potency of the medicines of this world. Still, the speed of healing was miraculous, and it wouldn't be possible on Earth. Even Tang Xiaolan was shocked when she came to check on him. It made him more curious to learn about this world and the secrets it held. At the same time, he realized that he was highly inadequate to do so. Chen Ren hadn't been much of a cultivating genius, nor was he hard-working enough to fill the gaps between him and others. The way to identify a cultivator's talent was by the number of spirit roots their dantian held, and he had merely 21 of them, meaning his talent was on the far lower end of the spectrum. He did have lightning aspect roots, which was considered rare, but with his abysmal number of spirit roots, it was of no use. If he had even a semblance of talent or hard-working nature, his clan wouldn't have kicked him out. But maybe he might be able to do something about it. On his 3rd day in this world, Chen Ren was finally trying out something that he should have done on the first day itself. He was going to see if he had a system inside of him. It felt a little silly, but transmigration itself was the strangest thing that could happen to someone. If 2 days ago someone had poked him and said he would transmigrate to a world where his body wouldn't be his own and his memory would be of learning magical kung fu in a land full of magical beasts, he'd slap that man and walk away without looking back. But now transmigration had happened. There was a chance that he'd get a system to guide him through the ups and downs of this world. He had to try. Similar to the countless books he'd read, he focused on his mind, on the memories of Chen Ren. The solution he had in mind was simple. If he could control the memories, he should be able to control the status screen. Open status screen. Chen's voice came loud enough in the empty room, and he hoped that the maid wasn't standing outside. He opened his eyes, expecting a see-through screen with information. Huh, nothing. Maybe if I use different words. System start. Chen Ren commanded again. He squinted his eyes in focus and tried once more. Essence display. Ascendant tracker. Chi monitor. Celestial dashboard. Divine panel. Mystical overview. Harem giver. MILF monitor. Young master system. Pathway gauge. Enlightenment screen. Aura interface. Chi status. Destiny grid. Heaven's ledger. Immortal ledger. Soul metrics. Fate indicator. Dao interface. Sage summary. Warrior's console. Sects system. And nothing. No holographic menus, no character stats, and no inventory. Just the cold, hard reality of his new world. He couldn't count the amount of alternative words he used, but in the end, he gave up on that. If there was any status prompt to pop up, it would have already. He didn't necessarily expect a system, but he couldn't shake off the feeling that it would help him find his lefts and rights in this world. Without it, he needed to find new ways to gain strength, but before that, he needed money. Over 5,000 silver when of debt loomed over him, and one look at his memories was enough for him to realize that most people he had taken money from weren't simple folks. They would surely come for him, and he wasn't strong enough to deal with them. Running away wasn't an option either, and he didn't want to contend with the wild lands until he had a semblance of ability and money to hire guards. Chen Ren preferred plans that left room for adaptation, and there were only so many things that could make money in this world. It was fairly easy for a cultivator to make money, but most of that required him to move to dangerous places and fight monstrous beasts. So, he decided on a different way, one which employed his memories from Earth, the knowledge he had gained. He didn't remember everything, but he had a good memory, and it would come in handy here. He decided to use his experience of working odd part-time jobs, learning things in his university and online knowledge to start business. He didn't have the required capital to do much, and he didn't want to borrow more, but he had connections and a bundle of knowledge. As he recovered, he saw enough differences between the technological level of the world and the one he had come from. His memories revealed a lot, and even if he had no knowledge of Qi and cultivation, there were a lot of ideas in his mind. He could employ those to draft up a business plan. So for the next 2 days, he scribbled away plans of ventures he could dabble in, and also wrote down things that could potentially harm him. From debtors to rogue cultivators, Chen Ren wanted to take no risk as he went on with his ideas. I might be in a rotten situation. Practically an orphan and exiled. Failed to get in a sect and heavy on debts. But I'm not one to give in to circumstances. If this was a sinking boat with holes, I had no option but to learn how to swim. A case of literary theft. This tale is not rightfully on Amazon. If you see it, report the violation. It had been a week since he had woken up in this unfamiliar body, and finally, the day to venture outside had arrived. Thanks to Tang Xiulan and the kindness of the merchant family, he was able to recover in peace. She had been his only visitor as per his request to not allow anyone inside the room, and even if someone came, she would turn them down by saying he hadn't woken up. Unsurprisingly, it worked. No one wanted to visit an unconscious Chen Ren, and it seemed like most of his debtors had decided to leave him be. He could feel that Tang Xiulan didn't like him, but she had worked with a quiet efficiency when she brought him medicines to recover and cleaned his room. He was thankful and tried to be polite with her, but her wariness hadn't dropped. The previous occupant of this body hadn't been a pleasant person, and it took time to change perception. Still, he was thankful for her and planned to return the favor once he had some money to spare. First step would be to check out my surroundings and see if my plan is going to work, he thought as he got up, feeling a surge of energy and excitement on finally being able to venture outside. He slipped on a loose-fitting robe, making sure to cover most of his face. He wasn't sure if his creditors had taken any drastic measures. For instance, planting people outside to wait for him, and he wasn't eager to find out. It was best to keep a low profile for now. He closed the door of the room and walked outside. He took a look around and saw that he was in a wide hallway, and his memories helped him navigate through it. But as he turned around a corner, he was met with a watchful pair of eyes. "Where are you going, young master?" Tang Xiaolan asked, her voice laced with curiosity. She was holding a tray of food and seemed to be heading toward his room. Chen Ren offered a reassuring smile. "I'm going to the market. I need to check out a few things." She hesitated, her eyes scanning his face. "I know you have healed, young master, but the master wanted to see you after lunch," she said, her voice low. He paused in his steps. The merchant family he had been living with was called Tang Clan, and its head's name was Tang Jihao, a man who had started from nowhere and now dabbled in quite a few businesses around the city. They hadn't met for more than twice since coming to this city, as Tang Jihao was always busy, and now that he had healed, Chen Ren could guess what he would have wanted to talk about. "I'll visit him later," he said, delaying the inevitable for the moment. "Right now, I have some errands to run." "May I know what errands?" she asked, her eyes not leaving him. "Just want to check a few things in the market," he replied, then realized that didn't know the way to it. Chen Ren hadn't bothered to explore the city, and he only knew the location of the bars and the brothels. "Do you want to come with me if you are free?" "Me?" Tang Xiaolan looked surprised. "Yes, I don't know the way to the market. I want to go to the one in the commoner's district." For a few seconds, she seemed to be contemplating, but soon nodded her head. She still looked a bit wary of him and told him to wait as she moved back to one of the rooms which he recognized as the kitchen. When she returned, he saw that her hair was down and her clothes were smoothened. "Let's go," he said, leading the way outside, and Tang Xiaolan walked next to him. He noticed that she was putting a fair bit of distance between them, and even if her face was blank, her eyes kept glancing at him. "I wonder if she's going to ever warm up to me." He shook his head at the thought, and ignoring her eyes, he looked around him. Cloud Mist City was one of the biggest cities in the region, and as he moved through the crowd, he could see why. The streets were wide, and carriages rolled past easily with enough space for the pedestrians. Every street was occupied by a good number of houses, and it was planned well. As he raised his head, he could even see mountains, and at their peaks, he knew the Soaring Sword sect was located. A tang of unease and guilt flowed through him as he thought of the sect. Chen Ren's feelings hadn't completely gone away from his body, so even if he was in control, the memories brought forth more than a few displeasing things. From his guilt to his aspirations. "Young master, can I ask you something?" Tang Xiaolan's words took his attention as he turned to look at her and nodded. "Why are we going to the market?" "I want to check out the market and see everything that's being sold there," he replied as they rounded a corner. "There's mostly street stalls and small shops there. They won't satisfy you. If you want to buy something, you need to walk a bit more to reach the upper district." He stopped and looked at her. She stiffened. "I'm not going there to buy something. I plan to start up a business, and for any business, one needs to scout out the market. You can't enter a lake without knowing what type of fish swims inside of it." "A business?" Tang Xiaolan looked at him aghast, but he started moving again. She followed after him, taking the lead to take him to the market, but she kept tilting her head and looked confused. Chen Ren knew she wasn't going to believe him. His predecessor wasn't the type to like merchants and businesses, and even look down upon them. He was using Tang Clan as a residency, but he always had an air of superiority about him. He was an idiot, and now it was his job to change that. Soon, they reached the market and found it bustling with activity. The air was thick with the scents of exotic spices and the clamor of merchants hawking their wares. He looked around slowly, taking in the details in broad daylight. Silken fabrics in every imaginable hue fluttered in the breeze, their rich textures on display. On one side, artisans displayed intricate jewelry, each piece shining, catching the attention of multiple women who stood by the stall. He guessed that most of them were fake, if not all, but they were good enough to use in daily lives. They rounded another corner. The scent of freshly baked bread mingled with the aroma of sizzling meats from food stalls made his mouth water and stomach grumble. They didn't linger, but he took in all the items that were selling here. Most of them were meat dishes, especially pork, and he also saw a lot of fish getting grilled. There were also steamed buns getting sold, and quite a few people clamored for them. There seems to be good demand for the food stalls. "I wonder where they get the ingredients from," he muttered, moving to stand across a crowd that was gathered around a steamed bun stall. His words were directed at Tang Xiulan, and she immediately picked up on it. They have dealings with farmers, fishermen, and the pigsty. From what I know, a lot of stall owners directly buy from them in bulk, and they also give money to hunters to get specific meat. What about beast meat? Chen Ren asked, squinting to check out the different types of meat dishes on display. Do any of them sell that? Tang Xiulan shook her head. No, even a Tier 1 beast is hard to deal with, and even if a group of hunters sometimes manage to hunt one, it's rare. Only a cultivator could procure beast meat easily, and no sane cultivator would start a food stall or have dealings with one. He felt like that part was aimed at him, but she continued without skipping a beat. As you know, there are restaurants in Cloud Mist City that serve beast meat, but they have direct dealings with Soaring Sword sect for the meat. Chen Ren recalled that his predecessor dined in one of them and didn't have money to pay, so he had borrowed money from Fengming. The majority of debt he owed to him was due to that. He nodded at Tang Xiulan as his mind raced with the information. A part of him felt like a beast meat stall would work wonders, but if he actually started selling it, most of the commoners wouldn't be able to afford it. Beast meat was expensive, and he had no plans of taking a loss. Moreover, selling it directly to commoners might be going against the sect who probably sold it as an additional source of income. Let's keep moving, he said. Do you know any shops that sell cultivation supplies here? There will be some ahead. We are almost at the boundary of the upper district. They walked with the wave of the crowd. His eyes planted on the bunch of children who darted between adults, a carefree expression on their faces. For a moment, he felt like it would have been better if he had transmigrated as a child. At least, he would have more time to find his way around this world then. As he moved further away, he suddenly felt a gaze on his back, and his heart fell. A prickling sensation crawled up his skin, and he wondered if he had been identified by the debtors. But he kept walking for a while before stopping around in front of the stall and sneakily looking around. But he found nothing. Was it just my mind playing tricks on me? What happened, young master? Tang Xiulan asked, following his gaze. Nothing. Just stay still for a while. She kept quiet, and he pretended to check the trinkets that the stall was selling. 10 minutes passed like that before he finally gestured for her to move. What was that? Tang Xiulan finally asked. Is there someone following us? I just felt like someone is. It's nothing now. Sorry for scaring you. She stiffened at that, and he wondered if she had noticed someone, but her gaze was locked onto him. Young master, have I offended you? He shook his head, wondering what it was about. No, you haven't. Then, why are you so polite to me? I have never heard you say sorry to anyone before. Chen Ren didn't reply for a few seconds. He had given up on acting more like his predecessor, mainly because it was too much to act as such, and if he wanted to change his image, he needed to change the way he addressed people. I'm just trying to change. My defeat at the hands of Li Xian gave me a new perspective. He had no idea if she was going to believe him, but if he kept up with his current personality, Tang Xiulan had to accept it sooner or later. They eventually reached a corner where an herbalist stall was booming with activity. Next to it, there was a blacksmith creating different items. A few city guards seemed to be talking to him, and even if Chen Ren was interested in eavesdropping to find out their relationship with the business owners, he didn't want to attract their attention. There would be ample time to look into the internal structure of the city later. Finally, they found their destination, which was a small shop located in an area beyond the market space. It was called the Upper District, an affluent area in the center of the city, and he had been here before more than once. Still, Chen Ren had no idea the market was right next to it, and had never entered this shop before. Its shelves were lined with an assortment of herbs, pills, and talismans, each item bearing a price tag that made Chen Ren's eyes widen. A low-grade healing pill, for instance, cost nearly 2 months' worth of a common laborer's wages in this world, which was around 70 silverwin. The more he moved through the shelves, the higher the prices rose. Young master, you looking for something? The shop clerk walked from behind one of the shelves. He was a tall, lean man with baggy eyes. He seemed to be overworked from one glance, and Chen Ren had no idea why, since the shop didn't seem to have a lot of customers at the moment. Maybe he had simply come at a dull phase. Not really, no. Was just wondering about the prices, that's all, Chen replied faint-heartedly. The clerk smiled at that. They're expensive, I know, The path of cultivation is not for the faint of heart or the empty pocket. These herbs, pills, and talismans you see are not mere commodities. They are the essence of years of research, rare ingredients, and countless hours of refining, and I'm pretty sure they would help you out on your journey. Our items are much better than anyone else in the city, directly procured from Soaring Sword Sect. And if you wish, I would like to show you one of our special pills that would help out anyone in the body-forging realm to make a breakthrough. Chen Ren smiled at the clerk's words. He had clearly identified him as a first-realm cultivator due to his age and tried to use it to sell him pills. How much will it cost? Just 100 silver one. If you want a few of better qualities, it will be 300 silver one. Do you want to take a look at it? His face fell hearing the prices. I would refrain from doing so, he said as a matter of fact. Like I said, I simply want to take a look around the shop for now. Thank you. The clerk nodded and moved out of his way to talk to someone else who walked through the entrance. Chen Ren took that time to wander farther inside the shop with Tang Xiulan following behind him. His mind calculated prices and noted the names of the items in his mind, just in case for the future. As he had expected, he could buy none of the items right now. Even the lowest grade pills would cost him a lot, and he could simply not afford it right now. If he actually planned to cultivate, his talent was going to be a big obstacle for him, and for him to go past realms even with his below-average talent, he would need a lot of resources. After more than 15 minutes of staring at them, he decided to take his leave. On his way out, he looked at the clerk and gave a small nod. May fortune favor you on your journey, young master. The clerk's optimistic voice rang after him. May fortune favor me. I hope so too. He had no idea if the clerk was being nice to him because of his robes or if he was just like this to all potential customers. Either way, he decided to remember his face and made his way back towards the streets that housed food stalls. The smell of fresh bread hit his nostrils once again, but this time his mind reeled. He kept thinking over the prices of cultivation resources and his debt. The world of cultivation was a realm of opulence and exclusivity. He knew that well, but seeing it was different. It was a cold slap of reality that sobered him up. What kind of a mess have I gotten into? Chen Ren winced at that thought. That was followed by another thought, and another, until a train moved in circles inside his mind, and he found himself in front of a vendor selling skewers of grilled pork, the savory scent proving too tempting to resist. How much for a skewer? Chen Ren asked, looking at the juicy meat sizzling. 5 copper one. The man behind the stall replied with urgency, tending to the other customers who had already taken space. Give me 3. Chen reached into his pocket inside his robe, pulling out 2 copper coins of 5 and 10 denominations respectively. He passed one of them to Tang Xiulan, who bowed her head in gratitude before giving the rest to the man. Soon, his taste buds were filled with the enriching proteins. After a few bites, he felt possibilities rising in his mind. In this world, mortal currency was in 1, and it mostly had copper and silver coins with 100 copper making up 1 silver one. It was an easy enough system for him to learn, and his goal for today was simply to find out how the economy worked around here, for both cultivators and mortals. His trip had told him that even if he wanted, he couldn't look at the cultivation resources until he got through his debt. Money was the key. With enough of it, he could purchase the resources he needed to cultivate. He could repay his debts, and he could even carve out a comfortable life for himself. As he finished his first skewer, he looked up at the stall owner and the people around him. He slowed down his chewing and simply observed him, noticing that he was selling at least 10 skewers every half an hour. His mind calculated the cost of the supplies, the time, and the price of the license to start up a stall. The more he thought, the more it seemed like a stall was the perfect beginning business for him. Young master, are you okay? Tang Xiulan brought him out of his thoughts, and he looked down at her. Yes, I'm just thinking about something. Can I ask what? She asked, her face curious. You can, he replied. I'm simply thinking that I should start up a stall. Not for selling beast meat. That would be too luxurious, but to sell food items. I believe I could start one that would sweep through the city and would be very popular. Tang Xiulan blinked, her face a shade of disbelief. Young Master Chun, I'm sorry, but most of the stalls around here are old and have a steady set of customers. New stall owners already have a hard time, and this work is far beneath your stature as a cultivator. No work is beneath anyone, Shilon. In the grand sects, cultivators act as maids to other powerful cultivators. Is that work beneath them? But they're still under cultivators, not mortals. It doesn't matter. Either way, I'm starting my own thing and not working under someone else. Chen Ren shook his head. As for how I would make a difference in the market, it's pretty simple. I'm just going to create a product that's unique to me and make it popular. An unique product? Tang Xiaolan tilted her head. What type of dish would that be? Chen Ren smiled. You will see. It will surely be one that you would enjoy. The more he talked, the more excited he got about what he had in mind. A dish that he had eaten a lot on Earth, and even if he wasn't able to make it exactly the same, he knew a recipe that would work here. A recipe that would take over the city. His first trip to the market narrowed down the scope for what could be his first business, but there were still quite a few worries swimming freely in his mind. One of them was the constant reminder of debtors. The whole situation was sticky. Sticky enough that it would put him in deep trouble if he didn't start working on the things he had planned. If only Chen Ren hadn't been a hedonistic bastard. Now he was gone, but the due hangers remained. Feng Ming, the first taste of the cruelty of the situation, didn't give the kindest of warnings until the collateral was given, but at least it was just one person. If the others who Chen Ren owed had also come, he wouldn't have that many assets to calm him down. In the best-case scenario, they might not come find him at all. Though it didn't matter since he would have still needed at least 500 silver won in the next 2 months to get back his medallion from Feng Ming. Upon his return from the market to his abode, he immediately sought the aid of Tang Xiaolan to pen letters to each of Chen Ren's debtors, humbly requesting leniency and an extension of time. It was a gamble sending out these letters, as it might either buy him the precious time he needed or invite unwanted scrutiny. But at this point, he was no stranger to risk. He would not sit idly by while the wolves circled closer. It was better to know what was coming to him rather than wait for them to knock on his door. As he wrote the letters, he understood more and more who his predecessor had borrowed from. Local gangs to even the Li clan. He had taken money from whoever was willing to give it. It was a shock to learn that he hadn't borrowed anything from the Tang clan, but he guessed that his predecessor was already living in the guest room without rent for months and didn't want to do anything that might ruin the arrangement. With the letters sent, he knew the first stone had been cast. Chen Ren knew better than to invite disaster by waiting for it to arrive at his doorstep. His recent encounter with Feng Ming had left a bitter taste in his mouth, a reminder that his standing in this world was fragile. Though his pride chafed at the idea, he recognized the wisdom better to extend a hand in peace than to let a blade come close to my throat. Moreover, Chen Ren's reputation in this world had been that of a man too proud for his own good. So a humble request for understanding might just catch his debtors off guard. It was a calculated move, one that could either buy him time or invite further disdain. But in his mind, the roll of the dice was worth it. Beyond this, Chen Ren established a disciplined routine over the next 3 days. Each morning, he would make his way to the marketplace, his eyes sharp as he perused the stalls. He made purchases sometimes, but he was not there to spend money. Instead, he observed, learning the intricacies of the marketplace, the competitions between stalls, unspoken rules, the ebb and flow of customers, and the subtle interactions between stall owners. His efforts were not in vain. The stall owners, most of them who were seasoned merchants, were more than willing to share their knowledge. Of course, he had to buy their goods to loosen their tongues, but the information he gathered was invaluable. They didn't see him as a threat, which suited him just fine. After all, the more they underestimated him, the better for him. As he gathered insights, he began to see the marketplace for what it truly was, a battlefield. But unlike other fights, this one required patience, cunning, and a keen understanding of the human heart. That was an economic market, and one couldn't just brute force their way to the top in it, unlike cultivation. Every time he made his rounds through the marketplace, he felt strange eyes on him. He understood why. Clad in the fine robes of a young master from a reputable household, his appearance alone made him an oddity among the rougher, more practical traders and common folk. His handsome features, sharp yet softened by the polish of privilege, only made him stand out more. It was clear to anyone with half a mind that he didn't belong among the stall keepers and street merchants. Yet, here he was day after day, seemingly more interested in their mundane dealings than a man of his stature should be. He didn't let their looks bother him, though. They could whisper and speculate all they wanted. He had more pressing concerns. Still, there was no denying that his behavior drew attention, especially from the Tang clan's family maid. Tang Xiaolan didn't accompany him every day, but whenever she had free time, she would quietly follow, her eyes constantly flickering to him as if trying to decipher some hidden motive behind his actions. Today was such a day where she had been around. At first, he ignored her glances, but as they walked, they grew more frequent until he could no longer pretend not to notice. Finally, he turned to her, his tone measured but with a hint of impatience. "If you have something to say, then say it," he demanded, watching as she flinched at his directness. She hesitated, clearly torn between her duty and her curiosity. After a moment, she nodded, gathering her courage before asking the question that had been gnawing at her. "Young master, why are you doing this? Visiting the stalls every day, speaking to these merchants. It's not something someone of your standing would usually do." His eyes softened slightly as he considered her question. He knew that his behavior must seem strange to her, someone who had known his predecessor, an arrogant and untouchable young master. But again, it was not his reality anymore. He was not the previous Chen Ren, and he could never be like a cultivator too stuck up his ass. That Chen Ren's response was simple. "I did tell you before. I want to start up a business, and I'm doing market research for it," he said with a straight face as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Xiaolan blinked in surprise, her expression shifting from confusion to shock as if he had just uttered the most blasphemous statement she had ever heard. She stared at him, waiting for the punchline, but when she realized he wasn't joking, her shock turned to concern. "Young master," she began carefully, appearing as if she was trying to find the right words to convey her doubts without offending him. "Starting a business isn't easy. There are many rules and regulations to follow. You'll need to establish a supply chain, deal with suppliers, and manage all sorts of details. It's not something to be taken lightly. If you really want to start up a business, you should do so with cultivators, not among stall owners. You could be reading stolen content. Head to Royal Road for the genuine story. Do you think cultivators would let me deal with them? Even if I have a good product, there's no guarantee they won't just steal it. I'm not strong enough to work with them." Tang Xiaolan again looked alarmed. "I'm sorry, young master, but still, mortal businesses are a complicated matter." He saw those words coming from a mile away. From the start, ever since he let her know what his plans were, she had not been optimistic about him starting a business. Chen Ren nodded along. "I'm aware of that, Xiaolan. That's why I've decided to start with something simple, something that's easy to manage, but has the potential to grow into something much larger. A business that could span the entire Kalian Empire if done correctly." Her skepticism was palpable, but by how she was fidgeting her fingers, it looked like her curiosity got the better of her. "What kind of business can that be, young master?" she asked, her tone cautious. Chen Ren turned to her, his eyes gleaming with determination. "You already know the answer to that, too. A stall." For a moment, Xiaolan's face was a portrait of disbelief. She stared at him as if he had just declared himself the emperor of the empire, her eyebrows about to touch her hairline and her jaw about to hit the floor. But then, as if remembering her place, all her facial features quickly returned to their natural state. She inhaled a generous amount of air and stood like she normally did. After all, she had no right to question him, even if his plans seemed contentious to her. She doesn't know how far the food industry can truly go. In the Kalian Empire, there's no concept of a restaurant chain or a franchise like how it was on Earth. Most of them here are bound to a city or town. They soon arrived at the familiar stall, one that had become a part of his daily routine. Today, there were only a few men who stood in front of it. Unlike some busy days where an extra person would be too much in a crowded place, Chen Ren found it easy to walk closer to the stall and stand in the front. The stall owner, Old Man Tian, was cheerful doing his daily skewer selling to a tall man who mindlessly captured the entire space. He immediately spotted him and greeted him with a broad grin, clearly pleased to see a repeat customer. "Ah, young master. Welcome back," Old Man Tian called out. "You have brought the young miss here again today." Chen Ren smiled at that. Without waiting for a response, Old Man Tian started preparing his grill. "What will it be today?" "The usual." Chen Ren nodded, his expression calm. "Yes, 2 skewers, please." As the stall owner expertly prepared the skewers, Chen Ren turned to Xiaolan and handed one to her without a word. They ate in silence for a moment. After a few bites, Chen Ren looked up and asked, "Were you able to do that thing I asked for?" Old Man Tian's eyes brightened with understanding. "Yes, young master," he replied with a smile. "It's all taken care of. All that's left is to submit the document at the government office, explaining the nature of your stall and such." Chen Ren gave a small nod of appreciation. "Thank you. What time would be best to do that?" The stall owner leaned in slightly. "Tomorrow morning, early. That's when the clerks are in a good mood and the lines aren't too long." "Understood," Chen Ren said, finishing his skewer with deliberate care. He handed the empty sticks back to the stall owner with a nod of thanks before turning to leave, Xiaolan following close behind. As they walked back home, Xiaolan stepped closer to Chen Ren. "Young master," she began hesitantly. "What was that conversation about? You seem unusually close to that stall owner." "Old Man Tian is one of the oldest vendors on this street," he explained. "He's seen many come and go, and he's always been more than willing to chat. Over time, I've made a point to talk with him whenever I visit his stall and get a good rapport with him. Yesterday, I talked to him about getting a permit for the stall, and he helped with it. As you know, doing anything in a government office isn't something as straightforward as it seems." Xiaolan frowned slightly, trying to piece together what he meant. "Not straightforward." Chen Ren nodded. "Getting a permit isn't just about submitting a document. Sometimes you're expected to grease a few palms to get things done quickly, but I don't have the funds for that. So I've had to rely on good relationships and advice from those who've been through the process before." "Can't you just force your way through it?" she asked, surprising him a bit. "I can, but I have realized violence isn't the best way to solve things. If I force my way in, there'd be tens of ways more trouble could come my way. If I smack a simple clerk, he would bring out his nephew, who's in a sect. If I smack him, the nephew would bring out his master," he said, ignoring the petrified look on Tang Xiaolan's face. "I asked the stall owner to put in a word with a clerk he might know. Not every clerk is the same. Some are more by the book, while others expect a little something extra." He pointed me toward one who won't take bribes and will get the job done quickly. "What does the stall owner get out of it in return, young master?" Chen Ren's lips curled into a slight smile. "He gets to do a small favor for a cultivator and a young master." I've subtly hinted at my intentions while enjoying his skewers, and he probably thinks I'm just playing around with the idea of running a stall, or that it's some sort of mental training as a cultivator. It doesn't matter what he believes. What matters is that he now has a story to tell. How he helped out a young master who's also a cultivator. That's worth more to him than any silver I could offer. Xiaolan nodded thoughtfully as they reached their compound. Chen Ren moved around to start heading towards his room from the courtyard. At that moment, Tang Xiaolan's voice called him out. "Young master, you might get the permit, but what are you planning to sell? From what I know, most things already have established stalls with regular customers." Chen Ren paused, turning to her with a confident smile. "I've thought about that for a while," he said, "and I've come up with something that will stand out, a dish that no one here has tried before, something they won't be able to get enough of." Intrigued, Xiaolan's eyes widened at his words. "What dish is that?" Chen Ren's smile widened as he replied, "How about I make some for you to try? All I need is a bag of rice and a mortar." Xiaolan blinked in surprise, but quickly understood the intention behind his words. "I'll get them right away, young master," she said, hurrying off to gather the requested items. A pair of sharp, shrewd eyes followed Chen Ren's every move, hidden in the shadows of a nearby alleyway. The figure observing him had been tracking his behavior for days, ever since he had begun his seemingly aimless wanderings through the marketplace. Tang Xiulan's flabbergasted expressions and confused questions did nothing to reassure the observer. If anything, they only confirmed what she had already suspected. Chen Ren was dead, and someone else had taken over his body. The observer's thoughts swirled as she recalled the events that had led her to this conclusion. She had already known something was amiss when he had woken up after that fateful defeat. The Chen Ren she knew would have been crushed by the loss, wallowing in despair, perhaps seeking solace in the pleasures of the brothels or the bottom of a wine jar. But this man, he had done none of that. Instead, he walked around town with a sense of purpose, a glint of determination in his eyes that had never been there before. He seemed almost fascinated by the world around him, as if seeing it for the first time. Her eyes narrowed as she continued to follow him, moving through narrow spaces, windows, and rooftops. Every morning, she watched him converse with Xiulan, noting every detail, every shift in his demeanor. This impostor was clever. She had to give him that. But he had made a fatal mistake. He underestimated the power of those who could see beyond the surface. She could see the souls of everyone, and this soul was different. It was stronger and more resilient. It was slowly merging with the remnants. Whoever this person was, he wasn't the defeated young master who had once inhabited this body. Was he a demonic cultivator? Or perhaps a shapeshifter, one skilled enough to take on another's identity so seamlessly? She couldn't be sure, but she was certain of one thing. This man was not Chen Ren. Her gaze hardened as she stepped back further into the shadows, her eyes glinting with a menacing glow. Whoever he was, she would find out soon enough. Their meeting was inevitable, and when it happened, she would uncover the truth behind this strange soul inhabiting Chen Ren's body. As she slipped away, blending into the darkness, a cold smile played on her lips. The imposter might think he was clever, but she was always one step ahead. And when the time came, he would have to answer for whatever game he was playing. That was her duty. Tang Xiulan walked quietly to the kitchen, her gaze fixed on the distant mountains that were visible from outside the chamber halls. But her thoughts were wandering away, wrapped around the figure of a man who only recently was known as one of the most arrogant and hedonistic men in Cloud Mist City. Chen Ren, the young master she temporarily served, had been quite the individual whom she had gotten the chance to observe a few too many times to her liking. He was bold, brash, and full of empty boasts, but now she found herself at a loss with this new persona. He had been flaunting his cultivation, tossing around his weight in the city, and flirting with anything that moved, but now he was different. It started after the defeat by Li Xian. It hadn't been something small. The young master had almost died in front of many people. That day had shaken him to his core, she could tell. But instead of the loud proclamations of revenge or desperate attempts to regain his lost face, he had retreated into himself. He kept to his chambers, scribbling away in a language she didn't recognize. She had taken a peek at it when she had entered his room to clean and found the language unfamiliar and foreign. Tang Xiulan wasn't illiterate and had been taught the common script. But it wasn't that. Moreover, there was a politeness to him now that hadn't existed before, a quiet respect in the way he spoke and acted. Not just with her, but with everyone. He even talked about starting a business, of all things. The idea was so far removed from the man she once knew that it made her wonder if he was even the same person. Is he the same person or a shapeshifter? No, if that was the case, I would have already been dead. Xiulan couldn't shake the feeling that he was playing some kind of game, that this was all a facade. Yet when she looked into his eyes, she saw something she hadn't seen before, a light, a spark of purpose and clarity that had been missing before. They were not the eyes of a defeated man, nor of one who sought to reclaim his former glory through the same reckless means. No, these were the eyes of someone who had glimpsed something greater, something beyond the petty squabbles of sects and clans, beyond the simple pleasures of life. And that unsettled her more than anything. The man she once knew might have been a fool, but he was a predictable fool. This new version, with his quiet intensity and strange behavior, was a mystery she wasn't sure she wanted to solve. Though she was certain he'd give up sooner or later, her confidence wavered when she discovered the reason behind his visits to the stall owners. It was a strategy so unexpected that it caught her off guard. Her mind drifted back to a few months prior when the family head had handed the young Miss Tang Yuchio a sum of money to start a business, to test her capabilities. But she had faltered at the very first hurdle, unable to secure a permit due to the officials' endless delays and other lazy reasons, and her father had barred her from using the family name to sway things in her favor. But Chen Ren was already ahead of where the young miss had stumbled, though she doubted his approach would lead to anything substantial. The idea that he could create a dish unique enough to captivate the entire empire seemed like just another empty boast, a large but empty boast. So when he had asked her to bring rice in a mortar, claiming he would craft this so-called legendary dish, she nodded and fetched the sack of rice that had been sitting in the kitchen, along with a mortar. As she handed him the items, a part of her wanted to see him fail, wanted to see that spark in his eyes and movements extinguished by the harsh reality that the world wasn't so easily conquered, things couldn't be easily achieved. When she gave the items, Chen Ren took them from her hands without a word, his expression unreadable. Then, to her surprise, he asked, "Can you help me out? This might take a while." There is no hint of the usual bravado in his tone, just a calm expectation that she would follow his lead. Tang Xiulan nodded. Okay. They started by rinsing, then soaking the rice, a process that took 6 to 7 hours, an eternity in Xiulan's mind. She had never known a dish to require such long and careful preparation, and the repetitive nature of it wore on her patience. Nuo. When it was finally done, Chen Ren turned around and looked at her. He handed her the mortar. "Grind it," he said, leaving no room for debate. Xiulan couldn't help but wonder if she was the one making the dish while he simply watched, but she complied nonetheless. Her curiosity piqued despite the work. Either way, even if the entire thing ends up being an utter waste of time, she was just a maid. How could she defy the young master? Also, they had already spent quite a lot of time on this. Washing rice, then soaking them for almost 7 hours. Really? Xiulan shook her head and focused on grinding the rice, resulting in a smooth paste. Throughout the process, she repeatedly asked what they were making, but Chen Ren remained tight-lipped, offering nothing more than a cryptic smile and a promise that she would soon see for herself. Finally, she finished her task and turned to him. "And now," she asked, "now you watch." He prepared a bamboo steamer and lined it with a cloth. Then, he poured a thin layer of the rice batter before closing the lid. After a minute, he opened the steamer and carefully removed the cooked layer of rice, placing it on a cutting board. He poured another layer of batter and repeated the process until all was used. Once the cooked rice had slightly cooled, he rolled the layers and cut them into thin strips, his hands moving with unexpected precision. The silence between them was punctuated only by the soft rustle of the wind outside. Xiulan had never seen anything like it before. She watched, half in wonder, half in disbelief, as he took the strips and they moved back to the kitchen. There, he gathered the strips in a bowl, their texture smooth and translucent. The simplicity of the act belied the anticipation that had built up in the hours of preparation. "What is this called, young master?" she asked once again, not able to contact her curiosity. He smiled. "Noodles." Tang Xiulan had never heard that before, but before she could ask more questions about it, another order came from Chen Ren. "I want you to bring me vegetables. Whatever you have, bok choy, spinach, mushrooms, green onions, scallions, carrots, broccoli. Make haste," Chen Ren said while she tried to keep everything in her mind. The list wasn't hard to memorize, so she quickly walked off to fetch them, still unsure of how the noodles might taste. After she brought them back, they chopped the vegetables together, the slamming of the knife against the board being the only noise in the room. From time to time, she would glance at the young master and wonder how he was so skillful with a knife. She knew about his skills with the sword due to his boasting, but she had no idea it would also make him proficient in chopping. "What should we do next?" she asked once all the vegetables she managed to bring were cut into small pieces. Her question went unanswered as Chen Ren walked around the small space to reach the boiling water. Support the creativity of authors by visiting Royal Road for this novel and more. "Hand me the vegetables," he commanded. She quickly took it to him and watched him throw them into the pot. A few minutes later, he scooped them out and added them to the rice noodles. The smell made Xiaolon's stomach grumble. He turned and handed the bowl to Xiaolon, who blinked at it in mild confusion. "These noodles, are they for me?" she asked, tilting her head at the unfamiliar dish. "Yes, and these are called rice noodles. There are more varieties of them depending on the ingredients you use," he replied, his tone casual as if the name of the dish wasn't strange at all. Seeing the bewilderment on her face, he simply added, "Go on, try it and tell me what you think." Xiaolon hesitated, the nerves evident in the way she handled the chopsticks. She took a small bite, half expecting the dish to be as strange in taste as its name. To her surprise, the noodles were chewy, with a satisfying texture that paired well with the boiled vegetables. It could use a bit more seasoning, but the initial taste wasn't bad at all. It was pleasant. "It tastes good," she admitted, her voice carrying a hint of surprise. Chen Ren nodded and took the bowl from her, tasting the noodles himself. But unlike her, his expression shifted into a frown as soon as the noodles hit his tongue. "It doesn't even taste half as good as ramen," he muttered, and all Tang Xiaolon could think of was one thing. What is this thing called ramen now? As Chen Ren set the bowl down, his mind churned with dissatisfaction. The rice noodles had come out well enough for a first attempt, but they were far from perfect. The texture was decent, and the flavor was acceptable, but acceptable wouldn't be enough if he wanted to turn this into a product that could dominate the market. The memory of Xiaolon's reaction played in his mind. Her initial surprise, the cautious bite, and the eventual approval. She enjoyed it, yes, but she hadn't been blown away. And that wasn't good enough for him. He couldn't afford to settle for mediocrity, not when the stakes were this high. If he was going to make a name for himself, if he was going to sell this dish across the empire, then it needed to be more than just acceptable. It needed to be exceptional. Every bite had to leave an impression, something that would linger on the tongue and make people crave more. Hence, from that day onward, he began experimenting in earnest. Each day brought new variations, new attempts to refine the texture, balance the flavors, and elevate the simple ingredients into something that'd leave his mark behind. He knew he had a long way to go, but he was determined. Because if he knew anything, it was that food could be something that would be etched into one's mind like a tattoo, whether it was good or bad. Foods were memories, and they could easily shock the taste buds, digging into the senses of one's very being. Another important thing, when it came to them, was their scent. He needed his noodles to be something that people craved daily, and for any dish to truly succeed, the details had to be perfect. For that, experimenting was the key. If he didn't dive deep into each aspect of the process, his efforts would be wasted and customers wouldn't return. He must not give up, especially when his life was at stake. Fortunately, the Tang clan had an abundant supply of rice because one of their businesses was selling rice, and with the guest room courtyard currently unoccupied, he had the space and freedom to test his recipes. So, each day, he set to work, creating rice noodles with a focus that bordered on obsession. He experimented with everything: the exact amount of rice, how long he soaked it, the boiling time, the vegetables, the salt. Every evening, he called Tang Xiaolon to taste the newest batch, using her feedback to make incremental changes. She was candid with her opinions, sometimes too much so, but it was exactly what he needed. Each critique helped him refine the recipe further. At the same time, Chen Ren kept a careful eye on the cost of ingredients. He knew that while rice was relatively cheap, it alone wouldn't be enough to draw in a large customer base. The addition of salt and vegetables, though necessary for flavor, also increased the overall cost, which was something he had to keep in mind if he wanted the business to be profitable. He realized that creating a sauce to accompany the noodles, especially a spicy one, could be a key factor in making his dish stand out. But before he could even think about adding that extra layer of flavor, he needed to perfect the texture of the noodles themselves. They had to be more than just edible. They had to be something that left a lasting impression, something that people would come back for. Fortunately, it seemed that Chen Ren's efforts were paying off. Xiaolon's once skeptical eyes now watched him with anticipation every day as he prepared the noodles. He could tell that she expected something different every time but it wasn't just her. Word of his daily experiments had spread among the servants, and even a young maid, who was too enthusiastic to know about the dish and taste, began showing up regularly, eager to sample it and offer her thoughts. Her name was Li Hua, and she had been supportive throughout, not just with trying the dish, but also with words of motivation. It seemed as if this young maid rooted for Chen Ren due to the flirting of his predecessor. Whenever she was done with tasting a meal, she'd say things like, "Young master, I will come by tomorrow too. It was better than yesterday, and I feel less boiling time would do wonders. Firmer noodles like 2 days ago would be great, or it could be my personal preference. Either way, eating a dish from your own hands seems like a dream." Xiaolon squinted her eyes at Li Hua before turning to the noodles. "I prefer softer noodles. Maybe, young master, you should try adding oil to the boiling water to prevent sticking and to add a subtle flavor." Chen Ren nodded. He had thought of it considering there were so many ways that noodles could be made. "How's the broth?" he asked. "The salt ratio is perfect, I feel," the younger maid replied with excitement. Xiaolon, on the other hand, simply nodded along. "Thanks." Chen Ren collected the dishes and went back, knowing the other maids would come rushing in soon. It was quite exciting. At first, Chen Ren thought they were merely being helpful, giving him feedback to refine his recipe. But the stars in their eyes and the way they eagerly awaited each new serving told a different story. They genuinely liked the noodles. A small part of him was tempted to start charging them, but since he wasn't paying for the ingredients, he decided against it. Besides, he didn't want to risk discouraging them from coming back. Their enthusiasm was valuable in its own right. These taste testers were the key to refining his dish. As he continued to make noodles for them every day, he found an unexpected joy in the process. A type of joy that couldn't be put into words, but warmed the heart from the inside when he thought about it. Creating something that others enjoyed was fulfilling in a way he hadn't anticipated. While his ultimate goal was to make money, the satisfaction he felt when he saw the pleasure on their faces made the effort worthwhile, at least for now. "I always thought being a full-time cook was nothing but stress. But was this how Gordon Ramsay and Marco Pierre felt? Maybe I should have tried working in my uncle's restaurant. I may have had a hidden talent for cooking." He started piling the bowls so that he could be ready to serve when the maids came rushing in. It was during these moments of focus that he noticed something strange. His chi would occasionally flare up in his core, a sudden surge of energy that caught him off guard. He felt it everywhere to the tip of his fingers. A sensation, a tingle, a rush of something. It happened a few times as he worked on the noodles, but since there were no other effects, he didn't dwell on it too much. Like all those times, he chalked it up to his lack of training since arriving in this world, dismissing it as a minor side effect of his current lifestyle. For now, his focus was entirely on perfecting his noodles. With each new batch of noodles, he refined his process, and more servants began lining up in the guest room courtyard. Their eager faces waited for their turn to taste his creation. It almost felt like he was already running a stall, and the idea of taking the next step, moving outside and starting a real business, began to take root in his mind. Tang Yuchio, the young miss of the Tang family, returned from overseeing one of the family's businesses. There was no work, but just checking if everything was going right was also a part of running a business. As she entered the main courtyard that evening, she was struck by the unusual stillness. The place was eerily quiet, with not a single servant in sight. Normally, they would at least be picking up water from the well. There would be the sound of footsteps or chatter, but today it was as if the place was abandoned. Frowning, she turned to her maid, who always accompanied her. "Where is everyone?" Tang Yuchio asked, her voice laced with irritation. Her maid hesitated for a moment before replying, "There's been a rumor, miss, about young Master Chen Ren. They say he's been making a dish for the servants every evening in the guest kitchen. They could be there." Tang Yuchio scoffed, rolling her eyes. "Chen Ren? That idiot? He can't do anything right. What could he possibly be making that's worth their time?" Despite her dismissive words, curiosity got the better of her, and she motioned for her maid to lead the way. As they made their way through the corridors towards the guest courtyard that was adjacent to the main one, the distant sound of chatter and laughter grew louder, guiding them toward the source of the commotion. Finally, they turned a corner and came upon a long line of servants stretching out from the guest room courtyard. Even some of the older servants had joined the queue, waiting patiently with eager expressions. At the front, Tang Yuqiu spotted Chen Ren and Tang Xiulan working together, preparing something and handling the bowls with utmost care. The moment the servants noticed Tang Yuqiu's arrival, the lively atmosphere froze. All eyes turned toward her, the air thick with tension as everyone stepped back, unsure of what to expect. Tang Yuqiu marched forward, her gaze narrowing as she approached Chen Ren. "What do you think you're doing?" she asked loudly, unable to hold what she was witnessing. Without looking up, Chen Ren responded with slight irritation from being disturbed. "Who the hell are you? Who are you?" Chen Ren's hands paused over the steaming pot of noodles as a shadow fell over him. He looked up and felt immediate regret when his gaze met the figure before him. Not because her presence commanded some sort of attention, but because her face resonated in the depths of his memory. The young miss of the Tang clan. There was no mistaking her. Different memories came rushing into him as he looked at her for a second more. She was young, with sharp, thin eyes, pursed lips, and a pointed nose, with an elegance that belied her age. Her long, black hair flowed, framing a face that could easily be mistaken for a painted portrait. Her eyes, dark as night, held a sharpness that pierced through him, or anyone who could be standing in his position. He finally noticed how her short figure was looking up at him with an unwavering look of questioning. "Who are you?" "Really?" Chen Ren mentally slapped himself, knowing he could have at least looked up before questioning with such a commanding voice. But what was done. Before Chen Ren could speak up and clean the little mess he made, she spoke. "So, now you need me to introduce myself?" A slight mocking smirk tugged at the corner of her lips as she continued. "I'm Tang Yuqiu, the young miss of the clan you've been staying with all this time. If you can put on this show with the servants, it seems your injuries have healed. I thought even if you woke up after losing the battle, you wouldn't dare show your face in the Tang clan." Chen Ren, unfazed by her words, bowed his head slightly in acknowledgement. He knew better than to take offense. The relationship between them was complex as he had seen and known from Chen Ren's memories. "I didn't know you'd be around," he replied calmly. "And yes, my injuries have healed. As for the servants, I'm just cooking something for them." Tang Yuqiu arched an eyebrow, skepticism clear in her eyes. "Cooking? Do you really think I believe that? You've never been one to speak kindly to the servants, let alone cook for them." Chen Ren allowed a small smile to play on his lips as he gestured to the steaming bowls and the line of servants waiting eagerly. "As you can see, I've changed a bit." Before Tang Yuqiu could respond, Tang Xiulan stepped forward, her tone respectful yet firm. "Young miss, young master is indeed cooking and distributing noodles to the servants. I'm helping him with that. It's also not interfering with their work. They come here after finishing their duties." Tang Yuqiu stared at Tang Xiulan, her expression blank with shock. Her eyes went from his to the sight of the servants eagerly waiting for their turn, empty bowls in their hands. The idea of a servant, especially one like Xiulan, defending Chen Ren was unthinkable, yet here it was, unfolding right before her eyes. Chen Ren himself was taken aback. Snapping out of his surprise, Chen Ren turned to Tang Yuqiu, his tone casual yet inviting. "If you'd like, young miss, you could try the noodles for yourself." Tang Yuqiu looked down at the steaming bowl of noodles in the servant's hand, her brows furrowed in confusion. "What even is that?" "Noodles. It's made from rice." "You'll like it," Chen Ren replied with a hint of confidence as he quickly prepared a bowl for her. Scooping up the already prepared noodles, he added a good amount of vegetables and broth. After all, he couldn't be stingy with someone who had technically provided him the ingredients. Tang Yuqiu's eyes widened as he handed her the bowl. She glanced between it and Chen Ren, unable to hide her shock at the sheer audacity of the situation. The longer she hesitated, the more awkward the moment became. Without missing a beat, Chen Ren prepared another bowl, this time for her maid, who took it with a clumsy bow. Don't worry, he said with a chuckle. It's not poisoned. Tang Yuchio's cheeks flushed with a mix of embarrassment and irritation. She looked at the bowl again. Finally, she relented and took a cautious bite. Chen Ren watched her closely, a satisfied smile tugging at his lips. The pride of a cook settled deep in his heart. The last few days had been spent in a relentless pursuit of perfection. Rice noodles were a simple dish, yet within that simplicity lay countless possibilities. He had worked tirelessly, refining the texture and firmness of the noodles, adjusting the broth, and adding just the right amount of vegetables to enhance the taste. Seeing Tang Yuchio's expression soften as she ate, he knew he had succeeded in conquering the tastes of probably his richest customer until date. Arnu. He recalled her father was quite the foodie, and because of that, she had eaten quite a lot of different types of dishes. If his noodles could impress her, then he definitely had the required skills to make it big. When she finally finished, Tang Yuchio looked at him, her gaze softened by a touch of wonder. It was good. Chen Ren's smile widened. Would you like secans? She hesitated, her pride flaring up again, but from how she looked at the noodles, it was clear that the allure of them was undeniable for her. After a moment's pause, she nodded, albeit reluctantly. As he handed her another bowl, he couldn't help but tease. Mind if I finish distributing the rest to the servants? There's a lot of noodles, and you can't eat it all, right? Tang Yuchio glared at him, a mix of irritation and amusement in her eyes. Obviously not. You can continue. We can't waste food. With a light chuckle, Chen Ren resumed serving the noodles, the servants smiling appreciatively as they received their portions. As he worked, he could feel Tang Yuchio's gaze on him, her curiosity growing with each passing moment. What are you doing with these noodles anyway? She finally asked, her tone laced with suspicion. Are the bars closed, or have they finally decided to kick you out due to pending tabs? Why are you here cooking these dishes? No, Chen Ren replied, his tone steady as he finished handing out a bowl of noodles. I'm not interested in bars anymore. Tang Yuchio blinked, clearly taken aback by his response. You're not. Chen Ren shook his head. No, I'm doing this to test out a business idea. Are you serious? Chen Ren sighed, more to himself than to her. Why does everyone think I'm not serious? Yes, I'm serious. Very serious. That's why I developed these noodles, and I'm going to start selling them tomorrow. Tang Yuchio's expression remained doubtful. I don't believe it. Chen Ren's lips curled into a confident smile. Then come see it for yourself. Do you really think I'm just giving noodles out here for fun? Unauthorized usage. This narrative is on Amazon without the author's consent. Report any sightings. She hesitated, clearly torn between disbelief and curiosity. Finally, she nodded. Sure, I will, she said, setting her bowl down and preparing to leave. But before she could step away, Chen Ren gently reached out and grasped her hand. Tang Yuchio's eyes flared with anger, her posture stiffening as she shot a glare at him. Touching her like that, especially in front of the servants, was a breach of decorum, bordering on something far more intimate. What do you think you're doing? She demanded. Chen Ren quickly released her hand, his expression earnest. Let me buy 10 pounds of rice from you. What? I really want to sell these noodles, Chen Ren explained. Right now, I'm using ingredients from the guest room kitchen, but if I were to sell them, I can't keep doing that. There's honor and ethics in business, and I want to do this the right way, unless you have fallen for my noodles and want to donate the ingredients. Tang Yuchio studied him for a long moment, ignoring his last few words before replying, I won't sell it cheap. Chen Ren nodded, undeterred. We can negotiate. Right now, I don't need a lot, but if this works, we can talk about a bigger purchase. Tang Yuchio gave a thoughtful nod. Let's talk tomorrow, she said before turning to leave, her posture more composed than before. Early the next morning, Chen Ren found himself standing with Tang Yuchio in a quiet corner of the Tang clan storage area, the soft light of dawn casting long shadows over the bags of rice stacked neatly along the walls. A few guards stood nearby alongside Tang Yuchio's maid, their faces blank as they did nothing more than to add to the background. Ignoring them, he focused on the rice bags. He needed just 10 pounds for now, enough to test his idea and see how the evening crowd would react to them. Tang Yuchio watched him closely as he inspected the rice on his palms, her expression unreadable. The grains were clean and polished to a near-perfect sheen. It was above average, at least, definitely not the cheap stuff. Setting the small sample back down, he looked up at her. As 1 pound was priced around 4 to 10 copper, depending on the quality, Chen Ren thought for a moment. "I'll give you 5 copper per pound," he said, his tone straightforward. Tang Yuchio arched an eyebrow, her voice firm. 10 copper. This rice is worth way more than what you're offering. Chen Ren resisted the urge to sigh. He knew this wouldn't be easy. It's good quality, but 10 copper is too much. 6 copper per pound, and I'll take 10 pounds. She crossed her arms, clearly not inclined to back down. 9 copper, and that's my final offer. Chen Ren shook his head, a small smile playing on his lips. 7 copper is fair for both of us. I'm not asking for charity, just a reasonable price. 7 copper, and I'll consider this a done deal. Either way, this is probably not much for you to gather, and I'm giving you a good opportunity to make a small profit. Tang Yuchio narrowed her eyes, sensing the determination in his voice. After a long moment of silence, she relented with a slight nod. Fine, 7 copper per pound, but don't expect this kind of generosity next time. Chen Ren chuckled, pleased with the outcome. I wouldn't dream of it. With the negotiations settled, Chen Ren quickly weighed out 10 pounds of rice and handed over the agreed amount of copper coins. As he turned to leave, he noticed the young miss watching him with an expression of mild surprise. You're good at this, Tang Yuchio remarked, almost as if she couldn't quite believe it. I didn't know your clan birthed merchants too. Chen Ren offered her a modest smile. They don't. At least not anyone I can remember. But they do have cultivators with a silver tongue who strive to get more than what's in their fate. You can think of me as one of them. Either way, I'll see you around, young miss. She nodded, still looking a bit stunned as he walked away, using a guard to carry the rice back to his temporary kitchen in the guest courtyard. Honestly, he didn't need any help, but he was still a guest and a cultivator, and it wouldn't look good for him to carry all that load. Though he guessed that he was either way going to break a few cultivation conventions by selling noodles on a stall. The rest of the morning was peaceful. As it was going to be his start of the stall, he had to inform his servants he won't be giving out more noodles to them. At the same time, he needed to make sure he had everything before he ventured to the streets. He already got the permit, so he just needed to prepare the ingredients and the stall. Chen Ren soaked the rice carefully, taking his time with every batch he took to wash. He also got a few vegetables. He wasn't going to add them in the regular noodles, but he could always add more variety for more money. As the grains soaked, he turned his attention to setting up his stall. Carpentry wasn't his strong suit, so he scoured the Tang Clan manor until he found an old and used stall in the old storage room. It wasn't much to look at, cheap, weathered wood with a few splinters sticking out, but it would do for now. As long as he had space to create noodles, he wouldn't bother to complain. He hauled it back to the guest courtyard and set it up, giving it a quick once-over to ensure it was stable. Next, he paid 4 coppers for a set of cheap bowls. They were plain and unadorned, but they would serve their purpose. Finally, he set to work on a signboard. His drawing skills were decent, and he carefully sketched out a simple image of a steaming bowl of noodles. Below it, he wrote in neat characters, "Rice noodles, 5 copper one." He knew that most of the population was illiterate, so the drawing would have to do most of the work. The image of the noodles, simple as it was, would hopefully catch the eye of anyone passing by. As the day went on, he felt more and more that he was ready. The stall was there, the rice noodles were prepared, and the signboard was prominently displayed. It was going to be the first evening of his first business venture in this new world. Chen Ren stood in the marketplace, setting up his modest stall in one of the few empty spots that were left. Tang Xiaolan was by his side, helping him arrange the bowls and make sure everything was in place. It was a simple setup, nothing fancy, but it was all he needed to get started. As they finished arranging everything, old man Tian from the skewer stall across the way wandered over, eyeing Chen Ren's stall. I didn't expect to see the young master personally selling stuff, he said, his tone both amused and respectful. Chen Ren smiled and shrugged. I wanted to cook, and there's nothing better than seeing the satisfaction on people's faces when they enjoy good food. The old man nodded, looking around at the crude setup before asking, "So, what are you selling?" "Noodles," Chen Ren replied simply, gesturing to the signboard with the drawing of the rice noodles. The old man squinted at the sign, clearly puzzled. "Noodles, eh? Never heard of them. How much, young master?" 5 copper per bowl, 7 for vegetable rice noodles, Chen Ren said, hopeful that the man's curiosity might lead to a sale. But the old man shook his head, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. 5 copper, huh? Too much for a dish I never heard of. I think I'll stick to my skewers." With that, he moved back to his own stall, leaving Chen Ren and Tang Xiulan to wait. Chen Ren didn't think of it much either. Was the noodles overpriced? Not in any way. If anything, he had observed, calculated, and measured if it was worth the price they were selling. Expectedly, anyone with a brain would know that it is. After Old Man Tian returned to his stall, Chen Ren and Xiulan waited. They waited and waited. As the minutes turned into hours, not a single customer approached their stall. The market was lively, with the other stalls busy with activity, but Chen Ren's corner remained stubbornly quiet. He could feel the stress of each passing moment, the growing tension gnawing at the back of his mind. He couldn't blame the crowd. His stall, with its plain appearance and lack of seating, didn't exactly scream for attention. Plus, he was offering something completely new. A slow start was to be expected. But as the second hour dragged on without a single customer, Chen Ren's patience began to wear thin. He glanced over at the Old Man Tian's skewer stall, which was surrounded by people. The old man noticed him watching, and with a mischievous glint in his eye, gave a smile that only served to stoke the embers of Chen Ren's frustration. "I'll show him how to get a stall running," Chen Ren muttered under his breath, his jaw tightening in determination. Tang Xiulan, who had been quietly observing the situation, looked up at him with curiosity. "What are you going to do, young master?" He didn't answer right away as his mind worked. In this world, most of the online marketing stuff he knew was useless, and he had to rely more on word of mouth to attract attention. But if no one tried his noodles, there was never going to be any of that. The more he thought, the more he felt like he was close to getting an idea, until his expression brightened with sudden inspiration. "I have a great idea," he said, a sly grin spreading across his face. Once it works, Old Man Tian would change his sly grin to one of envy. Chen Ren stood at his humble stall, the scent of freshly made rice noodles wafting through the air. Ever since he'd been making those noodles, he felt like he smelled of rice noodles and broth. He looked around, taking in the sights and sounds. Lines and lines of stalls lined in the street, each vendor shouting out their wares with practiced fervor. Brightly colored banners fluttered in the wind, and the mixture of haggling voices melded with the clatter of carts and the laughter of children. He had overestimated himself. Just because he had a product from Earth, he had thought it would be an instant success in this world. After all, it had worked back in the Tang clan's courtyard, servants lining up daily, eagerly awaiting his latest batch of noodles. But he realized now that there had been more to their enthusiasm than just the taste. They were curious about the novelty he brought with him, intrigued by his sudden transformation from a disinterested youth to a diligent cook. And, of course, the noodles were free. Out here, on the crowded streets of the city, it was a different story. His stall was just another face in the crowd, blending in with the myriad of other food vendors and merchants selling everything from exotic spices to handmade trinkets. No one stopped, no one even glanced his way. He was invisible among the throng, another forgettable peddler with no charm or allure to his setup. Chen Ren frowned, tapping his finger against the wooden counter. He needed to rethink his approach. Marketing, that was the key. Back on Earth, businesses rose and fell on the strength of word of mouth. He had learned that firsthand during his brief stint working in a noodle shop back in high school. He needed to create a buzz, and he had just the trick to get people talking. All he needed was a little bit of attention, something to draw in the first few customers, and let word of mouth do the rest. His eyes roamed over the crowd, searching for inspiration. There were merchants haggling over prices, nobles in fine silks moving through the market with their retinues, farmers with weather-beaten faces hauling produce, and beggars crouched by the roadside, holding out their hands for alms. He took it all in, letting the chaos wash over him. Then, his gaze fell on a group of children huddled near the entrance of a narrow alley on the other side of the street. They were scruffy and tiny, with eyes wide with hunger and curiosity as they watched the busy stalls and the food being sold. Every now and then, they whispered among themselves, heads ducked low, as if trying not to draw attention to themselves. It was clear to anyone who would look at them to know what they were planning to do. A smile tugged at Chen Ren's lips. They were the ones he was looking for. He walked with a slow, deliberate pace, blending into the sea of people as if he were part of the marketplace's very fabric. His steps were light, like a leaf drifting along a stream. He approached the group of children huddled near the alleyway, without them even noticing. "Hello there," he said softly, coming to a stop just a few feet away from the kids. The children jumped at his voice, their eyes going wide with fear. One of the younger boys, his face dirty and hair a matted mess, blurted out, "We haven't stolen anything, I swear." Chen Ren chuckled, shaking his head. "I know you haven't," he replied, his tone gentle but knowing. "But I also know you were just about to." The kids froze, their expressions shifting from fear to sheer panic. Their eyes darted around, looking for an escape route, and he could see them inching backward, ready to bolt at the first sign of trouble. Wait. Chen Ren raised his hands, palms out in a gesture of peace. "I'm not here to reprimand you or turn you in. I actually have a job for you, and if you do it well, I'll feed you. How does that sound?" The children hesitated, still on edge, but his words made them pause. Hunger and curiosity warred in their eyes, and they glanced at each other's uncertainty. Finally, one of the older boys, who looked to be around 12, asked, "What kind of job?" Before Chen Ren could answer, a girl with sharp eyes and roughly chopped hair stepped forward, her arms crossed over her chest. "We shouldn't listen to him," she said to the others. Then she turned her gaze to Chen Ren, suspicion etched across her features. "We're not joining any gangs, mister." Chen Ren raised an eyebrow, amused. "Do I really look like a ruffian to you?" He gestured to his simple clothes, clean and well-maintained, and then pointed toward his stall. "I run that food stall over there. The job is straightforward, nothing dangerous. And once it's done, you'll get to eat your fill." The girl hesitated, her eyes flicking back and forth between Chen Ren and the other children. He could see the wheels turning in her head as she weighed her options. Finally, she gave a slow nod, her stance relaxing slightly. "All right, what's the job?" Chen Ren crouched down to their level. "All you need to do is spread a little word around the marketplace and in a few specific places. Tell them what exactly I tell you. Simple, right? Don't worry about the details. I will let you know about that." With diuresis. The kids exchanged glances, still not sure of Chen Ren, but the job seemed simple enough. Taking a final glance at the food stall, the girl nodded, staring right at him. "We can do that. Just don't go back on your words." After a long, exhausting day of crunching numbers and balancing ledgers at the city lord's palace, Scholar Liu would emerge from the building, his mind still buzzing with calculations. The sun hung low in the sky, reminding him how long it had been since he walked inside the building. His stomach rumbled loudly, again reminding him that he hadn't had a chance to eat lunch. He grimaced slightly, rubbing his hand over his belly as he considered grabbing some street food on the way home. He was young and hadn't gotten the chance to select a bride, which meant that if he went home like this, he would have to cook himself. That was the last thing Liu wanted to do right now. All he needed was some good food and a bed to rest to get over the tiredness of the long day. As he stepped onto the cobblestone street, a shrill voice cut through the crowd. "Free noodles. Free noodles on Market Street. Tried out today only. Special noodles from the Eastern tribes, now available right here in Cloud Mist City. For free." Liu turned his head toward the source of the noise and spotted a young boy, his face streaked with dirt and his clothes worn and threadbare. The boy was standing on a crate, shouting with all his might. Despite his apparent shyness, he was doing his best to advertise, his eyes darting nervously over the growing crowd around him. The scholar adjusted his robes, glancing around at the people who had gathered to watch. Most of them were locals, their curiosity piqued by the promise of free food. The boy's proclamation had even caught the attention of a few wealthier passers-by. Their eyes narrowed with interest. Lu Wen's gaze returned to the boy, and he couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. Clearly, the child was trying to earn some coin, but the mention of the Eastern tribe's cuisine had truly caught his attention. Lu Wen stroked his beard thoughtfully. The Eastern tribes were a mysterious lot, known for their seclusion and rugged lifestyle that lived east to Kalian Empire. They were hunters and warriors, living in the wilds, and often looked down upon as uncultured brutes by the refined citizens of the empire. Yet, there were always whispers about the quality of their food, robust flavors that could make even the most discerning palate dance in delightment. He had heard stories of spicy broths and smoky meats, dishes so flavorful that they lingered in one's memory long after the meal was over. It was said that they harvested special spices, making their meals a delight to feast on, and he knew a few emerging sects had tried to encroach upon their territory for the spices, but had been held back due to the terrain. Hence, their food was famous, especially among the upper class. Unauthorized use. This story is on Amazon without permission from the author. Report any sightings. Unfortunately, the opportunity to taste such exotic cuisine rarely presented itself in the Empire, let alone in Cloud Mist City. As Lu Wen pondered over this unexpected chance, the boy's eyes met his. Seizing the moment, the boy pointed directly at him, his voice cracking slightly as he shouted, "Sir, if you want to try these special noodles, you better hurry to Market Street. Look for the stall with the red banner. If you don't go fast, the delicacy will run." The boy's earnestness brought a smile to Lu Wen's lips. He knew a marketing ploy when he saw one, but the child's enthusiasm was contagious. And, truth be told, the scholar was intrigued. He had missed lunch, and his stomach growled again, this time with renewed vigor. A taste of the Eastern tribe's cuisine was an opportunity he couldn't pass up. Nodding to himself, he adjusted his hat and made his way toward Market Street, weaving through the crowd. He could hear the boy's voice behind him, still shouting, still pulling in more curious onlookers. As he walked, Lu Wen couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Today had been a trying day, but perhaps, just perhaps, it would end on a high note with a belly-full exotic dish, noodles, the child said. As he approached the center of Market Street, it didn't take long for him to spot the noodle stand. It was right opposite to the usual spot where he bought skewers from Old Man Tion. A man stood on a small wooden crate in front of a stall, his voice being the loudest of the noise of the crowd. "Free noodles. Free noodles. Eastern delicacy, right here in Cloud Mist City. Come and get your free bowl today." The man's shout attracted quite a crowd. Lu Wen pushed his way gently through the people, his eyes scanning the scene. A young girl stood beside the man, carefully handing out bowls of steaming noodles to those who approached. The man looked oddly out of place among the typical street vendors. His clothes, while not extravagant, were far too fine for a commoner, giving him an air that contrasted sharply with the usual rough-and-tumble sellers that lined Market Street. Even his face held a certain charm, rare for the place. As Lu Wen moved closer, his eyes landed on a small sign propped up on the side of the stall, listing the prices, 5 coppers per bowl. Confused, he turned to the man standing on the crate. "Are the noodles free, or are they 5 coppers one?" he asked, pointing to the sign. The man smiled warmly, hopping down from his perch. "They're free today," he said cheerfully. "Would you like a bowl?" Lu Wen glanced around, observing the expressions of those already eating. The faces of the customers were filled with surprise and pleasure, and the aroma wafting from the stall was tantalizing. His gaze met with a woman who was savoring the dish as if it was her last meal. He almost gasped when she drank the broth in one go. He quickly withdrew his gaze and looked at the delicacy called noodles that he had never heard of before. They were long, thin strands swimming in a rich, fragrant broth that sizzled. His stomach grumbled once again, and he nodded. "Yes, I'll take a bowl." With a swift, practiced motion, the girl beside the man ladled a generous portion of noodles into a bowl and handed it over. "Here you go," she chirped, her eyes lit up. As Lu Wen accepted the bowl, the man behind the stall leaned forward slightly, his gaze friendly and curious. "I couldn't help but notice you read the sign. Are you a scholar or a learned man, by chance? Luwen raised an eyebrow, caught slightly off guard by the question. Yes, I am a scholar, he replied. Do I look like one? The man chuckled, nodding. Indeed, you do. You have the air of a distinguished gentleman, someone well-versed in the ways of the world. His words were smooth, his tone sincere, and Luwen couldn't help but feel a small swell of pride at the compliment. Thank you, he said, a slight smile tugging at his lips. It wasn't every day that his scholarly status was acknowledged outside of the palace. He took a moment to study the man again, still puzzled by his refined demeanor. Well, please enjoy, the man continued, gesturing to the bowl in Luwen's hands. If you like the noodles, please mention them to your colleagues at the City Lord's palace, he suggested. I'm sure they would love to try it too. Luwen nodded, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. I will, if I like it, he replied, taking his first proper bite of the noodles. As the soft, chewy strands melted in his mouth, his eyebrows shot up in surprise. The noodles had a delightful texture, with just the right amount of firmness, and the broth. Oh, the broth. It was rich and full of complex flavors that danced on his tongue. If he didn't know better, he'd be tearing up for how good the noodles were. There were a few vegetables in it, and they were cooked to perfection, just tender enough to bite through, but still retaining a satisfying crunch. They provided a refreshing contrast to the rich, savory broth that soaked into the noodles. He quickly dug in for another bite, and another, finding each mouthful better than the last. In what felt like no time at all, he had finished the entire bowl, but his hunger was far from satiated. Without a second thought, he looked up at the vendor and said, "Give me one more." It was excellent. The vendor, still smiling, shook his head. I'm afraid each person can only have one free bowl. However, if you'd like another, you can purchase it for 5 coppers. Also, you actually tried our vegetable rice noodles that come at 7 coppers per bowl. Luwen glanced around, considering his options. He could see other food stalls nearby, with skewers and buns, but the lingering taste of the noodles on his tongue made his decision for him. He felt a craving that wouldn't be satisfied by anything else. With a small sigh of defeat, he reached into his pouch and tossed the coins onto the counter. Sure, take it, he said, unable to hide his eagerness. The vendor's smile widened. Thank you. I'll make this bowl myself, he said, turning to prepare another serving. Luwen watched as the man skillfully scooped the noodles and broth into a fresh bowl. The way he moved spoke of someone who knew exactly what they were doing. In moments, another steaming bowl was placed in front of him, and Luwen wasted no time digging in. After turning away the last group of customers that had arrived too late to try the free noodles, Chen Ren turned and walked over to a small group huddled around a wooden bench. The children who had been shouting in the streets earlier were now seated, each with a bowl of noodles in hand, eagerly slurping down their meal. The young girl who had been the most suspicious of him before looked at the noodles with glinting eyes, her face bright as she ate. He crouched down beside them and gently patted the girl on the head. You all did well today, he said warmly. Keep up the good work. Thank you. The young girl yelled in happiness. She slurped the last bit of the broth. Chen Ren stood up, looking down at the children with a satisfied nod. As he turned back toward his stall, he felt a sense of fulfillment wash over him. Not only had his plan to attract more customers worked, but he had also been able to provide a little kindness to those who needed it most. For him, that was a reward far greater than any amount of silver or gold. But still, business is business. Thanks to his clever scheme, most of the noodles he had prepared for the day were sold out, drawing in a steady stream of curious customers. The promise of free noodles had lured them in, and, as expected, a fair number had come just to try something new without spending a coin. However, 6 of them had been so impressed that they purchased a second bowl, earning him a modest 34 copper coins. He was still at a loss with how much the pounds of rice had cost, but he didn't care about it. As the day wound down and the crowd thinned, Chen Ren assessed the stall's remaining supplies, realizing they were nearly out of everything. It was a good problem to have, he thought, given this was only the first day. He had hoped to create a buzz, and it seemed like his plan was working. As he instructed Tang Xiulan to pack up the stall, he saw a shadow fall over him. Though he'd like it if it was a customer, it was Old Man Tian, one of the longtime street vendors who had seen many young and hopeful food vendors come and go. His words to be exact. "You got quite a lot of customers today, young master," he remarked, eyeing the empty noodle pots. "People do like free food." Chen Ren didn't take offense at the comment, instead replying with a shrug. "They do. And if it's good, they'll come back." Old Man Tian scratched his chin thoughtfully. "I don't know about that. People paying for something and getting it for free are two different things. When they get something for free, they're often reluctant to pay for it next time." Chen Ren nodded, understanding the point. "True, but only if the product isn't good enough for them to feel it's worth paying for. We'll see how things go tomorrow, one way or another." Old Man Tian raised an eyebrow, clearly skeptical. "Are you really planning to be back here tomorrow?" "I will be," he replied confidently. The old man nodded, his lips curling into a knowing smirk, as if he thought this young, new, idealistic, foolish young master was wasting his time. "Well, good luck to you then," he said before turning and walking away, his gait slow but steady. As Old Man Tian disappeared into the crowd, Tang Xiulan turned to Chen Ren. "He's not exactly wrong, you know. We sold out because it was free, but we're going to take a big loss if this keeps up." "I know," he replied, glancing around at the remaining ingredients and the coins he had made. "But it was just a one-day thing to get the word out. Besides, I don't have much money left to keep this up for long." He paused, thinking about the meager funds he had managed to scrape together. Over the past few days, he had scrounged through his clothes and belongings, finding about 8 silver when hidden in various pockets and pouches. It wasn't much, but it was all he had to keep his fledgling business afloat. If things didn't turn around soon, he might have to start selling his clothes just to get by. "But my plan wasn't just to give out free food to spread the word," he continued. "There's more to it than that. You'll see tomorrow. I'm pretty confident Old Man Tian is going to be in for a big surprise." Tang Xiulan frowned at that. Her mouth opened and closed as if she was deciding if she should ask. Chen Ren patiently waited until she pursed her lips only to open them and question. "Oh, what are you planning?" "You'll have to wait and see. Let's just say I have a few tricks up my sleeve." With that, he finished packing up the stall, his mind already racing with ideas for the next day. Tang Xiulan shook her head, already having predicted his answer. Chen Ren knew he had taken a risk for the business with the current amount of equity they had by giving out free food, but he was betting on the quality of his noodles and the curiosity of the people. If he could turn that curiosity into regular customers, then today's investment would be well worth it. And if things went according to plan, tomorrow would be a turning point, one that even Old Man Tian wouldn't see coming. Tang Xiulan wiped her brow as she and Chen Ren finished the day's work. The sun had already long set, calming things around the courtyard from the busy state that they'd been in the morning, but she still had some energy left. She helped Chen Ren carry the stall and bowls back to the guest courtyard. Despite her initial reluctance, she had grown accustomed to their routine, though she still found his behavior puzzling. Once they had set everything down, Chen Ren turned to her with a small smile. "Thanks for the help, Xiulan. I appreciate it. I will see you tomorrow." Tang Xiulan nodded, caught off guard by his politeness yet again. No matter how many times he thanked her or spoke to her kindly, she couldn't quite get used to it. It wasn't just the words, but the way he looked at her, as if she were a person, not just a mortal to be looked down upon. It was an unfamiliar sensation coming from Chen Ren, who only ever treated people as livestock rather than humans. She recalled when he had first come to live with Chen Clan and had nearly crippled a maid because she had dared to take out his clothes to wash without asking. Although he had spared her later on, Tang Xiulan still recalled the look in his eyes. But now he was different. Like always, she wondered upon the reason for this transformation. There were only a few times in her life when she had seen people changing to this degree. Most of those moments revolved around the other maids or young girls from Tang Clan who would change drastically after getting their hearts broken by guys who never wanted to take responsibilities. They would then grow bitter, becoming shadows of their real selves. Maybe Chen Ren was like that too. Maybe his own heartbreak was the fight he lost, the one that seemed to have changed him so completely. She didn't know all the details, but she could see it in his eyes. Whatever pride or arrogance he once had seemed to have been stripped away, replaced by a quiet grit that was hard to ignore. The only difference was that rather than growing bitter, he had gained humanity and humility, things she never expected him to ever possess. As these thoughts ran through her mind, Tang Xiaolan began her walk towards the main manor. Her feet moved almost automatically along the familiar path, the stone walkway worn smooth by weather and years of use. The manor was right ahead, a grand structure of carefully done woodwork and stone walls that seemed imposing. Carvings of dragons and phoenixes covered the eaves, their fierce gazes seeming to watch over the clan and protect them from calamities. The roof tiles were a deep, dark blue, catching the last light of the sun and reflecting it in a soft glow. She passed through a smaller gate that led to the inner courtyard. It wasn't her quarters, but she had business here today. As she approached the gate to the main building, she saw two guards standing at attention. They nodded to her as she came closer, their expressions neutral. "Wait here for a minute," one of them said, already familiar with her visits. Tang Xiaolan waited patiently, her thoughts still on Chen Ren and the peculiar path his life seemed to be taking. A minute later, the guard returned and motioned for her to enter. Taking a deep breath, she stepped through the gate and into the main hall. The room had just a few candles flickering in the corners. The air was thick with the scent of incense, a constant in the Tang manor. In the center of the room sat an older man, his hair gray and thinning, his cheeks sunken and pale. A neatly trimmed mustache framed his thin lips, giving him an appearance that was hard to read. This was the head of the Tang clan, the young Miss Father, Tang Jihao. He looked up as Tang Xiaolan entered, his eyes sharp despite his frail appearance. Tang Xiaolan bowed deeply and tried her best to keep her voice steady as she spoke. "I am here to report." Tang Xiaolan kept her head bowed for a moment longer before speaking. Young Master Chen Ren started his stall today. She began, her voice clear but respectful. He managed to sell all the noodles he had prepared. The old man's eyes widened slightly, his gaze sharpening as he looked at her. "All of them?" he asked, his tone incredulous. "Ow!" Tang Xiaolan nodded, and then gave a brief summary of Chen Ren's marketing techniques. She started by saying how he didn't get a lot of customers at first, but used the slum-dwelling kids to advertise free noodles in exchange for feeding them. He also attached the label of it being a delicacy from the eastern tribes. Once people heard about free food, quite a lot of them came to try, and according to Chen Ren, they were going to spread word of mouth, and the noodles will start to do better and better. It was a surprise to me, she admitted, but he seemed to think it would help with the sales starting tomorrow. Tang Jihao listened carefully, nodding as she spoke. When she finished, he leaned back in his chair and asked, "These noodles, are they actually from the tribes?" "I did ask him," Tang Xiaolan replied, "but the young master said it doesn't matter if they are or not. People just need to believe they're an exotic delicacy. It's not like the tribes are going to come to Cloud Mist City to do anything about it." At that, a small smile appeared on the old man's lips. "Chen Ren is more brazen than I expected," he mused, "but also smart." His expression grew thoughtful. "Is he still acting strange?" Tang Xiaolan nodded again. "Yes, master. His personality has changed. I don't think it's a facade. If it were, he would have let it slip by now. But he hasn't." Tang Jihao's eyes narrowed. His sunken eyes seemed to look scarier, but Tang Xiaolan didn't let it show it on her face. "That's interesting. If his personality truly has changed, then perhaps it's worth not kicking him out just yet." Tang Xiaolan hesitated for a moment before speaking up. "Master, may I ask something?" He glanced at her, curious. "Go ahead. Why don't you just kick him out?" she asked. "Is it because of the young miss?" Unauthorized usage. This narrative is on Amazon without the author's consent. Report any sightings. Tang Jihao's smile returned, a hint of amusement in his eyes. He didn't answer immediately, letting the silence stretch just long enough to make Tang Xiaolan wonder if she had overstepped. Then, finally he spoke. "Partly yes. At least, that was the case when Chen Ren first walked in. It seemed like a golden opportunity to tie my daughter to a cultivator. As you know, she didn't have the gift of immortality in her body, and with her marrying a cultivator, At least the future generations will have a better chance. But with Chen Ren's personality back then, I threw that idea away. He was arrogant, reckless, definitely not the kind of person I wanted to associate with my daughter. He paused, rubbing his beard. Even now, with his new personality, I'm not rushing into anything. It's not been long enough to see if the change is permanent. But I have to admit, it's the first time I've seen a cultivator take an interest in business, especially one like a street stall. Most cultivators don't see beyond selling pills or beast parts, and they usually keep to their sects or clan. So, I really want to see what Chen Ren aims to achieve with this. Even if the man is, or was, a wastrel, he's still a cultivator. It's quite unusual for someone like that to end up selling something as simple as these noodles. It suggests something major has happened to him. I know of his clan, and they're an aggressive bunch. So him being a merchant is just going against everything his clan stands for. Tang Xiulan slowly took in those words. Her master wasn't wrong. Since Cloud Mist City was the closest place to Soaring Sword Sect, a guardian sect, there were a good number of cultivators in the city, and out of all of them, Chen Ren had slowly turned the strangest. I'll keep being with him, and keep an eye out, master. The old man gave a small smile and nodded. Good. But tell me, are the noodles actually good? I've heard from the servants that they are, but it wouldn't be proper for the head of the Tang clan to line up at a stall to eat. He chuckled softly. Tang Xiulan suppressed a smile, a bit of amusement flickering in her eyes. Of course, she thought to herself, the master was a gourmet. She bowed again, hiding her amusement. I'll make sure to bring some for you, master. Tang Jihao nodded, satisfied. Good. I look forward to trying them. Now go on, and let me know if you notice anything else strange with Chen Ren. Tang Xiulan bowed once more before leaving the room, a small smile tugging at her lips. For all his sternness, Master Tang could never resist good food. The next day, Chen Ren was up early, ready to start the stall once again. Thanks to the foresight of soaking the additional rice he had brought from Tang Yuqiu yesterday, he was able to open earlier than yesterday. The next day, Chen Ren was up early, ready to start the stall once again. Thanks to the foresight of soaking the additional rice he had brought from Tang Yuqiu yesterday, he was able to open earlier than yesterday. A part of him was eager to catch the morning crowd, those on their way to work or leaving their homes for various errands. He wanted to see if he could attract some early customers with his noodles. As always, Old Man Tian was already there, a constant presence in the early hours. He gave a short bow to Chen Ren when he saw him strolling up with Tang Xiulan by his side. Chen Ren returned the gesture with a nod, but didn't say much. Instead, he busied himself setting up the stall, arranging the bowls, and preparing the ingredients for the day. Once everything was ready, Chen Ren sat down, waiting with calm patience. Occasionally, he would call out to people rushing by who cast curious glances at his stall. His voice was friendly but firm, a gentle nudge to consider stopping for a bowl of noodles. Despite his efforts, the morning was slow. Throughout the early hours, he managed to sell only 2 bowls, far fewer than the other stalls nearby. Still, a smile lingered on Chen Ren's face as he waited, his eyes occasionally drifting to the street, watching the flow of people. Tang Xiulan noticed this and tilted her head, puzzled. Why do you look so happy, young master? She asked, getting more casual with him by the day. Chen Ren turned to her, his smile widening slightly. I'm just anticipating lunchtime, he replied. Things should start to change then if I'm right. From what I know, a lot of people go out to eat at local restaurants and stalls during lunch, at least those that don't own their own shops in their homes. And if the marketing from yesterday worked as expected, then they'll be looking to try my noodles today. As he spoke, he could feel a sense of anticipation bubbling in his heart and nerves. This was the moment he had been waiting for, the real test of his efforts. The free food wasn't just to spread word of mouth in the common public. He had deliberately sent the kids to areas where a lot of people work together, such as the places with big forges, the city lord offices, and other similar areas. If he was right, then if even a few of his customers from yesterday had done what they promised, he would be quite busy as the day went by. He glanced at the sun climbing higher in the sky, marking the approach of midday. Please, don't let me down. Lu Wen stretched his arms above his head, feeling the tension release from his shoulders as lunchtime finally arrived. He bent further and heard his spine crack. Ah, the relief. Soon, it turned into embarrassment when his stomach rumbled, a clear sign that it was time to find something to eat. He made his way out of the office where he worked, joining the steady stream of people leaving their own workspaces in search of a meal. Everyone who worked in the city lord's office had specific things they liked during lunch. Some would bring their own lunch, but most would go out to eat in nearby restaurants and stalls. There were also those who were loyal to specific places and would eat similar things every day. He wasn't one of them, liking to savor different kinds of food. As Luan moved down the street, he found himself walking beside a group of fellow workers, deep in discussion about lunch plans. Zhang Wei, Lin Feng, and Yuang Bo, a close friend trio that would always hang out for lunch, were talking very loudly. "Should we try something different today?" Zhang Wei suggested, his eyes twinkling with the thought of lunch itself. "I heard there's a new place by the river that serves amazing dumplings." Lin Feng, who walked in the middle, shook his head. "I'm in the mood for something simple," he said, his tone decisive. "How about the chicken skewers from a stall on the corner? Can't go wrong with those. Or maybe some hot buns. I heard they have a new filling today." Yuang Bo's excitement was palpable, and he rubbed his hands together, imagining the taste. The three continued their animated debate, tossing around different ideas until Luan felt that they noticed him walking quietly beside them. "Hey, Luan," Yuan Bo called out, grinning. "Where do you want to go for lunch?" Luan paused, suddenly remembering what the noodle stall owner had told him the day before about promoting his new stall. And truth be told, after tasting 2 bowls, he has been craving noodles ever since he started thinking about lunch. "Actually," he began, trying to keep his voice casual, "there's a new stall I heard about that's selling some kind of Eastern tribe delicacy. They call it noodles. Supposedly, it's really good." At this, Zhang Wei's eyes widened with interest. "Noodles, you say? An Eastern tribe delicacy?" he repeated, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "I've never had anything like that before. Could be worth a try. Yeah, why not? I'm up for something different today. Lead the way, Luan." Yuan Bo was practically bouncing on his feet. "An adventure for the taste buds. Let's do it." Luan smiled, pleased with their enthusiasm. As everyone was agreeable about trying out a new delicacy today, he found himself moving to the center of the group. He led them toward Market Street, where the noodle stall was set up. As they approached, he noticed something surprising. The area around the stall was already bustling with people, all eagerly slurping down noodles. The sight took him aback since he hadn't expected the stall to start doing such business in just a day. Just yesterday, they were giving out free noodles in a bid to attract people. "Looks like we're not the only ones who heard about this place," Zhang Wei said, grinning as he took in the crowd. "This must be the real deal." Luan nodded, a smile spreading across his face. "Looks like these noodles are going to be a big hit," he said aloud. His eyes moved towards the owner of the stall, who was handing out the bowls one by one with a smile on his face. "Everyone, please get in a queue. It's first come, first serve. All of you are going to get noodles today, so just stand for a while and prepare your stomachs for the best dish you will ever eat." As Luan and his group joined the line, the rich smell of freshly made noodles filled the air, and he could practically taste the delicacy all over again. The line of customers moved at a steady pace as they were being given bowls of rice noodles one after another. Chen Ren felt the stall buzzing like a hive with the people who continued to come and go, making his grin grow wider. Every time someone grabbed a bowl of steaming hot rice noodles, the sound of coins clinking into his hands was a sweet melody, the gratification of his hard work to make those dishes. What made it even sweeter was the sight of Tang Xiaolong glancing at him from time to time, all the while something akin to admiration sparkled in her eyes. Even old man Tian, who never treated his idea of running a stall seriously, stood frozen at a distance, mouth slightly opened while staring at the crowd gathered around his stall. Although Chen Ren took pride in what he had done in such a short time, he didn't let the attention he received swell his ego. With each bowl he served, he flashed a welcoming smile, heartfully thanking every customer and urging them to spread the word about his stall. "Please tell your friends about the stall," he said with a chuckle. "Come back tomorrow if you like it." I'll have more ready. Some nodded at his words, while others, lost in the flavor of the noodles, barely acknowledged him. But none left disappointed, a fact he didn't miss. He knew that regardless of their gratitude or the way they showed at the end, he gained profits by selling the noodles, and in return, the customer's hunger satiated. That was all that mattered. As he reached for the next bowl, he recognized someone from yesterday. There, standing before him, was the scholar who had bought an extra bowl from him, the one who he had requested to spread the word. Behind the scholar was a small group of people, clearly drawn by his recommendation. The scholar's knowing smile didn't go unnoticed by Chen Ren. "Ah, it's you again. Welcome back," he said, his eyes lighting up as he gave a subtle nod towards the small group behind the scholar. "Looks like your words worked wonders." The scholar gave a polite smile. "I just told the truth. Your noodles speak for themselves." "Ah, thank you anyway. So 1 bowl of rice noodles today?" "Yes, here's 5 coppers." He pulled 5 coppers from his pocket and handed them over. As Chen Ren handed the scholar a bowl and collected the money, a strange warmth flooded in his chest. It wasn't just any warmth. He felt his chi stirred, pulsing within his dantian in a way he hadn't felt before. He blinked, the sensation catching him off guard, but quickly shook it off. "Thank you." The scholar's voice pulled him out of his thought process. Chen Ren nodded with equal enthusiasm and focused on the rest of the crowd. Soon after, he found himself back to distributing bowls one after another. As the lunch crowd thinned, more satisfied customers left the stall with full bellies and content laughter. Each time Chen accepted their payment, the surges in his chi became more frequent, swirling stronger with every interaction. The energy in his core felt alive, almost reacting to the success of his little business. It was an odd feeling altogether because he didn't know why it was happening and what triggered his chi to swirl inside him like that. But there wasn't time to dwell on whatever was happening. By the time the rush ended, Chen Ren had sold nearly 24 bowls. Wiping his brow, he turned to Tang Xiaolan, who was covered in sweat, brows raised, but he didn't miss the satisfied smile on her face. "Good job today," he said, patting her on the shoulder. "We've got a bit of a break now before the evening crowd rolls in. Let's take it easy until then. Your trick worked better than I expected, young master." Chen Ren laughed. "If it didn't, I would have had to try something else. But this is only the beginning. We got to keep it up." As he spoke, movement caught the corner of his eye. A few kids stood nearby, watching the stall with wide eyes from an alley. They seemed hesitant to approach him, but they were firmly fixated on him. Those were the same kids whom he had asked for help before, the ones who agreed to spread the word in return for free food. He waved them over with a grin. "Hey, you all up for helping out again today? Same deal as tomorrow." Their eager nods were all the answer he needed. As the evening rolled in, the crowd grew larger than the day before. "Please give me a bowl. Is this the noodle stall I heard about?" Some kids have been shouting about it all over town, talking about how it's an Eastern delicacy. "Let's try and see how it is." People gathered around Chen Ren's stall, eager to try his noodles. Some were new faces, while others had returned for a second helping. Word of mouth was spreading like water ripples in a still pond, touching everyone in the path, and the kids he had recruited earlier were doing a great job promoting his business. Their lively voices rang through the city, calling out praises for his noodles, bringing in even more customers. Et with diaresis new ES. He felt relieved as he watched the growing line. If things continued like this, he'd be able to chip away at his debts sooner than he thought. Of course, that was still a distant goal, but he was finally beginning on something, and it had even started to work. Chen Ren believed that one simply needed to focus on their present, and the future would change accordingly to that. By the moment they reached evening, they had sold an additional 40 bowls, far exceeding his expectation. In fact, they ran out of noodles much earlier than planned, forcing them to close the stall and heavy-heartedly rejecting a few customers who had been waiting in line. It couldn't be helped since he hadn't bought the rice in bulk, not wanting to make such a big investment when the stall was still new. Though, now he could finally consider it. As Chen Ren began packing up, his eyes wandered around Old Man Tian's stall across the way, except it wasn't Old Man Tian manning it. A younger man who shared similar features with the skewer stall owner was tending to the customers. Probably his grandson. The narrative has been illicitly obtained. Should you discover it on Amazon, report the violation. Curious, Chen called out. Hello, he said. Where's the old man today? The young man glanced up, rubbing the back of his neck. Ah, he's sick. Told me to cover for him. Chen Ren smiled, wondering if old man Tian had run away out of dejection from doubting him. But it wasn't a big deal. He would return tomorrow, and at that time, he wondered what sort of expression the old man would wear on his face. For now, there was nothing more to be done besides this small talk. He returned to his stall, making sure to feed the kids who had helped with the advertising. Their eager faces lit up as they slurped the leftover noodles, and he was glad to share this with them. They had been the most helpful, aside from the customers who were so pleased with the noodles that they spread the word on their own, without Chen Ren having to ask. After cleaning up, he finally left the market alongside Tang Xiulan. The sky was already darkening, and the air had cooled considerably. Other than a slightly sore throat from yelling all day, Chen Ren couldn't feel any sort of tiredness. His body still felt as energized as new, and he even had the energy to take a lap or two around the city. Undoubtedly, this was all due to him being a cultivator, and by this point, he was glad that he had been transmigrated in the body of one. It was the only good point about being Chen Ren after all. If he had been a normal person, he would have been like Tang Xiulan, who looked tired and walked slowly, probably because of her aching feet after standing in one position all day. He would have loved to lower her workload, but that would only happen if the stall got more customers. We're going to need way more rice to soak now, Chen Ren said, breaking the silence and glancing over at her. The demands only going up. Xiulan nodded, a thoughtful look on her face. She waited for a few beats before she replied. I could talk to the young miss about it. See if we can get more supplies. Are you sure about that? He asked, a bit surprised. You've been following my orders all this time, but never asked to help out proactively. Don't tell me you fell in love with me. A faint blush crept on her cheeks, but she didn't look away. Xiulan hesitated for a moment, her head dipping slightly as she spoke. It's not that, young master. I wasn't sure of your plans at first, she admitted softly. I thought it was all just an act or ruse. But when I saw you making noodles day after day, using every trick to market and sell them, I realized you're serious about building a business. I want to help, if you'll let me. Chen Ren looked at her silently for a moment, then shifted his gaze toward the horizon, where the sun was setting in colors of red and orange. Then, in a calm voice, he asked, Is it because you genuinely want to help? Or is it to win my trust, so you can report back to the Tang clan head? Tang Xiulan flinched, her eyes widening in surprise. Chen Ren's expression remained unreadable, but inside, he debated whether he should have asked her that question or not. No, it's better to reveal to her that I know it. There's no point hiding it. He already knew Tang Xiulan acted as an informant for Tang Jihao since she had started following him around. It wasn't hard to figure out. He was living under someone else's roof, surrounded by servants that didn't work for him. Of course, everything he did would reach the ears of the Tang clan's head, and Xiulan, being the closest to him, was the obvious informant. Honestly, he didn't like it, but Tang Xiulan was extremely helpful, and he would simply struggle more if he didn't ask for any help and tried to do everything himself. Either way, spying on him wasn't a hard thing, and until now, Tang clan had done nothing more to make them his enemies. Instead, they had been helpful by giving him a place to stay. But if he wanted to bring Tang Xiulan closer to him, he needed to know her intentions better. Chen Ren waited patiently, watching her as she grappled with his accusation. After a long pause, she finally spoke, her voice shaky as she replied, I won't lie. I do report to the master, but I genuinely wish to work for you. Since I am a maid working for the Tang clan, it's inevitable that I can't hide anything from him, but I do enjoy making noodles and helping with the stall. If you let me, I want to be a part of its success, young master. Chen Ren nodded slowly, satisfied with her answer. At least she was being honest. If she didn't report to Tang Jihao, they'd just replace her with someone else, someone less trustworthy. He didn't want that. That's good enough, he said at last. From now on, you're my employee. Xiulan blinked, clearly taken aback. Employee? Chen Ren chuckled. It means you'll be working for me, in my stall, and whatever other businesses I end up running. In return, I'll pay you. You can report whatever you want to clan head as long as I'm living here, but from now on, you work for me. But I'm already getting paid by the clan, she said, still perplexed. This and that are different, Chen Ren replied, waving a hand dismissively. I can't pay you much since I'm still in debt, but I'll give you 5 silver in a month. I'll raise it once I've cleared what I owe. Deal. Xiaolan stared at him for a moment, clearly not expecting him to offer payment. Her expression softened, and she nodded slowly. Yes, that's acceptable. Chen Ren gave her a satisfied nod. Good. Now, go get more rice. I'll be sitting in the courtyard for a while. Without another word, Tang Xiaolan bowed her head slightly and headed off, leaving Chen Ren standing alone as the last light of the day faded into dark. Chen Ren sat down on the stone bench in the courtyard, stretching his muscles as he looked up at the night sky. He took a few breaths, regulating his breathing and then loosening his hands. They had been working tirelessly all day. Although he was fine physically, he was still mentally drained. He let his legs fall to the sides and relaxed them forward. I feel like I'm progressing every day with my goal of making money. Today had been tougher than expected, but the sales had gone well, and he'd even managed to promote Xiaolan as his official employee. If he kept it going this way, he might be able to run the stall from day to night and even establish more branches. Cloud Mist City was big, and Market Street wasn't the only place with street stalls. A small grin tugged at the corners of his lips as he thought about that. Still, now that the day was over, he had something else weighing on his mind. Something he had pushed aside since arriving in this strange new world. He had been preoccupied with setting up the noodle stall, adjusting to his new life, and figuring out how things worked around here. But each night, he found himself poring over the cultivation manuals he'd stumbled upon while searching Chen Ren's belongings, trying to make sense of the realms and the challenges that came with them. Fighting had never been his thing. He wasn't the type who sought out conflict. But in this world, strength wasn't just a luxury, it was a necessity. Sure, he was confident in his ability to amass wealth, but cultivation strength? That was an entirely different game. His talent for cultivation was abysmal, yet he knew he needed to give it a shot, at least. Especially with the strange chi surges he'd been feeling throughout the day. It wasn't painful, but it was certainly odd. He wasn't even supposed to be able to sense chi at this level. The 9 realms of cultivation, as the manuals explained, were body forging, chi refinement, foundation establishment, meridian expansion, core formation, domain manifestation, nascent soul, deity transformation, and transcendence. Only at the 2nd realm, chi refinement, were cultivators typically able to sense chi. For most cultivators at his level, body forging, it wasn't possible to sense chi until they reached the 9th star, which was known as the chi perception stage. Until then, the focus was on strengthening the body, sharpening the mind, and chanting mantras to align with the cultivation path. But here he was at the 3rd star of body forging, already able to sense chi like it was second nature. It made him wonder if his body had somehow gained a better talent through transmigration. He wasn't sure how that worked, but it was a theory that seemed increasingly likely. He closed his eyes, focusing inward, trying to peer into his own body to understand what was happening with the chi surges. But before he could delve too deeply, a sharp voice rang out, cutting through the quiet of the night. Imposter, I have come to judge you. Chen Ren's entire body tensed, his deep focus disturbed, and he heard the thrum of his raging heartbeat in his ears. His eyes darted around the courtyard, scanning for the source of the unfamiliar voice, but there was no one in sight. Yet he could hear the sound of footsteps on the floor. His gaze dropped to the ground, wondering if one of the debtors had hired a cultivator with a technique to turn invisible to deal with him before he noticed someone on the floor. His eyes widened in shock. Aren't you? Chen Ren paused, his eyes narrowing, as he wondered if what he was seeing and hearing was a reality or just something his mind was making up. He had memories of witnessing strange things that he would have regarded as breaking every law of physics and biology in his past life, but he never minded them, as they should be considered normal in this world. Now that it happened before him, his brain needed a good minute to register it. His eyes stared at the feline perched elegantly on the courtyard ground before finally speaking. "Aren't you the cat that Xiaolan feeds occasionally?" The cat turned its head slowly, regarding him with piercing, intelligent eyes. Its fur was a pristine white, thick and luxurious, flowing down like a waterfall down its broad frame. It was large for a cat, easily the size of a small dog. What were these cats called? Right, Maine Coon. Chen Ren remembered them as a majestic breed in every way possible. The cat's ears were tufted, the tips flicked ever so slightly, and its bushy tail stood high in the air, fluffy and imposing the surrounding area, as if it regarded it all its own. The fur there seemed even more voluminous, curling in thick waves that almost appeared alive. The creature blinked at him again. Its slitted eyes narrowed as the tail whipped sharply, an unmistakable tension taking place between them. Chen Ren couldn't help but let his eyes wander over it under the moonlit sky, but it wasn't the color, imposing size, immaculate coat, or piercing eyes that caught his attention the most. It was the flames. They danced and curled around its tail, licking the air in a slow, deliberate burn. They were subtle, more like embers of a dying fire, yet they crackled with life. Its eyes, a molten ember, glowed with an eerie light, not just bright but almost sentient. They locked onto him with a gaze that felt far too human. Chen Ren didn't know how or why, just that it spooked a part of him. Because despite the elegance in its posture, there was an air of menace. The tension in its raised tail wasn't just for show. This feline wasn't here for food or a casual encounter, if it wasn't obvious by now. His breathing slowed as he realized that in his memories, he had seen powerful cultivators unleash elemental techniques. But this was different. The cat's mouth parted, and a voice, smooth like honey, but sharp as a sword, cut through the thickened air. Unsurprisingly, as he guessed, it was a female cat. "I've been watching you ever since you took over Chen Ren's body, and I'm here for answers." Chen Ren's eyes widened, and his breath caught in his throat. The first surprise was his realizing that she knew he had taken over Chen Ren's body. But before he could process it, another shock hit him as he noticed that the constant presence he had felt trailing him wasn't one of the debtor's men, but the cat. Everything suddenly made sense as his mind raced. "I am Yalan," she continued, her flames flaring briefly as she spoke her name. "Now tell me, who are you?" He blinked, disbelief flooding him. How'd she know? His first thought was to chalk it up to his laziness compared to the original Chen Ren, but something told him that wasn't it. His gaze dropped to the fire trailing along her tail once more. No, it had to be something else. Something about her, some skill she possessed that allowed her to see through his facade. And now, that same skill had placed him under her scrutiny. Chen Ren hesitated, weighing his options. Should I lie, or confess the bizarre truth? One glance at the flames, still licking at the cat's tail, told him all he needed to know. He swallowed and spoke, his voice giving away the fact that he was nervous, even though he was just facing a damn cat. I don't know how I got here. I remember falling asleep, and the next thing I knew, I was Chen Ren. I have his memories, but I know they aren't mine. It's like remembering everything about someone else's life, but having no real connection to it. I didn't try to take over his body. It just happened. I didn't wish for it, nor do I understand how or why it happened. It was bizarre even for me. He watched the cat carefully, his pulse racing. Would she accept that answer? What if she didn't? His gaze stared beyond her, but there was no else in the courtyard. Even if he shouted for help, it would take a swipe of her tail for the embers to burn him down. He had purposely avoided any places where he would be alone in case he got confronted by some debt collectors. But it never crossed his mind that there would be other forms of threats. As the seconds stretched out, his heartbeat thrummed in his chest, and the flames around the cat's tail dimmed, imitating the last bits of dying fire. So, she spoke finally, her eyes glowing faintly. Were you a powerful cultivator whose soul mistakenly took over Chen Ren's body in the process of ascension? I heard of such a case a century ago. Chen Ren shook his head immediately, choosing to be truthful. No, I was just a mortal in my world. There's no concept of cultivation where I come from, except in books or games. Although it's just a hypothesis, I believe it's because our atmosphere doesn't have qi. Hearing that, Yalan paced around the floor for a few seconds. Her tail moved to the rhythm of her paws, making him want to reach out and pat her fur, but the flames stopped him from moving. Finally, she turned around and stared at Chen Ren. A qi-less world. Interesting. Probably one of the lower worlds that no one has heard about. She murmured before her gaze sharpened, focusing on him with a newfound curiosity. Then tell me, what have you been doing with those things you call noodles? His eyes lit up at the mention. Oh, those. I'm building a business, he said, a touch of excitement creeping into his voice. I'm trying to make enough to pay back the debts Chen Ren owed, so I could be debt-free as soon as possible. I didn't take them, but I can't just escape them no matter how unfair it is. After that, I plan to focus on earning more money, hopefully a lot more. Yalan's flames flickered again, but this time it felt less like a threat and more like a signal of amusement. It dimmed once again, quicker than it had before. If you encounter this narrative on Amazon, note that it's taken without the author's consent. Report it. Money? What? She asked, stretching the Y a bit longer while her head tilted to the side. You were immortal, but now you're cultivator. Why not focus on cultivation, rise through the realms, and claim whatever you desire? Artifacts, women, riches, it would all be within your reach. Chen Ren chuckled softly. That sounds tempting, ideal, even, but I don't have much of a choice right now. Cultivation is interesting, but making money is necessary. At my level, I can only hunt low-level beasts, and the debt hanging over Chen Ren's head isn't small. It would take me a while to pay it off that way, and be far more dangerous. You see, the knife is dangerously close to my neck, and I know it could strike at any moment. From what I've learned and already know about this world, that's the conclusion I've come to. He hesitated for a moment, then sighed. Besides, I've realized Chen Ren's talent isn't exactly remarkable. Yalan's fiery gaze softened as she gave a slight, what looked like nod. I can understand that. Chen Ren was never blessed by the heavens. I almost pitied him in his childhood, but instead of challenging the heavens, he allowed them to crush him. The man grew bitter, more with each passing year. Her tail lashed sharply once before she shook her head. All right, I won't be exterminating you. At least, not until you reveal yourself to be a demon who's been lying this whole time. But I doubt it. Her eyes sparkled briefly, the flames around her tail snuffing out completely. Chen Ren let out a quiet sigh of relief, though he still watched her warily, curiosity bubbling beneath his calm exterior. Her words confirmed that she didn't consider him lying, or maybe she was simply choosing to let him be for now in order to keep him from panicking. There was no way to know, and hence, he focused on something else, finding out how she and Chen Ren had been related. There was no recent memory of him talking to a cat that could speak the mortal language. If there had been one, it would have certainly stood out. But as he looked deeper and deeper, something eventually caught his attention. A vague memory of a cat lingered in Chen Ren's childhood. Could it be the one in front of him? But other than that, it seemed like the man didn't like cats at all, something that, in his opinion, should have been considered a crime. He glanced back at the cat. So, in return, can I ask you a few questions? I think it's only fair. Yalan tilted her head slightly, her expression inscrutable. She licked at her paw once. Sure, go on, she replied. I'll allow it. Chen Ren leaned forward, his curiosity driving him to ask the question that had been swirling in his mind the whole time. Despite giving himself time during their conversation to process everything, he couldn't ignore the fact that there were still things he didn't understand. Who are you exactly? And what's your relationship with Chen Ren? The cat straightened, her tail following the actions, and her eyes took on a deeper, more thoughtful glow. My name is Yalan, she began, her voice layered with boredom. Okay, but I already know that. I want to know more than your name. I am bound by a pact made with Chen Ren's ancestors. For hundreds of years, I have been tasked with watching over their descendants, acting as a protector of sorts. This pact has 70 years left on it, and by all means, I have expected Chen Ren to be the last one to have my otherwise costly services for free. Chen Ren listened intently, the pieces slowly falling into place as she continued. I've been with Chen Ren since he was a child, looking over him from the shadows. But, as you already know, I wasn't exactly successful in protecting him. Her tail twitched, betraying a hint of frustration. The boy was too stubborn, too full of pride. He ignored every bit of advice I offered him in his childhood and never liked me, wouldn't even acknowledge my presence most of the time. He was simply wallowing in despair over his parents' death. So, I simply followed him, silently, waiting for the day he'd come find me himself and listen. Her voice softened as she sighed, her little face scrunched up in frustration. But he died a meaningless death. His own idiocy sealed his fate. By the time he was brought to the Tang clan manor, he was almost lifeless. That was when I noticed your soul beginning to merge with his body. Chen Ren blinked, absorbing her words. So he had been right in his early conjectures. His soul had started to enter the body at the exact moment Chen Ren was on the verge of death, and she had been there, powerless to intervene. It also revealed that the cat was able to see souls, probably the reason she knew he wasn't the original Chen Ren. He did the mental maths. If the pact between Yalan and Chen Ren's ancestors was truly that old, then the cat was far more powerful than he had initially imagined. And the original Chen Ren, he hadn't been a simple fool, but the worst kind of fool. Not only had he ignored a protector who could have helped him rise, but he'd squandered a chance to grow stronger under her guidance. Truly an idiot. It also explained something else. Now he understood how Chen Ren had made it to Cloud, Mist City unscathed, even without guards. Yalan had been watching over him the entire time, silently keeping him alive. He glanced at her again, curiosity gnawing at him. So, does the pact extend to me too? As soon as the question left his lips, he was rewarded with silence. Just silence that stretched far longer than what he was comfortable with. Yalan didn't respond, her fiery eyes narrowing in contemplation. Maybe I asked something that I shouldn't have. She doesn't seem unreasonable, but you hardly know in this world. He held back a frown, but before he could retract the question, she shook her head. I have no idea. The voice came out so low that if Chen Ren hadn't been attentive, it would have run past his ears. The pact should remain in effect as long as Chen Ren is alive. Since you carry remnants of his soul, he isn't technically dead. She paused, her tail flicking absently. It's a very blurry line. Chen Ren nodded slowly, unsure of what to make of her response. On one hand, the pact stood, barely, which likely meant she wouldn't or couldn't hurt him. But on the other hand, he doubted she harbored any real care toward him. After all, he was someone else. Their relationship was complicated, a tangled mess he had no desire to unravel right now. It hurt his mind just to think, and unfortunately, he couldn't simply give her tuna to win her over. Hence, he decided to stick to the reason he had come here. Turning his gaze to the cat, he asked, "Do you mind if I cultivate for a bit?" Yalan flicked her tail dismissively as if shrugging off the question, hopping onto the bench beside him. "Go on," she said casually, as though his request was of no real importance. "All right, then." Chen Ren tried to ignore her presence and focused inward. His strange meeting with the cat bothered him, especially because she had been keeping a close watch on him. Having a spirit beast that could potentially kill you in one blow next to you while you try to cultivate wasn't exactly a great way to concentrate. It took him half an hour before he dispelled some of his nervousness and focused on the faint surges of energy in his dantian. The feeling was refreshing, like a tender warmth filling him from the inside. He tried to probe the energy, to manipulate it, but his control was clumsy. Frustratingly so. He shifted tactics, attempting to absorb the chi in the air around him. He could sense it faintly, like a whisper just out of reach, but no matter what he did, the energy refused to respond. Even when he chanted Thunderstorm Sutra, the Chun family's cultivation technique, it was like trying to catch smoke with his bare hands. Nothing worked. As he continued to struggle, the silence was finally broken by Yalan's voice. "What exactly are you doing?" Chen Ren sighed, opening his eyes and glancing at her. Cultivation, he said flatly. Yalin's tail swished lazily. You're in the body-forging realm, she remarked, her tone dismissive. Cultivating like this won't get you far. At your stage, you can't sense chi properly, nor can you circulate it through your meridians. You need to focus on training your body, slowly pushing it to the peak of body forging before you even begin to sense chi. Chen Ren, mid-breath, interrupted her, his voice calm but firm. I can already feel chi. Yalin froze. Her eyes narrowed, and the lazy swish of her tail stopped mid-air. What did you just say? She asked, her voice low, sharp with sudden intensity. Chen Ren blinked, surprised at her reaction. I can feel chi, he repeated, uncertain why it seemed to shock her so much. He knew it was unusual, but by her reaction, he might have massively underestimated such an ability in this realm. The cat's gaze bore into him, her eyes narrowing further as though she were reassessing everything about him. Chen Ren frowned as he struggled to explain the strange phenomenon that had been happening to him in the last few days. It took a while for him to get everything out as he thought back to how he had been feeling different since he had first started to stall. I didn't notice it first, but I've been feeling something in my dantian these days. It's faint like a soft pulse, but it's there. I can sense chi in the air too, though it's barely noticeable. Yalin's eyes narrowed, her eyes sparkling lightly. She licked her mouth. Was she amused? You sure you're not just filling your head with air? She asked, a smirk playing on her feline lips. It was already odd that a cat could speak even better than some humans, but the fact that he could understand her emotions felt like an out-of-the-world experience. Then again, everything here was out of the ordinary. Chen Ren shook his head firmly and got back to the topic. No, it's real. It's faint, but I can feel it. The cat studied him for a moment before giving a small flick of her tail. Close your eyes, she commanded. Chen Ren hesitated. Why? She hissed at that question, clearly unsatisfied by Chen Ren's response. You don't need to worry. If I had any intention of harming you, you wouldn't even take a single step before it was over. A chill ran down his spine at her words, and with a reluctant nod, he closed his eyes. Silence stretched between them before the cat's voice broke through again. Do you feel anything now? Chen Ren focused, but behind his closed eyelids, there was only a vast emptiness. He could hear the faint rustle of the wind, smell the damp earth beneath him, and feel the breeze brush past him, but it was as if he didn't exist like a ghost in the night. All his concentration was for nothing. No trace of what she wanted him to find. No swirl of chi. Not even a slight ripple in the air. No, he replied, trying not to sound frustrated. How about now? Yalin's voice seemed to hum with a strange energy. Suddenly, he felt a shift. A wave of chi had gathered and bunched up around him. His senses sharpened, picking up the energy, however weak. Yes, he breathed. I can feel it now. It's like something pressing in around me. But not physically. It's mystical in nature. Okay, open your eyes. When he opened his eyes, he found the cat watching him with an intensity that erased her usual demeanor. Her tail stood straight, completely still, as if she were a guard on high alert. With the Q-test. It seems like you really can sense it, she said very slowly. Chen Ren exhaled, a smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. I told you, he said, before taking a pause, rethinking the words she told him a while ago. So, if most people can't do this, does that mean I'm actually special? The thought hung in the air, the idea of having some hidden talent gnawing at him. He might not have gotten a system like if this were a video game, but if he could gain some special talent with sensing chi, he might just be able to progress faster than what he had initially assumed. Yalin's eyes gleamed for a moment before she meowed softly. It sounded more like a scoff than a noise coming from a cat. Special? Don't get ahead of yourself, she said. But there was a flicker of something else in her gaze, a quiet acknowledgement that maybe, just maybe, there was more to him than she had first believed. Well, partly, maybe, but I've seen geniuses who could sense chi from childhood. I'm not sure if you're one of them, but I believe it more that being from another plane has made you more sensitive to chi. She moved towards the left gracefully from where she was, pacing in thought before turning to him. There's another thing, though. Chen Ren's brows furrowed. What? Yalin's tail flicked as she explained. Cultivators often feel bursts of qi or sense it swirling when they practice their Dao. It also happens when they experience a breakthrough. After all, a Dao is the path a cultivator walks on, and as they progress, they gain insights, small or large, depending on their mastery of it. Chen Ren thought for a moment, his face twisted in confusion. Even so, it doesn't add up. I wasn't practicing any martial arts or swinging a sword when it happened. I was distributing rice noodles or running my stall. Why will my chi flare up then? The cat gave him a sidelong glance. Dao of noodles? She said in the most serious tone possible. Chen Ren chuckled lightly. I doubt that's it, he said. Whatever it is, I just hope I don't end up with a Dao that I have no interest in. Yalin shook her head, her tone returning to seriousness. That won't happen. A Dao is a path you walk upon yourself. No one else can choose it for you. After all, it's a long journey and it's yours, not anyone else's. You should meditate and reflect on your Dao. Think about the path you're meant to follow. But I don't even know what Dao I have. The cat's gaze softened slightly, almost as if teaching a child. Then consider which Dao you want. The Chen Ren before you walk the martial Dao, but clearly that path was lost. You're not him. You need to search for what you desire, what you seek deep within yourself. Chen Ren nodded, settling into a cross-legged position as he closed his eyes, focusing inward. The cat's words echoed in his mind, urging him to think about his Dao, the path he wanted to follow. His thoughts drifted naturally toward the martial Dao. If you stumble upon this narrative on Amazon, it's taken without the author's consent. Report it. In a world of cultivators, it was the logical choice, wasn't it? The quickest route to power in a dog-eat-dog world. Yet, the more he considered it, the more he realized how ill-fitting that path was for him. He adapted well, so given time, he might be able to come around the martial Dao, but would winning in fights make him happy? Even if he ignored the fact that he would be risking his life every day, his natural talent of 21 spirit roots was too low for any sect to look at him nicely. Moreover, he had already strayed far from the martial path, choosing a very different route: business. Earning money, managing his noodle stall, paying off debts. He was more of a merchant than a warrior. If any Dao suited him, it had to be that. As he pondered, he felt a sudden stir in his dantian. The qi within him began to swirl more intensely, as if resonating with his thoughts. He kept at it, focusing on the vision of his products flourishing, the coins piling up, and his success growing as he built a name for himself. He imagined expanding his business, using the wealth to improve himself, his connections, and his life. He imagined creating more products from Earth, slowly taking over the mortal market before looking at the sections. He imagined creating his own company. The more his thoughts moved in that direction, the more his qi swirled inside of him. Then a chill ran down his spine. His eyes snapped open. He was no longer in the courtyard. Instead, he floated in a vast, endless space filled with stars, each one twinkling like a distant diamond. He hovered, weightless, in this unfamiliar realm. The silence was profound, and for a moment, he was entranced by the beauty of it all. What is this place? Chen Ren whispered, his voice swallowed by the void. As if in response to his question, the stars around him began to move, slowly at first, then faster, shifting in strange patterns. The energy within him swirled violently, and as he looked up, the stars coalesced into a shape, a massive, serpentine figure. His breath caught in his throat. A dragon. Its enormous form twisted through the starry expanse, vibrating with power. Its eyes locked onto him, and Chen Ren felt an overwhelming wave of fear wash over him. This wasn't just an illusion. This was something else, something greater. Fear, cold and raw, clawed at his insides. This wasn't a dream. It was a reality more terrifying than anything he'd ever known. The dragon let out a deafening roar, a sound that shook the very fabric of existence. Its celestial form lunged towards him, the stars scattering like startled fireflies. Chen Ren's body froze in terror. His blood ran cold. He was trapped, a helpless speck in the dragon's cosmic maw. Panic surged through him, but his body refused to move. As the dragon's shadow loomed over him, he squeezed his eyes shut, a silent scream trapped behind his lips. And then, he woke up. Gasping for breath, his eyes flew open, and he found himself back in the courtyard, the faint scent of grass and the cool night air grounding him. His heart pounded in his chest, as if he had just escaped death. What just happened? Chen Ren blinked, staring up at the night sky. His breathing was heavy, and sweat beaded on his forehead as he sat up from the bench, holding his head to steady himself. His mind raced, trying to comprehend what had just happened. That dragon, the stars, the overwhelming fear, it all felt so real. He took deep breaths, one after another, before the cat's voice made him turn towards her. "So," Yalan said casually, perched on the bench, "it seems you actually managed to connect to your Dao." Chen Ren's eyes flickered towards her, still dazed. "What?" The cat hopped down gracefully and padded closer, her amber eyes gleaming in the moonlight. "Just an hour ago, when you were meditating, you let out a massive surge of qi. You made a breakthrough," she explained, her tone matter-of-fact. "You're now a 4-star body forging cultivator." Chen Ren blinked, processing the information slowly. A breakthrough? Just like that. He still couldn't wrap his head around it. That terrifying vision, that dragon, had all of that somehow pushed him to a new level? The cat nodded, her tail swaying lazily behind her. "Yes, it's rare for a cultivator to skip an entire stage in the body forging realm, but I guess your connection to your Dao must have been strong enough. You finally aligned with it." For a moment, Chen Ren could only sit there, taking it all in. His heart still raced, but now he noticed something else, a warm energy coursing through his body. It was subtle at first, but then it hit him all at once. His body felt brimming with vitality, like he could take on the world. His muscles twitched and flexed with energy, his mind was sharp, and a rush of positivity surged through him, making everything feel possible. So this is what it's like to break through. He exhaled, marveling at the sensation. No wonder cultivators meditate for hundreds of years, just to feel this again and again. Before he could lose himself in the feeling, the cat interrupted with a curious tilt of her head. "How did you connect to, anyway?" Chen Ren didn't answer immediately, still replaying the images in his mind. The swirling stars, the dragon, and that strange vastness of space. Then it clicked, and the answer was clear as day. His lips twitched into a small smile as he spoke, almost amused by the absurdity of it all. "The Dao of money." Yalan stared at him, her eyes narrowing slightly. "Dao of money?" The morning sun stretched its golden arms across the horizon over Cloud Mist City as Chen Ren and Tang Xiulan set up the noodle stall. The familiar clatter of pots and wooden stools echoed through the quiet street, and the air was already carrying the faint scent of noodles as Chen Ren arranged his ingredients with practiced hands. His energy felt vibrant today, surging through him in waves, a direct result of the breakthrough from last night. He could hardly contain the bounce in his steps. Tang Xiulan paused, her sharp eyes catching his unusually light movements. "Young master, you seem to be in a happy mood today," she remarked, tying her apron as she helped set up the stall. Chen Ren chuckled, shaking his head as he adjusted the display. "It's because I had some cultivation gains yesterday," he said, his voice filled with pride. "And also, our stall is picking up steam. I have a feeling with the amount of noodles we have today, we'll be working non-stop until night." Xiulan nodded, a glint of approval in her gaze. "It'll be good then. More customers, more coins." Chen Ren nodded and continued setting up the stall, and just then, a sudden movement caught his eye. The white cat, Yalan, sleek and graceful as ever, leapt onto the counter, landing lightly next to him. Her eyes flicked over the setup before she curled up, sitting calmly beside him as if claiming her territory. Chen Ren leaned down, whispering, "What are you doing here?" The cat didn't bother looking at him. Instead, a voice echoed in his mind, startling him. "I came to observe you." Her tone was as calm and haughty as ever. Although I don't think you're some demonic cultivator or a shapeshifter who needs to be eradicated, the pact still binds me to watch over you. And what better place than here? Chen Ren blinked, momentarily taken aback by the fact that she could speak directly into his mind. Cultivation shenanigans, he thought to himself. Then, he merely shrugged and said, "You're free to stay. Besides, having a cat around might attract customers who would want to pat you." The cat shot him a withering glare, her ears twitching in irritation. "I'm a very accommodating and generous creature, but even I have my limits. Certain acts tempt me to burn down an entire city." Chen Ren felt his mouth widen in surprise, but he quickly gathered himself and raised an eyebrow, amused. "What type of acts?" "Like the act of patting me." The cat's mental voice was sharp, like a dagger, her eyes narrowing as if daring him to test her words. Chen Ren stifled a laugh. "Noted." He gave her a sideways glance, grateful he hadn't given in to his instincts last night and tried to pat her as he would any other street cat. "Well, maybe in the future I might be able to," he thought, smiling. When Chen Ren first found himself in the cultivation world, he'd entertained a few fantasies about what his path might look like. Would he become a sword-wielding prodigy, cleaving through sect rivals gracefully and skillfully? Or perhaps he'd find his calling in the intricate arts of arrays, mastering their complexities to shape the battlefield? And, like any man might in this strange, mystical world, he briefly considered the idea of amassing a harem. After all, that seemed to be a common theme in stories about powerful cultivators. But making noodles? He'd definitely never expected that to be where he ended up. Yet here he was running a noodle stall that had, in just a week, become the talk of the marketplace. Every day, a steady stream of customers came by, drawn by the novelty of an Eastern delicacy that no one else in the region was offering. It wasn't just the taste of the noodles that brought them in. Chen Ren's marketing tactics had spread his name throughout the streets like wildfire. Free samples, word of mouth from his customers, and the curious spectacle of his stall with a long queue had made it impossible for anyone to miss it. The man selling noodles, a dish unfamiliar to most, stood out even among the countless food vendors. And then there were the kids. Chen Ren had never been one to encourage child labor, but in this case, he saw it differently. The group of street children who helped him were hungry, and for them, assisting with his stall wasn't about earning coins. It was about earning a meal. According to them, there had been days when they hadn't eaten at all. Though Chen Ren hadn't lived a life on the streets, he understood enough to sympathize with them. The thought of them going hungry left a bitter taste in his mouth, and he saw this as a way to offer them something better, however small it might be. Over the days, he got to know the kids better. The leader of the group was a girl named Mei Lin, small but fierce, with sharp eyes and an even sharper tongue. She was the one who had organized the others, making sure they didn't cause too much trouble around the stall. The boys followed her lead. Chun, the quiet one who always worked the hardest. Bo, who often tried to sneak extra noodles when he thought no one was looking. And Jian, the smallest but the one with the loudest laugh. Thanks to his noodle business, the kids seemed to be in far better shape now. Their cheeks looked a little less hollow, and their energy had doubled, quite the difference from when he'd first met them. From selling 60 bowls of noodles a day, Chen Ren's business had doubled. He now dished out 120 bowls, sometimes barely keeping up with the demand. The small pot he used to cook noodles wasn't enough anymore, and every morning he had to haul back 20 pounds of noodles just to meet the appetites of his growing customer base. It wasn't just the number of bowls sold that had increased. His profit margins did too. All the ingredients were cheap, and thanks to a little bit of ingenuity and the connections he had through Tang Xiaolan, Chen Ren had managed to cut costs even further. Vegetables, which should have eaten into his profits, were basically free compared to the other costs. Tang Clan regularly bought high-quality vegetables to serve to guests, but often the excess went unused and would have spoiled if no one ate it. He figured he was doing them a favor by taking the leftovers off their hands. With the vegetables thrown into the mix, the noodles appealed more, and even when they cost more, there was a steady base of customers who were willing to pay for them. Still, despite his booming business, the road to clearing his debts was long. Feng Ming's threat had not disappeared, And even if Chen Ren managed to sell 120 bowls every single day for the next 2 months and save every last copper coin, he still wouldn't be able to pay off everything. But that wasn't the point. The fact that he'd gotten this far at all was something worth celebrating. It was a start, a damn good one at that. His noodle stall was only going to get bigger and better, proving that his earthly knowledge could, in fact, give him an edge in this world. This world wasn't just about swords and chi, he thought to himself with a small smirk. Sometimes noodles could prove to be effective too. Here was something else too. Despite being busy from dawn until dusk with the noodle stall, Chen Ren couldn't help but notice that his cultivation had improved. Just a week had passed since his breakthrough, but it felt like he had already made progress. It wasn't much, but the flow of qi in his core was smoother, more natural. It was as if, somehow, the act of running his business was feeding into his cultivation. As I said before, progressing in one's Dao helps advance one's cultivation. The familiar voice of the cat echoed in his mind, a sly purr lacing her words. Since you're working on your stall, making money every day, you're progressing your Dao, and that's why you're seeing these changes in your cultivation. And with circumflex newbie. Chen Ren frowned, considering her words. He'd heard about martial daos before, but no matter how much he thought about Dao of money, it felt like something completely different than those. Far more powerful even. So, you're saying my cultivation's improving because I'm selling noodles? Yes, that's what I'm saying, the cat confirmed, her tone nonchalant. But I've never seen such a Dao in my lifetime. It's an esoteric Dao, something I don't quite understand. Chen Ren's frown deepened at that. Esoteric Dao. Yes, the cat continued, her voice tinged with frustration as if she was explaining something common. Esoteric daos are unconventional paths. They pop up every so often, but they're rare. Few practitioners of these daos ever make a name for themselves because they don't follow the usual paths, like swordsmanship or alchemy. The last one I heard about was a century ago. Some guy managed to merge to the Dao of farming. I think he had a giant chicken that guarded his barn and annihilated a few sections. He blinked. A giant chicken? That's right, she purred, amusement bubbling in her voice. He and the chicken wiped out entire sect that tried to mess with him. At least that's the rumor that traveled to my ears. So, while these esoteric daos aren't common, they can be powerful in their own way. He briefly moved his eyes away from her and watched the stall. His eyes drifted over the crowd. Business was booming, and his plan to expand was coming together. But it wasn't just the money that interested him anymore. To his eyes, all these people seemed as if they were giant balls of qi, his to claim. So, it means the more money I make from my stall, the more I'll progress in my cultivation? He asked, his voice echoing in his mind, aimed at the cat who was in the process of stretching her body after half of a day just lying around. The cat's voice responded in his head, her tone unimpressed. Not exactly. You'll progress for a while, but it'll get harder. You'll hit a point where the stall alone won't be enough. She flicked her tail lazily. Even in martial daos, you can't just rely on the same moves forever. You have to learn new techniques, face new challenges, or do something meaningful to advance. It's the same for you whatever you're calling this Dao. Money Dao? Business Dao? Noodle Dao? She chuckled softly in his head. Either way, just selling noodles won't be enough in the long run. If you spot this story on Amazon, know that it has been stolen. Report the violation. So, you're saying I'll need more businesses than just this noodle stall to keep progressing? That's exactly what I'm saying. Yalan purred, her voice amused. It gets harder, not easier. Eventually, the stall won't cut it, and you'll have to find new ways to challenge yourself. Even the best cooks can't give the same dish to their master every day. They will lose their heads if they do so. Chen Ren's eyes flicked to Xiaolan, who was handing out bowls of noodles to another satisfied customer. She was running things smoothly, which was good because it gave him time to think. The cat's words made sense. He had already been considering expanding beyond the stall. While it was fun to grow his little operation from nothing into something more substantial, like a business empire, McDonald's of the cultivation world, he knew it wouldn't be enough. He had no intention of making his entire life revolve around selling noodles, even if it was turning out to be a surprising success. I was anyway thinking about making new things. Despite having magical kung fu, the common population severely lacks things that could make life easier, Chen Ren thought to himself. The idea of having multiple ventures appealed to him. There were too many opportunities in this world to ignore. Plus, if his cultivation was tied to his business success, why not expand? He wasn't going to limit himself. As his thoughts shifted, another nagging memory came to the surface, the dragon. He hadn't asked Yalan about it yet, not since the day the dragon first appeared. It had vanished just as quickly as it had come, leaving him with questions that had been clawing at him for a week now. The dragon hadn't reappeared, but he couldn't get it out of his head. I should probably ask about the dragon, he thought, but just as the question was about to form in his mind, movement at the front of the stall caught his attention. The line was moving up, but instead of another customer, a man in a guard's uniform stepped forward, disregarding the long line completely. Chen Ren's eyes looked over the man, taking in the details. He was broad-shouldered, standing a little taller than most, with a rough stubble covering his square jaw. His uniform was well-worn, the kind of attire that had seen its fair share of dirty work. His eyes were sharp, but there was something off in the way he looked down at Chen Ren, like he was sizing him up. Chen Ren stepped forward, his voice light. "Do you need some noodles?" The guard didn't respond right away, his gaze lingering on Chen Ren for just a moment too long, as if they were locked in some kind of silent contest of will. Chen Ren raised his eyebrows, wondering if this was about to turn into some strange show of strength. But before he could speak again, the guard's voice rumbled low. "I've gotten a tip that you don't have the license to open a stall here," the guard said, looking around at the people whose attention slowly started to shift towards them. Chen Ren opened his mouth to respond, but before he could, the guard slammed his fist down on the edge of the stall. The wooden surface shook under the force of the blow, sending one of the bowls teetering dangerously. But before it could fall, Chen Ren's reflexes kicked in, and he caught the bowl mid-fall, placing it safely back on the counter. "I do have a permit," Chen Ren said calmly, his eyes narrowing as he met the guard's gaze. The guard scoffed. "Where is it, then?" Chen Ren reached into his robes, his fingers brushing against the familiar texture of parchment as he pulled out the permit. The paper had a slight crinkle to it, a sign of its frequent use over the past few days. He had prepared for this exact scenario, knowing that in a city like this, a rising business was bound to attract some unwanted attention. With a calmness that he didn't feel on the inside, he extended the permit to the guard. The man snatched it with deliberate slowness, his eyes scanning the document as if trying to find something, anything, that could be used against the stall. His lips twitched slightly as he read the details, and the crease in his brow deepened, betraying his frustration. "It's a new one," the guard muttered, his voice carrying an edge that suggested he was searching for a reason to doubt. Chen Ren didn't flinch. His expression remained neutral, though a small smirk threatened to tug at the corner of his lips. "The stall is new, too," he replied coolly, his gaze unwavering. The guard's eyes flicked up from the permit, locking onto Chen Ren's face. "I've heard you're selling some kind of Eastern delicacy," he said, his tone dripping with suspicion. "Is that true, or are you faking it?" For the first time, Chen Ren's brows lightly knitted together. Faking it? Yes, he was doing that, but the guard had no reason to care about that. His voice was firm as he responded, "I got it from the East. You don't see anyone else selling noodles like mine, do you?" He leaned in slightly, his gaze narrowing. "And even if it were fake, I didn't hear any regulation about false advertising. Did I miss that section in the guidelines?" The guard opened his mouth, clearly ready to argue the point, but he faltered once he saw Chen Ren's sharp gaze. He began, his words trailing off uncertainty. Chen Ren seized the opportunity. "There isn't," he said, his voice sharp but calm. "I read the guidelines thoroughly. I even asked the clerk who issued me the permit. There's nothing in there about false advertising. So if you want to accuse me of something, make sure you're ready for the consequences. And remember," his voice dropped slightly, "I'm not immortal." The guard's eyes widened ever so slightly, the shift in Chen Ren's tone clearly unsettling him. His gaze flicked downward, taking in Chen Ren's robes. For the first time, he seemed to truly notice the fine quality of the fabric, the noticeable patterns woven into it. His expression changed, the initial aggression fading into something more cautious. Without another word, the guard handed the permit back, his movements stiff. "I'll be keeping an eye on the stalls from now on," he muttered, the earlier bluster gone from his voice. "Don't do anything shady." Chen Ren simply nodded, watching as the guard turned and walked away, his back a little too rigid, his steps a little too quick. The tension in the air seemed to lift slightly as the man disappeared into the crowd. He let out a long, measured sigh, the weight of the interaction slipping off his shoulders. What was that about? Xiaolan's voice broke through the moment, and Chen Ren turned to see her standing nearby, her brow furrowed in confusion. "My first guess was a bribe," Chen Ren said, shaking his head slightly. "But he didn't ask for anything when we were talking. Never even hinted at it. I think it's more than that." Xiaolan's frown deepened. "More than that? What do you mean?" Chen Ren's gaze flicked toward the spot where the guard had stood moments ago. He didn't take anything from any other stall, not even a glance in their direction. He came straight to us, and then he left just like that. He probably wanted to cause trouble for any little thing he could find, but got scared once he realized I'm a cultivator. He was aiming for us specifically. "That's bad news," Xiaolan said softly. She crossed her arms, a frown settling on her brow as she considered Chen Ren's words. "Do you think someone is targeting us?" "Potentially," Chen Ren replied, his voice steady. He leaned against the stall, gazing out at the bustling crowd that had formed, the scent of his freshly made noodles wafting through the air. "After all, we did get big in such a short amount of time. People are bound to be jealous of a growing rival business. It's human nature. Now we need to think about who might be out there trying to get us and prepare for whatever comes our way." Xiaolan nodded, something akin to caution glinting in her eyes as she returned to her tasks, deftly arranging bowls and garnishing the noodles with fresh herbs. But before Chen Ren could delve further into his thoughts, a familiar voice piped up from his mind. "This seems annoying, but I've seen it a lot before." He knotted his hands together and stared at the dissolving crowd, thinking of what Yalan had just said. "Where have you seen this?" The cat's voice was almost nonchalant, as always, yet there was an undercurrent of seriousness. "I was part of sect once. You wouldn't believe how much infighting there was whenever a talented individual rose to prominence. People who felt threatened by that talent would either try to pull them into their camp or eliminate them entirely. It was fairly straightforward." Chen Ren felt a chill run down his spine at her words. The life of a cultivator was often harsh, but hearing it from someone who had lived through it made it all the more real. Yalan continued, "And if anyone tries to kill you, well, guards are mortals anyway." Chen Ren shook his head slightly, then stopped doing it, noticing how he might look to the outsiders. "I don't want to kill anyone, especially not over a noodle shop conflict. There are better ways to resolve this." "Like what?" The cat pressed, her curiosity piqued. He fell silent for a moment, considering his options. Then, after a pause filled with contemplation, he finally spoke. "I might have a few plans, but first, we need to find out who we're standing against." Chen Ren's thoughts flowed like the river before a storm, the calm before inevitable trouble. Like any plan of his, starting a noodle business would never be smooth. It wasn't just the rice, the vegetables, or the mortar that demanded attention. Oh no, where there was meat, the wild animals came. Trouble, in any form, seemed drawn to him like moths to flame. After all, the path of a cultivator never allowed peace for long. And now, even this humble noodle stall had become a stage for confrontation. His hand tightened around the spoon as he remembered how the guard had approached him, all swagger and false bravado. The man's eyes spoke of arrogance, the kind born from ignorance. His words were aimed at attacking him, and finding any reason to crumble the name Chen Ren had been creating around the marketplace. Whoever sent him had no idea of him, no idea of who they were trying to bully, no idea that Chen Ren was a cultivator. That was a minus point for whoever was behind, not doing enough research. But that was what made things interesting, wasn't it? Most wouldn't dare cross someone who could split stones with a finger, let alone simmer broth with a flicker of chi. The guard's ignorance had saved his skin, just barely. However, Chen Ren doubted they'd just give up and not try something more to accomplish whatever goal they had in mind. He sighed, stirring the broth with deliberate slowness as all these questions and confusions came to his mind one after another. Where there's meat, the beasts gather, he muttered under his breath. Being a cultivator had saved his stall this time, but Cloud Mist City nestled so close to a guardian sect and was home to more cultivators than he could count. He knew better than to rely on his status alone to protect him. A cultivator here was like a drop of water in the ocean, easy to blend in, easy to get swallowed by something bigger. Even so, a small grin tugged at his lips. Let them come, rivals or not. He had been in tougher battles than mere noodle stalls could ever provoke. If his enemies thought he'd be easy prey, they would soon discover just how deep the water truly ran. For the next 2 days, Chen Ren's mind moved like the shifting clouds, mapping out scenarios and contemplating every possible angle. He wasn't one for brute force, not when he could win with finesse. Violence, while always an option, wasn't his first choice. His gaze flicked to the cat beside him, her amber eyes glowing as she looked at the streaming flow of consumers. She was his hidden trump card, a power he didn't dare reveal to the world yet. Not while he was still weak and unable to protect himself against anyone of a higher realm. His cultivation, though progressing, was still in the early stages of body forging. Any opponent above that realm would crush him like dry leaves underfoot. Thus, Braun had to take a back seat. His brain, however, was sharper than any blade. So, he focused on his noodle stall for some time until he decided on what was best to be done next. Fortunately, everything ran without a hitch. He made more money each day, his hands growing more accustomed to the daily grind. The chi that once surged through his core was diminishing, just as the cat had warned him. But that didn't stop him from keeping a vigilant eye on the horizon, half expecting a debtor or some envious soul to appear, hungry for the wealth he was making. But no one came. Not yet. On the third morning, an unease settled over him like a shroud. It wasn't just paranoia. This was something real, something tangible. Old man Tian's hunched figure appeared near the stall, his weathered face grave with news. Young Master Chen Ren. The old man grumbled, his voice a low rasp. His eyes narrowed towards the broth as he looked back up at Chen Ren, who gave him his undivided attention. I've heard it. For sure this time. They're going to make their move today. They're jealous your stall is minting money so fast. RA with Graven Beta. Though the facts were loud, his voice was comparatively low, cautious enough not to let anyone else hear. Chen Ren subtly nodded, stirring his broth with a forced calmness he didn't feel on the inside. I see, he replied evenly, his mind already running through his contingency plans. Well, I prepared everything. It should be fine. You're sure they won't act before the afternoon? Old man Tian nodded, squinting toward the marketplace. Yes, not before. They're waiting for the crowds to build up first. Chen Ren smiled. Good. That gives me enough time to finish the morning rush. Old man Tian nodded firmly. I wish you all the best. Chen Ren exhaled slowly, his mind sharpening as he watched the old man. At first, he'd considered old man Tian as a possible culprit behind his troubles. They had a rivalry, after all. The old man had his stall nearby, and while their competition wasn't exactly cutthroat, it was enough to raise suspicions. But old man Tian was no fool. He'd been the one to help Chen Ren secure the elusive permit for his stall in the first place. If he had wanted him out of the way, he could have easily tipped off the guard about his status as a cultivator. Fortunately, old man Tian was wise enough not to take the fight against the cultivator. Shaking off the thought, Chen Ren returned to the moment just as the old man spoke again. So, if all goes according to plan, you'll lend me the kids, right? Chen Ren gave a slow nod. Yes, for an hour. They'll help advertise your stall, but you've got to feed them twice in return. He grinned, his yellowed teeth showing. Yes, I will. I'm fair. With a satisfied nod, the old man turned to shuffle back toward his own stall, hurrying through the crowd, knowing the morning rush was about to begin. As soon as he was out of earshot, Xiaolan's soft voice cut through the morning air. You sure it's okay to give away your marketing tricks like that? Chen Ren smirked, his gaze still fixed on the swirling broth before him. It'll spread no matter what. At least this way, the kids get more food. The only reason old man Tion's even asking through me is because his breath scared them all away. Chen Ren snickered at his own words while Xiaolan let out a small chuckle, her amusement clear as they moved toward the bustling stall, which started getting busier considering more people were coming. The line of customers waiting for noodles stretched longer with each passing minute as he and Tang Xiaolan got to work. The clatter of bowls and the murmur of conversation filled the air as Chen Ren worked in rhythm with the growing demand, dishing out one bowl after another in almost mechanical movements as his muscles grew accustomed to the motion. Hours passed by and soon, the sun was halfway through setting. Afternoon was here, and with it, the crowd doubled, adding in the workers who were here to grab lunch. Here you go. Chen Ren handed a bowl of vegetable noodles to an older woman. She grabbed it with both her hands and then balanced it in one hand to pay 7 copper won. Chen Ren retrieved the money with a small smile and focused on the next customer. Everything was moving, just as planned, but he knew this peace wouldn't last. Yalan, who had been lounging lazily in the sun, suddenly opened one of her flared amber eyes. "I see some movement up ahead," she told Chen Ren, her voice smooth as silk. "If you stumble upon this tale on Amazon, it's taken without the author's consent. Report it." Chen Ren's gaze swept across the bustling crowd before locking onto 2 men moving purposefully through the throng. Unlike the leisurely pace of the other customers browsing stalls and sampling goods, these 2 stood out immediately. He squinted his eyes to take a good look at both of them, to clearly know what he was going to be dealing with. The first man who stormed forward was a tall, skinny figure with broad shoulders. His dark hair fell in disarray around his forehead, and his brows were knitted together in a fierce scowl. His black eyes burned with indignation, radiating a palpable intensity that made those around him instinctively step back as he walked, pushing past them and clenching his fists. In a pronounced difference, the second man trailed behind him, frail and gaunt, as if he had not gotten a proper meal in days. His skin was a sickly shade of pale, and beads of sweat dotted his forehead, betraying his distress. Dark circles under his bloodshot eyes hinted at exhaustion, while his trembling hands grasped the edge of the tall man for support. Each unsteady step he took seemed to echo his nausea, and his thin lips were drawn tight, a silent plea for respite from the situation he found himself in. "Here it comes," Chen Ren muttered under his breath, bracing himself. The 2 men barged through the line, causing a stir among the waiting customers. The angry one, face flushed with indignation, wasted no time before raising his voice. "Everyone, stop eating those noodles," he shouted, pointing a trembling finger at Chen Ren's stall. "They'll make you sick. You might even get poisoned. This man is vile, feeding low-quality food to innocent people. Look at my brother. He ate here yesterday, and now he's been puking his guts out all day. The herbalist says he won't heal for a week." At his outburst, a murmur of uncertainty rippled through the crowd, like someone blew a horn through the silence. Customers froze mid-bite, their chopsticks suspended in the air as they exchanged bewildered looks. Some stared down at their bowls, looking as if the once tempting noodles now appeared less appetizing under the scrutiny of accusation, while others cast wary glances toward Chen Ren, uncertainty flickering in their eyes. A few patrons instinctively backed away from the stall, their movements hesitant and cautious, as if they were retreating from a looming threat. Whispers flitted through the air, weaving a line of doubt among the onlookers. "Did you hear what he said?" one woman murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. "Sick from the noodles? Is it true?" The atmosphere thickened with suspicion, as the aroma of the freshly cooked noodles, once enticing, was now tainted by the accusation. Chen Ren could feel the daggers of doubt piercing through the air and trying to stab him. He looked to his left, ignoring the whispers for a second. A child near the front of the line clutched his mother's hand tightly, his wide eyes darting between the angry man and the noodles, trying to comprehend the sudden shift in mood. "Now, how can I let you ruin a nice meal? And my reputation?" Chen Ren narrowed his eyes and stepped forward. What nonsense are you spouting? His words cut through the growing commotion, but the angry man wasn't finished. Spouting lies, am I? The man's face twisted into an exaggerated mask of righteous fury. He jabbed a finger toward his pale, nauseous companion. Look at my brother. He's practically on his deathbed, and all because of your noodles. Chen Ren's gaze flicked to the sickly-looking guy, then back to the accuser. You decided to bring your brother, who's on his deathbed, to sprout bullshit? Seems like you care about accusing me more than your brother. Tell me, what proof do you have that my noodles caused this? His voice was steady, but his cheese simmered in his dantian, ready to rise at a moment's notice. The man seized the opportunity, launching into a dramatic tale. My brother here is an apprentice scribe. We're so poor we can only afford one meal a day, and yesterday, he spent it on your wretched noodles. He spat the words one after another in extreme slowness to emphasize his point. Now he's so ill he can't even stand properly. You can't deflect responsibility this time. Return my money tenfold, and publicly apologize for poisoning him. A sharp anger flared in Chen Ren, but his expression remained straight. He let just a flicker of his cheese surface, his eyes gleaming with a subtle, icy chill. It wasn't much, but enough to send a ripple of unease through the man in front of him. The accuser faltered, taking a nervous step back as if an unseen force had brushed against him. But before Chen Ren could press further, a voice rang out from the edge of the marketplace. What's going on here? A guard, tall with broad shoulders, made his way through the crowd. His face was rugged, framed by a jawline that could have been carved from stone, and his dark hair was cropped short, highlighting the sharp angles of his features. His eyes swept over the scene with an air of authority, hand resting casually on his hips. His armor bore the crest of the city watch, gleaming in the sunlight as he stepped closer, his presence instantly silencing the gathering commotion. Chen Ren's eyes flicked to the guard, and his thoughts shifted. This wasn't the same. He guessed that the previous guard must have gotten spooked and backed out. This new one had a different air. He wasn't just here to intimidate. He was part of the plan, a second pawn set in motion. Chen Ren's jaw tightened, but he forced himself to remain calm. Whatever scheme was unfolding, he was ready for it. The angry man immediately moved towards the guard, telling his fake story, face strained with rage. After hearing the man's story, the guard took a deep breath and turned toward Chen Ren, his expression serious. Is it true? You fed this man's brother noodles, and now he's sick? You need to come with us to the guard station, so we can solve this problem once and for all. Guard station? So they planned to drag him through the city's bureaucracy to ruin him, and the guard was playing along. The air around Chen Ren seemed to still as his annoyance built. There's no proof he even ate my noodles, Chen Ren said, his voice steady yet sharp. The guard crossed his arms, unimpressed. It doesn't matter. Someone's accusing you of making them sick, and the law is the law. We'll solve this at the guardhouse. Now, come quietly. No. Chen Ren's voice dropped an octave, and the edge of his patience showed. You can't take me based on nothing but hearsay. The guard's eyes hardened as he ran a hard hand through his jaw. I heard you were a cultivator, but you still have to follow the city's laws. And don't think you're above them. There are cultivators among the city guards as well. So comply. Chen Ren frowned. The man didn't look like the type to bulge if he only used his words, but he wasn't going to let them ruin his reputation so easily. If he really went to the station, rumors would spread that his noodles actually made people sick, no matter if he came out innocent or not. He glanced at the crowd, dozens of eyes fixed on him, waiting for what he would do next. Wait, Chen Ren said, voice rising just enough to capture everyone's attention. He turned to the sickly man and his accuser. You're not just claiming my noodles made him sick. You're tarnishing the reputation of my stall. I can't let that stand. Before the guard could respond, Chen Ren strode to his stall, scooping up a bowl of freshly made noodles. He held it out toward the guard. Here, try it. The guard eyed the bowl, suspicion thick in his gaze. I won't eat bad noodles. Chen Ren shrugged, calm and composed. Fine, I'll eat it myself. Without hesitation, he took a generous bite, chewing slowly as if savoring the flavor. Then, he turned, facing the crowd now gathered around the scene. You see that? Chen Ren's voice rang out over the murmurs. If my noodles were bad, why would I eat them myself? The tension in the air shifted as people began to exchange uncertain glances, and the unease that had crept into the crowd started to dissipate. Chen Ren met their gazes one by one, making sure they saw his calm and certainty. My reputation and my stall's reputation are on the line. If my food was dangerous, I wouldn't serve it, and I definitely wouldn't eat it. The guard faltered for a moment, and the crowd's whispering grew louder as they started to reconsider the accusation. Chen Ren wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and stood tall. The crowd had begun to sway in Chen Ren's favor when a voice cut through the rising murmurs. Just accept that your noodles made someone sick. A deep, grating voice came from across the street. All the eyes, including Chen Ren's own, turned towards where the voice came from. The speaker was an older man with a broad chest, a grizzled beard, and a sneer that never quite left his face. He looked like he could fight with two men at the same time and end up winning for how his physique was built. But again, looks could be deceiving. His name was Jiang Wu, a stall owner who sold steam buns. Behind him stood his two burly sons, arms crossed, their expressions mirroring their father's contempt. He was trying to save face. But everyone here knows that when there's smoke, there's fire. Jiang Wu's words struck a chord with some of the onlookers, their uncertainty flickering back to life as they glanced between Chen Ren and the sickly man. The balance was delicate, too delicate. Chen Ren's fingers twitched at his side, the glint in his eyes sharpening as he regarded Jiang Wu with a cool gaze. Before Chen Ren could respond, the guard stepped forward again, voice firm. Enough of this. You need to come with me, cultivator or not. We can settle this at the guardhouse. Chen Ren's stance remained unyielding, his voice calm but resolute. I won't go with you. If you want to move me, you can try. The guard bristled, hand moving toward his baton as if testing Chen Ren's words. But just as tension threatened to break, a voice, clear and commanding, echoed over the crowd. What's going on here? All eyes turned toward the source of the voice. Walking toward the scene was Tang Yuqiu, the young miss of the Tang clan, with her maid trailing a step behind her. Her presence suddenly became obvious in the marketplace chaos, a figure of poise and authority amidst the rabble. Her eyes briefly scanned the situation, landing on Chen Ren with a raised brow. Chen Ren felt a smile tug at his lips. Finally, it was time to turn this around. This was the shift he needed, and it couldn't have come at a better time. He gave her a respectful nod as she reached the front, his mind already racing through the next steps of his plan. In a matter of seconds, the attention that had been focused on Chen Ren shifted entirely to the woman who had just arrived. Her attire stood out against the modest crowd, an elegant red robe embroidered with delicate white roses at the hem, accompanied by a necklace and rings that spoke of wealth and status. She moved with a grace that naturally commanded attention, her presence turning heads as she approached and stood in front of Chen Ren's stall. Anyone with a discerning eye could instantly recognize her as someone of importance. However, the moment the heavy, curious eyes fell on her, she spoke, her voice coming out clear and firm, similar to how tall she stood. What is going on? The guard took a deep breath, trying to compose himself as he faced the young miss. It's like this, he began, his voice faltering as he gestured toward the stall. One of these two brothers, locals, came by yesterday and ate at his stall. Not long after, this one started complaining about stomach pains, claiming he was poisoned by the noodles he served. He is saying the food was spoiled and that it made him sick. This is his elder brother, telling how this one's his deathbed and wants justice against the stall owner who fed his brother bad noodles. His words came quickly as if to rid himself of the burden of the accusation. But once he finished, Tang Yuqiu merely cast a sharp look at him and asked, her tone measured but piercing, "So, you believe he sold sickly noodles?" The guard hesitated, his confidence wavering under her steady gaze. It wasn't just Tang Yuqiu and Chen Ren, but even the consumers who surrounded the stall looked at the guard awaiting a reasonable response. "That's what I've heard," he said, his voice faltering. "We need to investigate, and for that, the man must come with us." Her frown deepened as her eyes swept over the gathered crowd, scanning their faces quietly. Her gaze looked sharper than a razor as she dragged it along the people. Even the air felt uncomfortable as a few seconds passed by. After a pause, she turned her attention back to the guard. "If you don't know," she began, her voice cutting through the tension. "Let me clarify. The noodles he sells are made from rice, a fact anyone here can see from their texture and appearance. The Tang clan has a direct arrangement with Chen Ren, and I, myself, oversee the transaction and can guarantee that the rice is of high quality without any blemishes on it. But she stepped closer, her gaze hardening as she stared the guard down. "I am Tang Yuchio, daughter of the Tang clan head, Tang Jihao. If you truly mean to make this accusation, you are not merely questioning Chen Ren, but challenging. No, questioning the reputation of the entire Tang household. Is it a risk you are willing to take? Tell me." The revelation of her identity caused more than a few people to look at her differently. Tang clan might not be a cultivator clan, but they had deep pockets to hire a lot of them. And everyone in the city knew the kind of reputation they uphold. The guard paled visibly, beads of sweat forming at his temple and around his shaved mustache. He licked his lips and visibly contemplated what she had said. And as the man hesitated, murmurs rippled through the crowd. The two brothers, who had stirred up the commotion, looked ashen, especially the sickly one, who seemed on the verge of collapse. He was holding on to his dear brother, who now looked to want nothing more than to run, hide himself, and never look behind. Desperation flickered in the guard's eyes as he stammered. "No, young Miss Tang, we were only trying to do our job." Tang Yuchio raised an eyebrow, her gaze cold. "Your job, is it? A job that involves creating a public spectacle and tarnishing the reputation of someone not only a cultivator, but also a guest of the Tang clan? Huh, you have guts." Her voice carried a dangerous edge, and she leaned in slightly. "My father meets the city lord every year at the winter solstice festival. Perhaps I should mention this little incident to him. Let him know about how the guards of this city treat honored guests of our clan." The guard paled further, his bravado crumbling. He took a step forward and raised one hand in the air. "No, young miss, it wasn't my intention to go against the Tang clan. But you're saying that there is something wrong with the noodles. You also sounded pretty adamant about taking Chen Ren to the guardhouse. I mean, that's what." Before he could finish, the shopkeeper, Jiang Wu, who had been accusing Chen Ren, interrupted, desperation in his voice. "Wait, it might not be the rice. But what about the vegetables? They could have been bad. I have seen him handing out those vegetable noodles." That statement turned all the attention from the cornered guard towards Jiang Wu. Tang Yuchio's eyes narrowed, and she turned her attention to Chen Ren, her voice calm as she pointed at the baskets of fresh vegetables sitting on top of his stall. "The vegetables, aren't they from the Tang clan manor as well? Isn't that right, Chen Ren?" Chen Ren quickly nodded, grateful for her support. "Yes, they are, Yuchio." His eyes briefly met hers, and he flashed a look of silent gratitude. She narrowed her eyes slightly at him for calling her by her first name, but quickly understood his intention as he added, "The man is just unaware of my close relationship with the Tang clan and how I have no reason to scour bad ingredients when I could get the best ones in the city easily. The tail has been stolen. If detected on Amazon, report the violation." The guard, seeing the tide turning against him, immediately bowed at Tang Yuchio. "I'm sorry for what just happened here, young Mississippi. It seems like this is all a big misunderstanding. Please allow me to correct my mistakes." "Go on. I would like to see that." Tang Yuchio crossed her arms as I moved to the guard. "You." The guard turned towards the aggressive brother. "It seems the noodles didn't make your brother sick after all. Now, get out of here unless you want me to arrest you for defamation of an honored cultivator." His voice trembled as he addressed the two brothers. The sick brother clung desperately to the taller one, his breath ragged, skin pale and slick with sweat. His hands trembled as he gripped his sibling's arm, eyes wide with fear. The taller one, his face drained of all color, cast frantic glances around the marketplace, his composure unraveling. For a moment, The crowd stood frozen, watching as panic took hold of the two. Their movements became jittery and uncontrolled as the sick brother let out a strained gasp. Without exchanging a word, they both turned, stumbling over their own feet, and bolted. The sick one clenched tighter to the taller and dragged along as they fled, leaving nothing but murmurs and curious eyes after him. The guard, desperate to escape his own shame, bowed again, this time toward both Tang Yuqiu and Chen Ren, muttering a hasty apology before attempting to slip away. But Chen Ren stepped forward, his hand rising to stop him. "Wait," he said, his voice calm but firm, freezing the guard in place. Chen Ren's eyes gleamed with subtle amusement as he addressed the guard. "Since you're already here, why not check the ingredients at the other stalls as well? I'm sure you might find someone worthy of your attention. After all, it wouldn't be right to leave empty-handed, would it?" His tone was light, but the underlying message was clear. The guard, catching on to the meaning behind his words, quickly nodded. Yes, you're right. I was only here to ensure the stall owners were following the rules anyway." His tone was hurried, eager to deflect from the earlier confrontation. He looked around as if he didn't know where to begin, his eyes shifting from one stall to another, even looking at the old man Tion's stall, which was right across the road. "Well," Chen Ren casually gestured toward Jiang Wu and the steamed bun stall behind him. "Why not start with that stall over there?" The guard's eyes widened slightly, realizing what Chen Ren was hinting at. "Of course," he replied, as Jiang Wu and his two sons shook from the response. Their eyes and mouth widened at what was about to come. With a final, shallow bow, the guard moved toward the accused stall, leaving the crowd whispering and pointing fingers at the steamed buns. The crowd thinned after the commotion ended, yet the stall remained lively. Steam curled upward from the large pot, carrying the scent of savory broth and freshly cooked noodles. Chen Ren stood beside the stall, watching as Tang Yuqiu elegantly lifted a bowl of vegetable noodles to her lips, her expression unreadable as she took a delicate bite. Her maid stood nearby, eating in silence, the soft clink of their chopsticks the only sound between them. Xiaolan effortlessly managed the stall, handing bowls to waiting customers with the same precision one might expect from a master swordsman, her movements swift yet graceful and well-practiced. Meanwhile, the Yalan slept lazily on a shaded ledge nearby, undisturbed by the flurry of activity. The scene felt peaceful in a way Chen Ren hadn't expected after the earlier confrontation. Just as he glanced over at Tang Yuqiu, she tilted her head, her gaze fixed on a distant scene. Following her line of sight, Chen Ren saw Jiang Wu being dragged away by the same guard who moments before tried to arrest him. The shopkeeper's sons stumbled behind, crying loudly as the crowd murmured, staring at the spectacle of the family being hauled off for selling expired ingredients. It was a sight to behold, justice served in the most public ways. "You know," Tang Yuqiu spoke softly between bites, her eyes never leaving the scene. "They'll likely be back on the street within a week. Stall owners often have good connections with the guards or others in the market. They're the first to be disturbed if anything happens after all." Chen Ren smirked slightly, nodding as he wiped his hands on a cloth. "I know. Jiang Wu has ties with the captain of the guard who patrols this area. It's how he managed to pull off this entire setup against me in the first place." He glanced over his shoulder at the crowd, still gossiping about the incident. "He'll definitely return, but his reputation? That's over." Tang Yuqiu raised a brow, curious. "And you're fine with that?" He dared to go frame a cultivator. "I thought you'd go straight to killing, or at least beat them up." Chen Ren nodded. "I could have tried to flip the entire incident back on him earlier, but it would have been his word against mine. Even with proof, he could have dismissed it as baseless accusations. But now," he motioned toward him, who was still being dragged through the market. "Now, everyone will know he's the one who sold faulty food. It's not just a rumor anymore, it's fact. Also, I don't want to break any laws of the city. Even if cultivators are hot-headed, any confrontation within the city would get you a trip down the pits, cultivator or not. And it's beneath me to challenge them to a public duel." Tang Yuqiu paused, her lips curling into a faint smile as she took another bite. Chen Ren leaned against the stall, his eyes scanning the bustling market. Moreover, he said, a hint of calculation in his voice, I used this whole situation to make my connection to you and the Tang clan known. Now, none of these people will dare bother me. I don't want to deal with nonsense like this again. You've got more brains than I expected. I haven't put them to proper use in a long time. But when I do, they work just fine. Her eyes narrowed in curiosity. Planning to use them more often from now on? Yeah, that's the plan, he said, turning to her with an appreciative nod. And thank you for helping me out this time. I couldn't have pulled this off without you. Yuchio's chopsticks froze mid-air as she blinked, taken aback by his sincerity. Her lips parted, but she quickly regained her composure, giving him a short nod. So, should I consider it a favor? Chen Ren rubbed the back of his neck, his expression thoughtful. Sure, just don't ask for anything outrageous. I'm already in debt, as it is. Yuchio laughed softly, a sound more genuine than before. I'm not planning to. But her tone shifted, a mischievous glint in her eyes. It might not be as easy as you think. Chen Ren could only smile wryly, knowing full well that with someone like Tang Yuchio, favors were rarely ever simple. Chen Ren leaned against the wooden frame of his stall, arms crossed, eyes watching the flow of people on Market Street. It had been a week since Jiang Wu's little stunt had been decimated by him, trying to sabotage him with rumors about his noodles. And now, like clockwork, every vendor kept their distance from him and no one dared to go against him. As expected, Jiang Wu's steamed bun stall had seen fewer and fewer customers each day. In a business where word of mouth ruled like a tyrant, faulty ingredients were a death sentence. The foolish man had cursed his own livelihood. Meanwhile, Chen Ren's fortunes were a rising tide. More customers came daily, their numbers swelling as though drawn by an invisible current. A bowl of noodles had become a staple of the market crowd, bringing him more business than he could have anticipated. 120 to 130 bowls a day, he murmured, running the numbers in his head. At 5 to 7 copper won per bowl, that meant he could earn between 600 and 910 copper won daily. Over the course of a month, the numbers compounded further. After deducting costs for ingredients, wood for the fire, and other essentials, he was left with a profit margin that hovered around 150 silver won every month. It was more money than he had ever held in his hands in this world. And even after paying Tang Xiulan for her help, there was still a respectable sum left for himself. Yet when he considered the mountain of debt he owed, the price for his medallion, this new fortune was more like a drop in the ocean. He would be able to reclaim the medallion, yes, but it would be tight. Perhaps just barely by the end of the set time. He also had to remember the fact that Feng Ming wasn't his only debtor. But Chen Ren didn't worry too much. Why should he? His first business venture was thriving, and along the way, he had unknowingly connected to the Dao of money. It was esoteric in nature, something most cultivators overlooked in their pursuit of power. But Chen Ren had felt its pull, its hidden current. Money flowed like qi, always moving, always circulating with its own momentum. And momentum, Chen Ren knew, was everything. With the ideas swirling in his mind like a vortex, he felt certain he would conquer his debts sooner than expected. His thoughts were already moving beyond the simple act of selling noodles. But for now, he pushed those ambitions aside. There were other things to focus on. His first goal, stabilizing the stall, had been met. It was time to shift his focus inward. He should begin to devote more time to learning about cultivation techniques, something he had neglected in his pursuit of profit. A balance needed to be struck. After all, the Dao was not just about silver and copper. In the quiet, secluded garden of the Tang clan, Chen Ren stood before a wooden training dummy. The air was still, disturbed only by the soft rustling of leaves, and the warmth of the afternoon sun kissed his skin. His hands flexed in front of him, muscles tensing as he focused on his next move. "Thundering fist!" he yelled, thrusting his fists forward with force. A spark of lightning arced out from his knuckles, crackling faintly in the air before dissipating. His punch connected with the dummy, causing a few minor cracks to spread across its surface. Chen Ren stepped back, his brows furrowing in frustration. He glanced over at Yalin, lounging nearby, her amber eyes half closed as she basked lazily in the sun. You sure this isn't a faulty technique? He asked, wiping a bead of sweat from his forehead. Yalan didn't bother to open her eyes fully, stretching out lazily. It's not faulty, she purred. The rest of the words came aloud. It's one of the few fist techniques passed down in the Chen clan. Works well with your element. Thunder resonates with your chi. Unless, of course, you'd prefer to pick up a sword. Chen Ren followed Yalan's gaze, glancing over at the neatly arranged swords and cultivation manuals lying on the side. The Chen clan had always been a clan of swordsmen, known for their mastery of blade techniques. It was clear why the old Chen Ren had wanted to join the Soaring Sword sect. Everything in his upbringing had pointed to it. But for the former, the thought of wielding a sword left him cold. He wasn't interested in close combat weapons. Swords, spears, hatchets, axes, they were cool to play with in games, but in real life, he would rather keep his distance from the enemy. Hence, the idea of wielding a bow had intrigued him ever since he first entered this world. To defend from a distance, to strike from afar, that was more his style. But cultivators who specialized in bows were rare. Bows required such fine precision and balance between strength and chi that it was hard to even find one that could withstand the power of a cultivator. For now, he was stuck with the basics, working on his form and balance with these fist techniques. Even though it was a close combat technique, it would be smart to learn a technique or two like this. He had to start somewhere, and at least the thundering fist seemed to align with his element, even if he couldn't fully control it yet. He had also read in the manual that it could be used to throw around arcs of lightning, even from a distance at a greater mastery, so there was more than enough reason to learn it. Taking a deep breath, Chen Ren squared up with the dummy once more, his fists raised. He closed his eyes for a moment, trying to sense the flow of chi in the air. This time, as he struck forward again, he could feel it, the energy around him becoming more tangible. The chi was beginning to respond to his movements, his strikes gaining a subtle weight behind them. Thundering fist, he called out again, his fist cutting through the air. This time, the sparks of lightning were stronger, lingering a bit longer before vanishing. As he pulled his hand back, he glanced down at his arms. Lightning crackled faintly along his skin, running up his forearms. His control over his chi was growing, and with it, the technique's potential. A slow grin crept across his face. Better, he muttered, feeling the thrum of power starting to build within him. Chen Ren flexed his fingers, watching the faint arcs of lightning still dancing along his forearms. The power was starting to feel more natural, almost as if it belonged there. But a thought gnawed at the back of his mind. He glanced at Yalan, now lazily stretching, completely unbothered by his struggles. "Hey," he called out, "you sure this is just a mortal-grade technique?" Yalan's tail twitched, and she opened one eye to peer at him. "Yes, it's a mortal-grade technique," she replied with a yawn. "If it were Earth-grade, you'd barely be able to perform it. Most Earth-grade techniques require a lot more chi. Even though you're starting to sense it, using chi in techniques is an entirely different art." Chen Ren frowned, running a hand over his arm, where the lightning had cracked moments before. "And why doesn't the lightning harm me?" Yalan sat up, blinking as if the answer should have been obvious. "You've got lightning affinity spirit roots," she said. "Your affinity gives you a natural resistance. The technique won't harm you unless you push yourself too far." Chen Ren nodded, absorbing the information. It still felt strange to him, being able to wield lightning without burning himself, but he supposed there was logic to it. At least Xinsha logic. If his spirit roots were tied to the element, it made sense that his body would be more in tune with it. He stepped back to the wooden dummy, his focus sharpening. His strikes came faster now, each punch laced with more chi from the last. Thundering fist, he roared, his fist crashing into the dummy. Cracks began to spiderweb across its surface as arcs of lightning danced around the impact site. His control was improving. He could feel the chi more distinctly, his strikes more powerful, the lightning sharper. As he worked through another series of punches, Yalan's voice broke through his concentration. "What are you going to do about your Dao? This tale has been unlawfully obtained from Royal Road. If you discover it on Amazon, kindly report it." Chen Ren paused mid-strike, turning to face Yalan with a puzzled expression. "What do you mean?" Yalan tilted its head, giving him a scrutinizing look that ended up being cute due to her being a cat. Your growth has slowed. You've been earning a decent amount from the stall, sure, but if you want to grow more, you'll need to improve it, or expand into other businesses. You can't just stay at one level forever. Chen Ren wiped his brow, his thoughts briefly drifting back to the noodle stall. Tang Xiaolan was handling things at the market today, managing the customers, and keeping everything running smoothly. She was reliable, which allowed him the freedom to focus on cultivation. But Yalan wasn't wrong. If he wanted to expand, the stall needed more. More customers, better products, and maybe even more locations. I've thought about it, he said, his voice contemplative. But I'm waiting for the right opportunity. Yalan narrowed its eyes. What kind of opportunity? Before Chen Ren could respond, the loud sound of footsteps echoed through the garden. A guard appeared, striding toward him with an air of urgency. The clan head is looking for you, the guard announced, his eyes briefly flicking toward the lounging cat with mild curiosity. Chen Ren glanced at Yalan, who met his gaze with a knowing look. This was the opportunity. That kind. Chen Ren thought to himself, but knew the cat heard him as he dusted off his robes and prepared to follow the guard. His fists still tingled with the remnants of lightning, and though his mind was focused on what lay ahead, part of him couldn't help but feel that both his business and his cultivation had just taken their first steps towards something greater. Chen Ren moved swiftly through the hallways of the Tang clan. The scent of noodle broth filled the air around him. In one hand, he carried a bowl, steam rising from the broth and curling through the air, laced with a delicate fragrance of spices and herbs. The other hand hovered near the hem of his robe, ready to steady the bowl if needed. His steps were light as he continued along the same path. The guards at the door barely glanced at him, already informed of his presence here, and they stepped aside without a word. Chen Ren approached the entrance to the clan head's chambers, but something stopped him just before he knocked on the door. Voices, quiet but clear, drifted through the door. "Father, please. It was important to me." He froze, realizing the familiar female voice he had heard often these days. It was Tang Yuchio's. "You know, it was just a trial." A deep, serious yet calm voice followed. He used his memories to pin it as Tang clan head, Tang Jihao. Tang Yuchio's voice was sharp, almost trembling with frustration. "It matters, Father. I failed. But don't worry, I'll fix it. I'll find something to make sure the business gets money." "You don't have to push yourself," Tang Jihao replied softly. "You can learn under me. There's no shame in that." "No." Yuchio's voice cracked with emotion as she almost shouted. "I will do it, and I will show you. Just give me more time." There was a pause. Chen Ren could almost hear the silence echoing in the space between them. Before he could step back or announce his presence, the sound of hurried footsteps drew closer. The door swung open, revealing the young lady. Her hair was slightly disheveled, her robes a bit wrinkled unlike every other time he'd seen her in a perfect light, and her eyes carried a look of fierce determination, until they landed on him. She froze. Chen Ren, caught off guard, managed an awkward hello. For a moment, they stood there, an uncomfortable silence filling the space between them. Then, without a word, Tang Yuchio brushed past him, her steps quick as she strode off down the hallway, her figure stiff with tension. Chen Ren exhaled softly and stared at the empty space where she'd been standing. He wasn't sure what he had walked into, but the weight of their conversation lingered in the air. "Come in," urged the voice of the clan head, cutting through his thoughts. Chen Ren straightened himself, stepping into the room. As he entered, Tang Jihao's eyes settled on him, offering a brief but warm smile. "Sorry you had to witness that," he said, gesturing for Chen Ren to approach. He looked down at Tang Jihao, sunken eyes, wrinkled face, frail figure, bony hands. Despite being known to be a foodie and a rich merchant, he looked worse than most poor commoners. Despite that, his voice was clear and serious, befitting of his status. Chen Ren guessed that the rumors about the man going through some sort of a curse were true, and as he took more than a comfortable amount of time to stare at him, Tang Jihao raked a hand through his goatee. That was enough of an action for him to shake his head and offer a polite bow. "No problem at all." His gaze shifted to Tang Jihao's expression, calm yet burdened. and he stepped forward, holding up the bowl of noodles. I thought an Eastern delicacy might lighten the stress of running so many successful businesses. Tang Jihao's pupils dilated slightly with interest as the steam from the bowl wafted toward him. Ah, your famed noodles. A thoughtful gesture. Chen Ren presented the dish, hoping the food would offer more comfort than his words. He could still feel the tension from the previous exchange hanging in the room, but for now, he must focus on the present. Tang Jihao took the bowl with a small smile, steam rising as he inspected the dish. Very interesting, he said in a warm tone. The noodles were a simple gesture, but for someone like Tang Jihao, they were the best way to approach. It also seemed to work as the man raised his hand and gestured to Chen Ren to take the opposite seat. Chen Ren complied, watching as the clan head took his first bite. His gaze was unreadable, but after a brief pause, the head let out a quiet sound of approval. The tension in the room seemed to ease with every slurp of broth, and Chen Ren felt his shoulders relax slightly. Thank you for letting me stay here for so long. Chen Ren began, his voice steady but sincere. Even if I've been nothing but trouble. Tang Jihao's head chuckled softly, setting the bowl down for a moment. Well, these noodles are good enough to make me let you stay for a whole year. Chen Ren, his tone lightening, replied, Then I'll make sure to have it delivered every day. Tang Jihao laughed, a deep, genuine sound. Chen Ren, you've really changed. You're very different from the first time we met. Chen Ren didn't flinch at the statement, keeping his expression composed. I know. The head's eyes narrowed slightly in curiosity. Why is that? I've been meaning to ask ever since you started your business. Chen Ren paused for a moment, thinking of how to pick his words carefully. After a breath, he replied, I realized the path I was fighting for wasn't mine. I was inadequate and arrogant. The heavens are open to all, but only those with the ability can afford to be arrogant. I didn't have any, so I changed my path. The old man's gaze lingered on him, thoughtful. And what is your path now? Chen Ren considered the question, feeling the weight of it. He could hardly tell the truth, that his true path was still blurry, somewhere between survival, finding his footing in a world that wasn't his own, and creating a business empire. But instead, he smiled faintly and decided to mix them with lies. My path is one of business. I want to help people, make their lives comfortable by selling things, and earn karma in return. A path of a merchant. A path of prosperity, Chen Ren corrected. Tang Jihao nodded, seemingly impressed. A noble goal. And how did you come to this conclusion? Chen Ren, maintaining his calm, crafted his next story with care. My ancestor who founded the Chen clan. Before he became a cultivator, he was a merchant. He walked the path of prosperity until a chance encounter with the heavens led him to cultivation. But even after that, he never forgot his roots in trade. Through his business, he prospered many lives. I thought he was always a cultivator. No, he was a merchant first. His success in business laid the foundation for the cultivation path he later took. It was his understanding of balance, both in trade and cultivation, that led him to prosper. Tang Jihao let out another small chuckle, nodding thoughtfully. Interesting. You've given me a lot to think about. A path of prosperity, you say? Chen Ren nodded, his expression unwavering, though inside, he knew the truth was far more complicated. It was, in fact, true that one of Chen Ren's ancestors had been a merchant who stumbled upon a chance encounter that changed the course of his life. However, despite that origin, the Chen clan wasn't built on trade but rather on blood and blades. Even now, they were known as a sword clan, ruthless and battle-hardened, with little room for the softer arts of commerce. Still, the story served its purpose. The clan head took another bite of the noodles, his approval clear. I'm proud of you for walking down the path of your ancestor, he added. Chen Ren offered a humble nod, his posture relaxed, but his mind was still calculating. The head leaned back and pulled out a small bundle of letters, setting them on the table between them with a heavy thud. You know what these are? The head said, his tone losing some of its warmth. Chen Ren's eyes flicked to the letters. He knew exactly what they were. Yes, they're letters from my debtors. Tang Jihao's expression darkened slightly as he added, They asked me about your debts, thinking I would pay them off for you. Chen Ren had anticipated this. He had been aware of the clan head's role in keeping the debt collectors at bay for a while now. He had written letters asking for more time, but that wouldn't have done much if his debtors hadn't assumed that he was under the Tang clan. I appreciate that, truly, Chen Ren said, his tone careful. I know they've been pressing you. Tang Jihao gave a slow nod. Yes, I've been keeping them from taking any action against you because I find you interesting. But it won't stay this way forever, Chen Ren. Chen Ren had expected as much. He knew Tang Jihao wasn't doing this out of charity or goodwill. I understand. It must be difficult to hold them off on my behalf. I'm grateful for it, but I think I can give you a reason to hold them back a bit longer. The clan head's eyebrow arched slightly. And what reason would that be? Chen Ren's lips curled into a slow, calculated smile as he uttered a single name. Tang Yuchio, your daughter. At the sound of the name, Tang Jihao's expression shifted ever so slightly. His eyes flickered with something. Surprise? Curiosity? Chen Ren couldn't tell. He waited, wondering what his response would be. After a moment, Tang Jihao leaned forward, his voice low. So, you're finally ready to marry her, then? Chen Ren froze, and his entire body went cold. His smile faded, replaced by a look of sheer panic. Although Chen Ren had long known the Tang clan head's intentions when he allowed his body's former occupant to stay in the family's courtyard, he had hoped the man had abandoned those thoughts. But as he sat in front of Tang Jihao, hearing his sudden excitement and hopeful tone, Chen Ren knew his recent success had reignited those expectations. The clan head leaned forward, his eyes gleaming with a mixture of paternal pride and ambition. It seems your growth has given me something to think about, young Ron. Perhaps there's a future between you and Yuchio after all. Chen Ren felt a chill run down his spine. He had to clarify quickly before things spiraled further. I believe there's been a misunderstanding. My words were not about marriage. Tang Jihao's eyes narrowed, his expression shifting from hopeful to curious, almost predatory. Oh, and why not? His tone was sharper now, as if testing Chen Ren's response. Do you already have someone else in your heart? Although Yuchio can be hot-headed, she's a beauty. You won't find another woman like her, certainly not in Cloud Mist City. I think you could be apprehensive since she won't allow more wives, but isn't she enough? You have seen her. She can certainly handle you. Chen Ren swallowed hard. His mind raced, trying to find the right words to avoid offense. It's not that, he said, his voice steady. But I've no intention of considering romance. Not until I've cleared my debts. He glanced at the clan head, measuring his response before continuing. My focus right now is elsewhere, more on business than personal matters. Tang Jihao leaned back, stroking the goatee thoughtfully. His sharp gaze softened slightly, his interest peaked. Business, you say? His voice lost some of its edge, settling into something more curious. What exactly do you mean? Chen Ren took a deep breath, the tension in the room still palpable but shifting. Earlier, he began, I overheard your conversation. I know your daughter has been trying to start a business of her own. Tang Jihao's brows furrowed, his lips tightening. He nodded slowly. That's right. I gave her an investment and told her to test her capabilities. It didn't work out as she'd hoped. Business is not as simple as many believe. It's not all about capital, but understanding people, markets, and timing. He sighed. I admit, I'm surprised you managed to run that noodle stall so effectively. It's no small feat. Chen Ren nodded in agreement. Exactly, it's difficult. That's why I'm offering to help her. But in exchange, I need two things. The clan head's eyes sharpened once more, the air between them growing still. Oh, he sat up straighter, his presence suddenly felt towering, demanding. And what exactly are these two things you're asking for? Chen Ren steeled himself, knowing this was the crucial part. First, he began, I need you to hold off the creditors for a bit longer. Just for a short time. I'm confident I'll be able to pay them back soon. His voice was steady, but Chen Ren felt the weight of his gamble inside. Tang Jihao frowned slightly, but didn't interrupt, so Chen Ren pressed on. Second, I've heard that your clan has a carpenter workshop. A good one. The clan head's frown deepened. Yes, we do. Why? Chen Ren smiled. I need them to build several stalls for me. Nothing extravagant, just enough to put up a proper front for my noodle business. I would like to open up branches all around the city. At that, Tang Jihao fell silent, lost in thought. His gaze drifted towards his lap, but Chen Ren could feel the man's mind working, calculating the risks and benefits, pros and cons. Finally, the old man sighed, nodding slowly. It doesn't sound like an unreasonable request. But are you confident, boy? Starting a new business isn't as simple as setting up a shop. My daughter isn't interested in selling noodles, as you know, only in eating them. Chen Ren smiled wider, feeling more at ease. It won't be noodles this time. I've seen many things as a cultivator before I ended up here. I have ideas, things I've picked up during my travels that will suit her more. You can trust me on that. Tang Jihao's eyes flickered, still cautious but intrigued. And what if you fail? What happens then? Chen Ren didn't hesitate. If I can't make this business a success for her, you can kick me out. No hard feelings. I won't come back for second chances or beg for forgiveness. My pride as a cultivator won't allow me to do so. That seemed to amuse Tang Jihao. A low chuckle escaped his lips, growing louder until it became a full, hearty laugh that echoed through the room. Bold. You've got a spine, I'll give you that. He slapped his knee, still grinning. Fine, fine. I'll do it. But remember, if you do succeed, this business needs to be something she controls. I'm not giving you free rein here, understand? She needs to be at the front. R.E. Chen Ren nodded quickly. Of course. I'll make sure of it. Her face will be at the front, and I'll stand beside her. She'll be the one in charge. Profits will be shared, but her name will be heard around the city. Tang Jihao's laughter subsided, but a spark of approval lingered in his eyes. We'll see how long that confidence of yours lasts. But for now, you've got my backing. Don't disappoint me. Chen Ren bowed his head slightly. I won't. Inside of him, a storm of thoughts churned, already planning the next step. He glanced at the letters from the creditors and realized he might have less time than he had hoped for. As Chen Ren turned to leave, Tang Jihao's voice stopped him at the door. Oh, and one more thing, the clan head said, his tone lighter. Send me those noodles every day. They're quite good. Chen Ren smiled and nodded, but just as he was about to step out, Tang Jihao added with a knowing smirk. And think about my daughter, would you? She may be mortal, but she's not a bad match. Especially if you're serious about becoming a merchant. For that, Chen gave a polite smile, though his mind was already elsewhere. Understood, he replied, nodding once before stepping out into the corridor. The corridor was quiet as he walked, his thoughts still circling the conversation with Tang Jihao. The weight of the proposal, Tang Yuchio's business, the creditors, the thinly veiled suggestion about marriage, hung heavy on his mind. But deeper still was the gnawing sense that his own plans were slowly slipping beyond his control. As if sensing his turmoil, a soft purr echoed from the shadows. Chen Ren turned to see a sleek, pure white-furred cat emerge from the corner, her amber eyes gleaming with amusement. That girl isn't suitable for the Chen clan, Yalan remarked casually, her voice laced with nonchalance as she padded beside him. I have nothing against mortals, of course, but as a cultivator, one should always seek an immortal as a spouse. Concubines, well, that's a different matter. This story has been unlawfully obtained without the author's consent. Report any appearances on Amazon. Chen Ren sighed, shaking his head. I don't have any plans for that right now. He glanced down at Yalan and glared at her. Were you listening to the conversation? Yalan lifted her chin, her tone imperious. I was outside the door. It's easier to sneak around in this majestic body. No one suspects a thing. Chen Ren couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Majestic compared to humans, Yalan replied smoothly, her tail flicking with pride. I'm far quicker, with better reflexes. And no one ever suspects a lovely creature like myself. It's far more majestic than your body ever could be. If you try to do something like sneaking around a rich merchant clan, you would be killed. But not me. Chen Ren bit his lip, trying to suppress his amusement, but Yalan's confidence was contagious. He let the moment pass, though, and focused on the more pressing matters at hand. So, are you going to start this business with the Tang girl? Yalan asked. Why? I thought you had enough money to get your own stall up and running. Why can't you just spend it on expanding to other stuff? It's not enough, Chen Ren admitted, his mental voice lowering as they walked. I need a face for distribution, someone with influence. I can't do it on my own. Xiaolan is too tied up with the other stalls, and the creditors, they're getting impatient. I have no other way to stop them. Yalan's eyes narrowed thoughtfully before she spoke again. You could let me handle the creditors. Chen Ren stopped in his tracks, turning to look at her and not even bothering to speak in his mind. You do that for me? Yalan stretched lazily, her eyes half closed as she replied. You're technically someone I'm supposed to protect, aren't you? I'll step in if your life gets close to danger. And besides, her eyes gleamed with a faint curiosity. I'm also interested in your Dao. Whenever an esoteric Dao appears, big things tend to follow. Chen Ren stared at her for a long moment, a mix of amusement and curiosity flickering across his face. You that interested in my Dao? Yalan didn't respond right away, simply turning her head to the side as if she hadn't heard the question. Then, with a slow, deliberate flick of her tail, she said, Let's just say, I don't think you're as ordinary as you think you are. Chen Ren smiled to himself, his thoughts once again returning to the many complications that awaited him. But with Yalan beside him, whispering secrets of Dao and destiny, he felt a little more at ease. Even if he hadn't fully trusted her yet, it was better to have her on his side than against him. He let out a laugh through his nose and looked down. I don't know about all that. Either way, I'd rather keep you as my trump card. If things get too bad, I'll call on you. But for now, I was planning to ask Ichio for help. I still owe her a favor, so I can knock out 2 problems at once. And having the support of the Tang clan head won't hurt either. Yalan gave a satisfied nod as they continued walking, her ember eyes reflecting the lantern's dim glow in the corridors. It was quiet, the stillness only broken by the soft sound of their footsteps and the distant rustling of night wind through the courtyard trees. After a while, Chen Ren broke the silence. By the way, he began slowly, I've been wondering, do you know what's going on with the Tang Jihao? He looks sickly. He's the same in the previous Chen Ren's memories. And it doesn't seem like normal sickness. Yalan's ears flicked, her gaze shifting slightly. I've noticed it too. It's not just physical. If I had to guess, I'd say it's a soul disease. Soul disease. Yalan's tail swished, her tone matter of fact. A disease of the soul, yes. It's not natural either. Someone did this to him, most likely a cultivator. His soul is being eaten away bit by bit every day. That's why he looks so frail. I'd bet he's relying on pills and elixirs just to keep himself upright. Without them, he'd probably be coughing blood every other second. Chen Ren absorbed the information in silence, his mind racing. Soul diseases were far outside his realm of expertise. He had heard stories about them, tales of how the soul could be corrupted, rotted from the inside out. But never had he imagined that someone like Tang Jihao would be suffering from such a thing. For a moment, he considered offering help, but then quickly dismissed the thought. What could he do? He had no knowledge of treating soul diseases, nor the resources to even begin trying. And getting involved with something like that, it would be far too dangerous. I guess that explains a lot, Chen Ren finally said, his voice more subdued. Still, it's not my place to intervene. I wouldn't even know where to start. Helping Tang Yuchio is enough. I'll leave that mess to those more qualified. Yalan gave him a sidelong glance, her whiskers twitching. Wise decision. Meddling with soul diseases is like trying to wrestle a demon. Either you win or you get consumed. Best to focus on your own path for now. Chen Ren nodded, but his mind couldn't help but linger on the thought. Tang Jihao, suffering in silence, put on a strong face while his very soul decayed. It was a grim reminder of the world he had stepped into. Strength wasn't just about physical power or martial prowess. Sometimes, the greatest battles were invisible to the naked eye. Still, he had other priorities, and getting too involved in the clan's affairs could only complicate things. He had his own plans, his own survival to worry about. With a final glance at Yalan, who now padded silently beside him, Chen Ren exhaled and pushed the thought from his mind. Under the vast expanse of the sky, cloud mist city sprawled out like a hazy dream, nestled among the rolling clouds that drifted lazily through the air. A man stood on top of the biggest mountain in the area, and from his position, he could instantly see how the city's walls rose into the distance. The atmosphere was cool and thick, almost tangible, as if the city itself were cradled by fog. His blue robe fluttered gently in the wind, worn and frayed at the edges. Dirt and bloodstains marked its once flawless surface. His hair, as blue as the robes he wore, hung loosely down his back, swaying slightly with each gust of wind. The subtle gleam of the bracelet around his wrist caught the moonlight. He gazed down at the city, his sharp eyes taking in every detail as his heart tugged in anticipation. Finally, after a long moment of silence, he exhaled slowly. So this is Cloud Mist City. His voice was low, roughened by fatigue and resolve. I'm finally here. He lifted his hand, brushing some dirt off his sleeve. Are you sure we'll find what we're looking for here? The wind swirled suddenly, carrying with it a presence, faint at first, like a whisper on the edge of perception, but soon taking form. The air next to him rippled, and from the thin veil between the realms, a figure emerged. A ghostly silhouette, its shape resembling that of a demon, with twisted horns and sharp, red eyes. Its entire body flickered like a dying flame, both translucent and yet imposing. The ghost's voice was a rasping echo, barely louder than the wind. Yes, it said with certainty, its glowing eyes narrowing. But it won't be easy to acquire. The object's aura is faint, buried deep. It needs to be very close for me to sense its full nature. The man glanced sideways at the specter, his lips curving into a grim smile. That's no problem, he said, his voice cold and unwavering. I'll deal with whatever stands in my way. And if anyone tries to stop me. His eyes narrowed, even at the thought of someone trying to stop him. I'll give them a show. A little blood tends to make an impression. The ghost chuckled, a dark, hollow sound that echoed in the wind. You speak like a true disciple of mine. Blood may not solve everything, but it certainly smooths the path. The specter's form shifted slightly, growing more defined as it loomed closer. I chose you for a reason. You're ruthless enough to survive this world and ambitious enough to carve your own path through it. The man clenched his fist, the bracelet around his wrist glowing faintly in response to his will. Then let's not waste any more time. We know what we need to do. As the ghost faded back into the shadows, the man stood there a moment longer, his gaze locked on Cloud Mist City below. The mists churned, obscuring the streets and rooftops, as if the city itself were hiding secrets deep within its embrace. His heartbeat quickened, not from fear but anticipation. Whatever awaited him in that city, treasures, enemies, or bloodshed, he would face it head-on. The wind picked up, carrying his words into the distance. Whatever happens, this city won't forget my name. Although his plan had been perfectly laid out and set in his mind, even after speaking with Tang Jihao, one glaring problem clung to his side. Tang Yuchio had vanished. Chen Ren had scoured the Tang manor and questioned every servant he could find, but all anyone knew was that she had left the manor. Being outside was about as useful as saying she was somewhere under the sky. The city was vast, and people disappeared easily into its winding streets, crowded districts, and hidden alcoves. He knew how people like Tang Yuchio would act when they were troubled. Often, they'd seek quiet corners where the noise of life would fade away, and the chaos in their mind could find some peace. The issue was that those places were rarely obvious, especially for someone like Tang Yuchio who would be smart enough not to hide in plain sight. Maybe she had somewhere private where she found comfort. Maybe it was a person, but again, he doubted she had such close friends considering her nature. He also hadn't seen her with anyone else other than her maid. But how would he know where to find her? How would anyone know? With a sigh, Chen Ren set off, his steps light, but his mind heavy. The city stretched before him like a puzzle, its roads teeming with life. He made his way through familiar streets, heading towards the upper district, a more refined area beyond the bustling market. He had been here before, more than once, a wide landscape that offered a semblance of peace. Yet, Even after combing the alleys and looking into the refined tea houses that someone like Tang Yuqiu would frequent, she was still nowhere to be found. His search felt endless, each corner revealing nothing but the familiar sights of merchants, shoppers, and city dwellers going about their day. The upper district may have offered more serenity, but did not yield the answers he sought. Frustration clawed at him, his thoughts a jumble of worry and mild irritation. He had hoped to find her deep in thought somewhere, brooding in a corner, contemplating whatever troubles had sent her off in the first place. But it wasn't until he moved closer to the noodle stall, his last resort, that he spotted her, Tang Yuqiu, seated casually, bowls of noodles scattered around her like trophies from some odd competition. She wasn't brooding, wasn't lost in thought. Instead, she was slurping noodles with the kind of focus that suggested she was thinking about absolutely nothing at all. A soft, bemused voice broke the silence of his thoughts. "You should have looked for her here right away." Yalan, his feline companion, muttered from his side, her amber eyes glinting with amusement. Chen Ren sighed, rubbing his forehead. "I thought she'd be sitting somewhere, lost in thought, not slurping noodles. Some people eat when they're stressed," the cat remarked with an air of superiority, tail flicking lazily. "You humans have the strangest habits." Chen Ren shook his head, though a small smile tugged at his lips. Of all places. Still, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. She was here, not lost or troubled in some hidden corner. Just here, surrounded by noodles and clearly coping in her own way. Now, it was just a matter of talking to her about what was in his mind. Chen Ren gave a subtle nod to Yalan, acknowledging the cat's dry wisdom, before setting his sights on Tang Yuqiu. In the middle of a small mess of empty bowls, her eyes were narrowed but drew a blank. She was slurping the last of her noodles as if they held the answers to all her problems. It was still early, just before lunch, so the line for the stall was small but growing the quiet before the midday rush. He stepped closer, weaving through the sparse crowd with ease, and gave a polite nod to Yuqiu, who glanced up at him with the barest flicker of acknowledgement. Her brows knit together in annoyance, but she didn't make any move to stop him. "I hope the noodles are satisfying your appetite," he said, a soft humor lacing his words. Her eyes flicked up cool and sharp. "I don't want to talk to eavesdroppers," she replied, her voice low and edged with irritation. Chen Ren sighed, but met her gaze evenly. "I wasn't trying to eavesdrop. Your father called me there. I just happen to have a knack for being in the wrong place at the wrong time." She studied him for a moment, her expression softening just a fraction. The scowl that was on her lips turned to a thin, straight line. "I can see that," she muttered, though the edge hadn't entirely left her voice. "So, why are you bothering me now?" She swirled the noodles with her chopsticks and was playing with them as she waited for his response. Chen Ren moved closer, his tone shifting as he spoke with more purpose. "I have a way to alleviate your worries." He paused, letting his words settle. "As I'm living in your house, it's only right that I lend a hand." She looked at him, skepticism written plainly on her face. She placed the chopsticks on the bowl, balancing them carefully before setting the bowl aside. "How exactly can you help me?" She glared at him with a deadpan look on her face. Before he could respond, she laughed humorlessly, a dry laugh through her nose. "Don't joke, Chen Ren." As soon as she said it, she picked up the bowl again and started slurping noodles. "I'm not joking." His voice held a quiet confidence. He gestured to the stall behind him, to the small but growing crowd of customers waiting for their turn. "The place where you're eating noodles right now, I created it in mere weeks. No funding, just meager savings. And now look at it." Her eyes narrowed once again. "Are you trying to brag?" He shook his head. "No, I'm offering a proposal." Tang Yuqiu's eyes searched his face, trying to determine if he was serious or just playing some elaborate joke. There was no deceit in his gaze, only a calm certainty. "A proposal?" she repeated, her voice less hostile now, but still guarded. "What kind of business?" She placed the bowl back on the table, giving him her full attention at the sound of his seriousness. "High-end products," he said, his tone firm. "Something refined, something that stands out." She exhaled sharply, her doubt clear. "That sounds expensive." If it fails, the losses would be huge. I can't afford that again. I can't bear that kind of failure anymore. Chen Ren leaned in slightly, his voice dropping as if sharing a secret only for her ears. You don't have to think negatively all the time. Failure isn't a certainty. Her gaze wavered for a moment, but he pressed on. You tried to save a blacksmithing workshop for your father. You bought it and poured everything into it, hoping to turn it into something grand. Even though you're well-versed in the basics of business, you lack one thing: innovation. That's where I come in. Unauthorized usage. This tale is on Amazon without the author's consent. Report any sightings. Tang Yuchio's fingers curled around the edge of the table, her expression unreadable, but Chen Ren could see the faint flicker of doubt turning into interest. Innovation, she echoed softly. He nodded, his gaze steady. I'll bring innovation. You bring the structure. Together, we can build something that doesn't just survive, it thrives. For the first time since they began talking, Tang Yuchio looked at him not with suspicion or irritation, but with something close to hope. But she wasn't ready to admit it yet. It sounds risky, she said, her voice quieter now. All good things are. Chen Ren replied with a faint smile. But this time, you won't be doing it alone. It seemed as if she allowed herself to consider the possibilities for a brief moment, but soon her expression shifted to one that clearly conveyed the question. Have you lost your mind? Her frown deepened as seconds passed, assessing him for any hint of deceit again. But after a long pause, she simply sighed, her shoulders drooping slightly. If you're lying, I'll kick you out myself. Chen Ren chuckled. You don't have that authority. Your father does. And let's be honest, do you really think the regular guards would be able to get me out? He folded his arms, voice lowering to a serious tone. But I'm not lying. This business will help you regain your lost honor. We'll build something that'll take the city by storm. Only if you want to. If you don't, then, well, he shrugged. She stared at him, her expression unreadable as she considered his words. 40-60, she said at last, her voice steady. In my favor for the profits. Chen Ren raised an eyebrow, a small smirk playing on his lips. 50-50, he countered unwavering. I'm already doing you a favor by letting you in on the profits. She snickered, the tension in her posture easing just a bit. I doubt you're going to put any money into this venture. And as for labor, I'll be the one doing most of it. Not to mention, I'm putting my last bit of savings into this. The split should be in my favor. He shook his head, his smile not faltering. None of it matters without my ideas and innovation. Without me, this is just another failed business in the making. Chen Ren felt a pang of guilt settle in his chest. He was aware that the knowledge he held, the ideas, the innovation, weren't really his own. They came from Earth, from a world she knew nothing about. In a sense, he was taking advantage of her ignorance, using what he hadn't developed himself. But a little shamelessness could go a long way. And in this world, survival wasn't always about playing fair. Besides, if it meant helping her out of this mess and earning good money, he could live with it. The two of them leaned closer over the wooden table, their voices rising and falling like the tide as they haggled fiercely. Tang Yuchio's eyes sparkled with determination as she pushed for a larger share, her tone sharp and confident. You can't expect me to invest my last savings without a fair cut. I'm thinking at least 50-40 in my favor. Chen Ren crossed his arms, unyielding. That just sounds comical to me now. I'll agree to 50-50, but only if you want this to work. 50-50? That's not happening. You're not even putting in any capital, she shot back, her frustration evident. I'm the one risking everything here. And without my ideas, there's nothing worth investing or risking in at all, he countered, his voice steady. You need to recognize the value I bring to the table. She rolled her eyes, a scoff escaping her lips. Please, are you really valuing your grand ideas that highly? They're just words without a proper plan. How about 70-30? I need a cushion for my risks. 70-30? Don't make me laugh. You just increased your profits after asking 60. Chen Ren shook his head, a smirk on his face. You'll scare away any potential investors with those demands. You really think anyone will join you at that rate? If you want a partner, you'll have to meet me halfway. How about 60-40, then? That's still generous, considering I'm the one bringing in the capital. 50-50. It's either that or no deal. Fine, she relented, with an exasperated huff. 50-50. Her eyes gleamed with a mix of skepticism and expectation as she added, but the next discussion will be when you bring me this so-called high-end product, and make sure it actually impresses me. With that, she stood, the bowls of noodles forgotten as she straightened her dress. Don't disappoint me, Chen Ren, she said coolly before turning on her heel and walking off into the city streets. Chen Ren watched her go, rubbing the back of his head in thought. The deal was set, but now came the hard part, delivering on his promise. Getting the product was, without a doubt, the toughest challenge ahead. He sighed, running a hand through his hair. Now comes the real work, he muttered, casting a glance at the noodle stall. Then, realization struck him. Wait, she forgot to pay. Once the discussion with the young miss was over, Chen Ren spent the rest of the afternoon working at the noodle stall. The hustle and bustle of serving bowls of noodles to the waiting line kept him busy, but his mind was far from settled. The deal he struck with Tang Yuqiu was the easy part, making promises and talking up grand ideas. Sure, in his mind he had 1,000 concepts for high-end products, things that could revolutionize this city. He could picture them clearly: luxurious cosmetics, high-quality fabrics, herbal tonics. But as the hours ticked by and the day dragged into late afternoon, he realized something that chilled him more than he expected. This world wasn't like his own. The herbs he needed, the specific plants, the animals, none of them were familiar to him here. The flora and fauna he relied on for his ideas were different and foreign. What use was knowledge from another world if the fundamental building blocks were all wrong? Chen Ren rubbed his temple, staring out at the thinning crowd of customers. He didn't even have a good grasp of what was available locally. Without the right resources, his ideas were nothing more than fantasies. He needed a solid foundation in the herbal and animal life around the city. But therein lay the problem. Chen Ren had no books related to that. He had never been interested in herbology or biology. His knowledge from his past life was limited to what modern industry could produce. He didn't have the faintest clue how to identify rare herbs or unique ingredients in this world. And worse still, this city didn't seem to have a public library. He had asked around before, hoping for a place where he could dig up some information, but according to the servants, there was no such luxury here. Even Yalin, the cat, had been little help, though she had muttered some vague complaints about human knowledge being too scattered. When he'd brought up the idea to Xiaolan, she confirmed his suspicions. The local herbalists and doctors were fiercely protective of their knowledge, sharing only with their trusted apprentices. Trying to pry information out of them would take too much time, something he barely had. Chen Ren sighed, leaning against the stall's counter. His options were growing slimmer by the minute. There had to be another way. And then a flicker of memory hit him. Something from Chen Ren's life here, something he had almost forgotten about. He straightened up, eyes narrowing as a thought crystallized. There was one place that might have what he needed. It wasn't a library, not in the traditional sense, but it was a place where books were plentiful. More importantly, it was a place where someone like him might just stumble upon the right book by sheer luck. His gaze turned resolute as he packed up the last of the stall supplies, handing over the evening's shift to Tang Xiaolan. He didn't say much to her, just a brief nod before he turned and headed into the city, a singular thought guiding his steps. By the time Chen Ren arrived at his destination, the sun had dipped low in the sky, casting the streets in a soft orange glow. He found himself standing outside an unassuming tea shop, nestled between a pair of larger merchant buildings. To most, it looked like a simple, cozy place, a retreat for the weary, where people sip tea and escape the noise of the marketplace. But Chen Ren knew better. He glanced at the faded sign, swaying in the evening breeze. It was a tea shop, yes, but it was also something more, a place with a surprisingly large collection of novels. Stories for the idle, Chen Ren muttered to himself. But maybe, just maybe, I might be able to find what I'm looking for here. He walked forward, pushing the door open, the faint scent of tea leaves and old parchment greeting him. The air inside was warm and cozy, and the soft murmur of voices made it feel almost too peaceful for the task at hand. He spotted a few patrons lounging about, their noses buried in novels as they sipped their drinks. His eyes scanned the shelves lining the walls. There, amidst the countless works of fiction, he hoped to find what he was looking for. The herbal knowledge he needed, the key to unlocking the next step of his plan. Surely, among all these books, there had to be something useful. A book, a scrap of knowledge, anything. Chen Ren strode inside, a small smile creeping across his face. Time to see what this tea shop. The tea shop was nothing out of the ordinary. The lanterns, already lit, cast a warm glow that mingled with the lingering scent of brewing tea, creating an inviting atmosphere. Despite the late hour, the place was still full of life, with customers ranging from wandering cultivators to weary travelers, each nursing a steaming cup and engaging in low, murmured conversations. Chen Ren stepped through the entrance, his eyes scanning the familiar space. It had been a haunt of his, well, the previous Chen Ren's. He would come here occasionally, trailing behind friends with the same lofty aspirations, searching for volumes on the lives of famous cultivators. Those old legends were filled with tales of extraordinary feats, profound enlightenment, and battles that shook mountains. That Chen Ren had been enchanted by such stories, trying to emulate the speech and mannerisms of those ancient heroes. Perhaps it was this obsession that had made him so haughty, looking down on mortals as if they were dust beneath his feet. Chen's lips twisted into a half-smile at the memory, but his expression soon shifted into one of mild curiosity as he glanced around. The tea stall hadn't changed much. The scent of worn scrolls and ink mingled with the earthy aroma of the tea. Rows of shelves lined one side of the establishment, stacked with books and scrolls, each promising knowledge for those who sought it. Once a customer selected a book, they could choose to take a seat in one of the small cubicles, cramped spaces enclosed within wooden walls, offering a modicum of privacy, or sit at the open tables, reading amidst the buzz of conversation while sipping their tea. Chen Ren walked towards the shelves, his fingers brushing against the rough spines of the scrolls as he searched for something that might be of use. Most of the volumes were the same as he remembered: biographies of storied cultivators, legends of ancient sects, and tedious records of lineages. He even caught sight of a few of the more absurdly long titles. Works like the celestial sword that cut through the humans and heavens, or heavenly phoenix rising from ashes to burn everything into ashes. Yet, buried among these, there were some books whose names made his eyebrows twitch. Volumes like Lusty Snake and The Rising would sat side by side with the more serious tomes, its title boldly displayed as if challenging anyone who dared to judge the content. Curiosity piqued, he reached for it. Only for research purposes, he muttered to himself, cracking open the pages. As he skimmed through the lines, he found that it wasn't the scandalous tale he expected. Instead, it detailed a bizarre story about a snake spirit that formed a bond with a tree beast, their journey through the wilderness, and their trials against various predators. The language, poetic and flowery, described their struggle to survive and thrive amidst hostile terrain, and there wasn't a single racy detail to be found. He shook his head, a wry smile playing on his lips as he placed the book back on the shelf. He continued to search, his eyes narrowing as he sought something more practical. Treatises on rare herbs, bestiaries that cataloged the creatures of the surrounding forests, anything that might give him an edge. But to his growing disappointment, nothing of the sort seemed to exist among the shelves. The tea house, with great reputation for its book collection, had nothing but fanciful, questionable stories and endless odes to long-dead cultivators. Frowning, his gaze drifted toward the small desk nestled in the corner of the tea stall, where an old woman sat. Her hair, having lost its color, now streaked with silver, bound up in a loose bun atop her head. Her face was wrinkled and sun-kissed, but her eyes resembled one of a hawk. She cradled a clay cup in her hands, sipping tea slowly and occasionally moving her eyes around the shop. His memories told him that she was the owner of the place. Deciding that she might have more insight into his search, he approached the desk, offering a polite bow. His eyes went to the label on the table. Qing He, her name must be. Good evening, Senior Qing He. I'm looking for a particular book, if you be so kind as to assist me. Qing He looked up, one brow arching slightly, her eyes darting toward the shelves lining the walls. There are plenty of books around there, young one. Take your pick, she said, her voice creaky. I've seen the ones out there, but I can't find what I'm looking for. Specifically, I'm interested in herbs and beasts. A book that could give me detailed information on them. Qing He leaned back in her chair, the wooden legs creaking under the shift of her weight. She set down her cup with a soft clink, peering at him over its rim. Herbs and beasts, you say? This place isn't a sect library, boy. You want those kinds of books? Then join a sect. He hesitated, then shook his head, meeting her gaze directly. I already tried. Failed the entrance exams. A brief, almost pitying chuckle escaped the woman's lips. Not all sects are the grand, sky-reaching ones. There are smaller ones, always looking for stray talents. Chen Ren shook his head. Not interested. I just need access to knowledge. That's all. I'm even willing to pay more. Qing He's expression didn't change. She picked up her cup again, taking a slow sip before setting it back down. Then you're out of luck. There are no secret collections here, no hidden tomes. If what you want isn't on those shelves, you might as well leave. As for money, you can pay for my tea and books on those shelves. Nothing more than that. Chen Ren let out a long sigh, nodding to himself as he considered her words. His mind briefly entertained the idea of using his status as a cultivator or perhaps invoking his recent association with the Tang clan. But as he glanced back at Qing He, looking at the wrinkles around her eyes, he discarded that notion. Using his status here would be akin to acting like the previous Chen Ren, especially when he was just against an old woman. He needed a different method to get through her. Thank you anyway, he said, bowing again before turning back to the shelves. After some searching, he pulled out a book titled The Immortal Travels of Lu Jie. It was yet another biography of a cultivator and his turtle whose life had become the stuff of legend. Not the practical text he sought, but at least it might offer some inspiration. He settled down in one of the public seats, choosing a corner where the noise of the tea stall was muted and cracked open the book. As he began to read, a shadow loomed over him, and he glanced up to find Qing He standing beside him, a steaming cup of tea in her hands. Here, she said gruffly, setting the cup down on the table beside him. Glad you found something to read. Chen Ren blinked, surprised, before offering her a small, genuine smile. Thank you. He reached into his pocket, pulling out a few coins and placing them on the table. She grabbed them without turning to leave. She didn't look back, but Chen Ren thought he saw the corners of her lips curl upward ever so slightly at the coins. He took a sip of the tea, savoring the warmth that spread through his chest, and let himself sink into the tales of Lu Jie, even as his mind continued to puzzle over the best way to find what he truly needed. His other hand turned the brittle pages of the biography. The dim glow of the lanterns cast shifting patterns on the floor, and the hum of conversation from the other patrons filled the air with a comforting background murmur. The tea was warm, smooth, and soothing, but his thoughts remained restless, circling back to Qing He behind the counter. Ensure your favorite authors get the support they deserve. Read this novel on Royal Road. As he took another sip, a soft rustling reached his ears. A moment later, a familiar weight settled on the seat beside him, fur brushing against his arm. He glanced sideways and saw Yalan. The creature stretched leisurely, curling her tail around her paws, before it spoke through his mind. It's good you didn't try to pester her, Yalan said, her gaze shifting toward Qing He, who was now busy wiping down a dusty ledger. That woman is strong. He raised an eyebrow, setting the book aside for a moment. A cultivator? Yalan nodded, the tip of her tail flicking lazily. One that should be an elder of a sect at the very least. To know what she's doing here, hiding in plain sight. Chen Ren's gaze drifted back to Qing He. Her mannerisms were unhurried, almost mundane, just a regular shopkeeper tending to her tea stall. Yet, there was a precision to the way she moved, a calmness that seemed just a bit too steady for an elder who had supposedly lived among average folks all her life. He tried to see through the veil of ordinariness she wore like a cloak, but there was nothing to give her away. Everything about her, from the faint lines around her eyes to the way she drank, seemed unremarkable. But he couldn't dismiss what Yalin had said. If she truly was a hidden master, then it explained the knowledge in her advice earlier, her casual mention of joining a smaller sect. He had given her no direct clue that he was a cultivator when she suddenly mentioned the sect competition. Though, even mortals tried their luck in those sect competitions, hoping to secure a menial position within the sect's ranks. But she had spoken as if she knew he was a cultivator. He cast another glance her way, but she continued her work, her focus entirely on her task. Perhaps she had grown used to keeping her true nature hidden, blending into the background of this quiet corner of the world. From what he remembered, the tea stall had been around for over a decade, always present, yet never standing out. And in all that time, she had never done anything to betray her strength. Never once let slip the aura that clung to true cultivators like a faint shadow. Chen Ren sipped his tea thoughtfully, a plan beginning to form in his mind. If she was indeed a hidden master, there was a chance, however slim, that she possessed the knowledge he sought, the books he needed. Ancient masters often kept hidden troves of information, things that would never find their way onto the dusty shelves of a public stall. He just needed to find the right opportunity to make himself useful, to earn her favor, to perhaps gain access to whatever secrets she might be guarding. Yalin's voice broke into his thoughts, her tone curious. So, what's the plan then? Sit here drinking tea until your cup runs dry. Chen glanced down at Yalin, his lips curling into a faint smile. I'll look out for the right opportunity to intervene. There's always something, some small act that might win a favor. If she's hiding her strength, then she's got her reasons, and people like that often need help. Help they don't want to ask for. He took another slow sip, feeling the warmth seep into his chest. If nothing comes up, then I'll have to play the long game. But I don't have much time for that. Yalin's tail twitched, her gaze shifting from Chen Ren to Qing he once more. Impatient as always, aren't you? But there was no reproach in her tone, only a hint of amusement. Whether it took a moment or a month, he would find a way to crack open whatever mystery the old grandma held. After all, in a world of secrets and shadows, the right connections could be more valuable than any rare herb or elusive beast. And if she was truly a master, then beneath that ordinary exterior, she held more than a few keys to the knowledge he sought. Time drifted by slowly in the tea stall, the minutes bleeding into one another as Chen Ren sat in his corner, pretending to be absorbed in the dusty old biography. His gaze, however, frequently drifted over the rim of his cup to Qing He at the counter. She continued with her routine, refilling teapots, arranging cups, and occasionally greeting new customers with a weary nod. The steady pace of her movements betrayed nothing of the hidden strength Yalin had hinted at. But, even as he kept his eyes peeled, no opportunity presented itself. He watched as people came and went, workers, merchants, and the occasional scholar, all entering with the prospect of a warm drink or a brief respite from the day's troubles. Nothing of interest, nothing out of the ordinary. His second cup of tea turned cold. He ordered a third, and, as the minutes stretched on, he began to wonder if he would spend the entire evening here without any progress. But just as the tea warmed his hands once more, the bells above the door chimed, announcing the arrival of a group of young women that their attire marked them as signs of wealth, draped in robes of fine silk, embroidered with different patterns of flowers and mythical creatures. Gold-threaded tassels hung from their sleeves, swaying with every playful step. Jade bangles clinked softly on their wrists, and their hairpins shimmered in the lantern light, each one showing off their family's prosperity. Chen Ren's interest peaked as they made their way to the reception. They gathered around Qing He, who set her teacup down with a soft clink, meeting their smiles with a polite but detached nod. "Ah, Grandma Qing He, do you have any other books here?" one of the girls asked, her voice carrying the cultured tone of someone used to making requests. He regarded her with a raised eyebrow. What kind are you looking for? The girl gave a small sigh, adjusting the hem of her silken sleeve. Most of the books here seem to cater to children or men. We've read through nearly all of the cultivation stories you have in stock. Isn't there anything different? Something more to our taste? Chingy's face remained impassive as she shook her head. This is all I have, miss. If you're looking for something different, I suggest you try the merchants next time they come through town. The disappointment in the girl's expressions was clear, but they could do little but exchange glances and mutter among themselves before turning away, their footsteps carrying them out of the tea stall in a trail of silk and perfume. Chen Ren watched their retreating figures thoughtfully, a plan forming in his mind. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for. With a quick breath, he downed the last of his tea and rose to his feet, striding toward Qing, he with purpose. She looked up at his approach, her expression turning from mild curiosity to a familiar wariness. "What do you want now?" she asked, voice flat. Chen Ren offered a polite smile, gesturing in the direction of the door where the girls had exited. "Those young misses. Don't you think you're losing customers by not catering to them? If you had books they wanted, they'd keep coming back, and they'd spend plenty of silver doing it." Qing, he shrugged, picking up her teacup again as if the matter was already settled. "Doesn't matter. I don't have any more books. And even if I wanted to get more, it's not easy. Merchants don't bring many these days, and the ones they do bring are mostly the same. Cultivation stories, tales for children, nothing more." Chen Ren leaned in slightly, his tone gaining a touch of enthusiasm. "What if I offered you a solution to that problem?" She eyed him skeptically, one brow arching as she set her cup down again. "And what solution would that be?" He straightened, letting a bit of confidence slip into his voice. "I could write a book, one that would appeal to those girls. You have a lot of young misses visiting your shop, don't you? If you had a story that they actually wanted to read, it could bring in more business. They'd come for the tea, stay for the book, and keep returning. Girls like them talk about everything to each other, so I'm pretty sure your business will boom." Qing's skepticism only deepened, her lips curving into a dry smile. "You don't look much like a writer to me." Chen Ren chuckled softly, spreading his hands in a disarming gesture. "Appearances can be deceiving, senior. Just give me a chance. If I can do it, will you let me have a look at the herbal books?" She let out a short, humorless laugh. "I already told you, I don't have any of those. What part of that did you not understand? Maybe there are some in the back. It wouldn't hurt to take a look, would it? Just a small favor. If I manage to write something that brings more customers to your shop." Qing, he stared at him, her gaze as steady and unyielding as a mountain. For a moment, Chen Ren wondered if he had pushed too far, but he held his ground, his expression remaining calm and composed. Qing, he let out a long sigh, her breath carrying the weariness of someone who had seen too many schemes and empty promises. She took her time, letting her gaze sweep over Chen Ren, measuring him up from head to toe. Her eyes, sharp and judgmental, flicked briefly to Yalin lingering a few paces behind him. After a moment's pause, she folded her arms and gave a small, almost reluctant nod. "Sure, if you can write up a good book that brings in more business, I'll search through what I have. But understand, there's no guarantee I'll find what you're looking for." Chen Ren's face lit up with a hint of satisfaction. "That's good enough for me," he replied, his voice carrying a note of enthusiasm that hadn't been there before. Without waiting for her to change her mind, he turned on his heel, striding toward the door. If he hadn't controlled himself, he'd be bouncing on his feet. But good thing he was still sane. Yalin padded after him, her tail swishing lazily behind. As he left the tea shop, the air seemed cooler and crisper, or maybe it was just his mind. Qing's hand trembled slightly as she brought the teacup to her lips, savoring the warmth that seeped through the delicate porcelain. Her shop, filled with neatly stacked books and the faint scent of aged paper, was brightened by the sunlight pouring through the window. The gentle steam rising from the tea seemed to swirl in harmony with the rhythm of her thoughts, as if time itself had slowed to match her leisurely pace. Her gaze drifted to the window, where the city's chaos was visible. The laughter of children, the cries of merchants hawking their wares, the clattering of horse-drawn carts, all the familiar sounds of a mortal city busy with its daily routine. She observed it as one might view the ripples on a distant lake, present yet removed, the mundane happenings of a world she had once left behind and had returned to. Time, she mused, moved so swiftly for mortals, 10 years gone in a blink. In the world of the mundane, seasons changed, children grew, and elders passed on. But for her, a decade was no more than a brief interlude, a period where no great disturbances rocked the heavens or stirred the silent flow of her chi. There had been no furious rival sects to contend with, and no ancient blood feuds revived. Just quiet days, evenings filled with novels, and the simple pleasure of anonymity. She sipped her tea again, feeling the warmth trickle down her throat. Her lips curled slightly, a rare smile that creased her otherwise serene features. She thought of the gray-haired men who sometimes lingered near her stall, attempting to catch her eye with their clumsy charm. Oh, how they tried, offering small gifts, their flattery almost amusing even in this age. She did not desire their company. They were as uninteresting as stones by the roadside. Yet, she relished the attention, that small acknowledgement of her existence and charm that hadn't faded away even with wrinkles. After all, who among those who once sought to ascend to the heavens could resist a little admiration? Even the most aloof cultivators, draped in their robes of mystery, couldn't resist the allure of fame. That was why they competed in endless tournaments, displayed their prowess for the masses, and even paid bards to spin stories of their exploits. Half of the novels cluttering her shelves were ghost-written by such cultivators, faintly disguised, exaggerated accounts of their own lives. They claimed to be above mortal affairs, yet how many of them yearned for the reverence of those they dismissed as insignificant? The truth was, even the lofty required validation from the masses they deemed beneath them. She sighed contentedly, closing her eyes to bask in the warmth of her tea and her thoughts. A good life, a peaceful life, she murmured to herself, savoring the words like a fine cup of tea. It was a mantra she had repeated so many times over these quiet years, almost convincing herself that it could last forever. But then, the door creaked open, slicing through the tranquility of the moment. Her eyes snapped open, her gaze sharpening as she peered at the shadowed figure standing at the threshold. Ching He's brow furrowed, her grip tightening around the fragile cup, a small crack spreading through the porcelain. There he stood, the uninvited guest, the one who could shatter this peace she had worked so hard to weave. He appeared unassuming enough, dressed in simple robes, his expression as neutral as a calm lake. Yet she could sense the faint, irregular hum of his dantian beneath his surface, like a flame flickering in a breeze. He wasn't much, no prodigious talent, no aura of destiny swirling around him. A cultivator of middling rank, barely a foot into the path that defied heaven's will. She narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing the barely perceptible ripples of energy emanating from him. A third-star body-forging cultivator, perhaps, or fourth if she was generous. Nothing that should pose a danger to her. Her lips twisted into a thin line. The youth was no danger on his own, just another hopeful soul chasing the promise of immortality, like so many others who had come before him. But then she saw it, lurking behind him, a shadow moving with liquid grace. A sleek, pristine white cat, its fur slipped past the door frame, padding soundlessly into the room. The cat's eyes gleamed with an unsettling intelligence, too bright and knowing for any ordinary beast. Ching's heart tightened at the sight. That cat, a creature that did not belong in this mortal city. Ching's gaze lingered on the spot where the white cat had last been seen, her pristine form slipping away with unnerving ease. A spirit beast? She was sure of it. And not just any lowly creature that prowled the edges of town, but one with a strength that could hide itself even from her senses. At the very least, it was a peak Foundation realm beast, possibly even at the elusive Meridian expansion realm. She didn't like either option. Beasts of such caliber didn't casually wander into mortal settlements like this. let alone follow around a cultivator of such modest talent. Beta. Yet, the most curious thing of all was the beast behavior. Instead of ruling over the weaker being, it followed him, acting like a pet, docile and obedient. She had seen the cat nestling against his legs, her eyes glinting with a peculiar amusement, almost as if she was playing a game Qing he couldn't quite decipher. And now, for the last 2 days, she hadn't seen the hide or hair of either the cat or the young cultivator. She had almost convinced herself that they'd moved on, leaving her to her simple life once more. So, it comes to this, she muttered under her breath, the tea cooling in her hand, her gaze never leaving the visitor who had just stepped into her quiet corner of her shop. He strode toward her, a bright smile on his face that was almost annoyingly cheerful. She straightened, letting out a slow breath to steady herself. "Why are you here today?" she asked. Her voice clipped as she peered over her cup of tea. "Back for more books?" The young man shook his head, a mischievous twinkle in his eye. "No, Senior Qing He. I'm here to fulfill my end of the bargain." She frowned, setting her teacup down with a faint clink. "Oh." Her tone held a trace of curiosity, but she kept her expression carefully neutral. "So, you wrote a novel?" His grin widened, pride shining in his eyes. "Yes, enough to become a big hit with the young girls." She chuckled dryly, the noise escaping through her nose. "A big hit, is it?" She studied him for a moment, then reached out as he handed her a thin, bound volume. Qing Yi's hands brushed the rough pages, feeling the weight of the book and, perhaps, the weight of his ambitions. She squinted at the title and flipped open to the first page. "Very well, then," she said with a touch of amusement in her voice. "Let me read." The young cultivator watched eagerly as she scanned the opening lines, leaning in slightly, as if hoping to catch her first reaction. Qing sighed softly, her fingers tapping the edge of the book. What could this child possibly write, being so young and naive? Her mind drifted back to the tales she'd read over the decades, stories of grand battles, tragic love, and ascension to heights no mortal could fathom. Surely, he would not grasp the depth that such stories required. Yet as her eyes traced over the words, a flicker of surprise crossed her face. Her reading slowed, and she glanced up at him, a wry smile tugging at her lips. Liang Shan and Hua Yun, she emphasized the names in a tone thick with the cadence of her region, rendering his words awkwardly. Who is this Sha Cooper anyway that's credited as the writer of the original? The young cultivator's grin faltered slightly, but he regained his composure quickly, scratching the back of his head sheepishly. "Shakespeare. It's an old tale from my place of birth," he explained. "I just adapted it to be about cultivators. The original story was about 2 mortal families who ruled a city, and their children. Well, they fell in love despite their family's feud. The author's narrative has been misappropriated. Report any instances of this story on Amazon." She scoffed lightly, a note of disbelief creeping into her voice. Mortal families ruling a city? What nonsense! How could such a story capture anyone's interest? Mortals can barely keep a village in order, let alone a city. It's just a story, Senior Qing He. It's not meant to be taken so seriously. And I made it different, added some of those forbidden techniques and ancient bloodlines that I saw around the books in your shop. He smiled, and his words held a hint of pride. Qing Yi's lips twitched, and she found herself not knowing whether to take him seriously or not. We'll see if your little story has any depth to it. A tale of love and conflict, adapted to the realm of cultivators. It's not an easy thing to write. She returned to the pages, immersing herself in the story of clashing clans, forbidden cultivation techniques, and tragic love. Yet even as she read, she kept one eye on the young man, observing the eagerness in his expression. He watched her reactions carefully, as if seeking validation, not so different from those old men on the street, pining for a bit of her attention. And perhaps, in that small way, he was a true cultivator after all. Yet in the back of her mind, the shadow of that spirit beast lingered, reminding her that things were never as simple as they seemed. Qing He adjusted her glasses, the faint flickering of candlelight casting shadows over her face as she began to read the first page of the young cultivator's manuscript. The story started with two rival guardian sects. One, the Sky Shroud sect, known for their mastery of sword chi, and the other, the Verdant Stream sect, masters of spirit arts. The protagonists, a young man from Sky Shroud and a woman from Verdant Stream, met under a red maple tree that grew on the boundary between their sects. Despite the tension between their factions, the two found themselves drawn to one another, their chance meetings turning into whispered conversations about the nature of cultivation, their dreams, and the harsh duties they bore for their respective sections. Ching-He smirked as she read this part, recognizing the telltale signs of a budding romance, laced with the tension of forbidden encounters. It was the kind of tale that drew in young hearts, the thrill of love crossing boundaries. As she read further, the sect elders grew suspicious of their young disciples' secret meetings. The lovers, caught between loyalty to their sects and their feelings for each other, decided to meet one last time under a legendary maple tree. The young cultivator wrote of a moonlit night where spiritual energy shimmered around them, and the air was thick with unspoken words and regrets. He captured the scene well, she had to admit. His prose managed to evoke the coldness of the night and the warmth of their last embrace. But as such stories go, tragedy soon followed. The elders of the Sky Shroud sect struck first, unleashing a storm of sword chi that tore through the forest where the two met. Not to be outdone, the Verdant Stream elders retaliated with devastating spirit arts, turning the moonlit scene into a battlefield of clashing auras. The couple tried to escape the carnage, but their enemies would not relent. With a final, desperate use of forbidden techniques, they turned their power inward, choosing to end their own lives rather than let the sects tear them apart. As she reached the last lines, describing their hands clasped together, their chi fading like the last breath of the maple leaves around them, Ching-He realized her tea had long grown cold. She set the manuscript down, feeling the heaviness and bittersweetness of the story settle in her chest. Slowly, she raised her gaze to the young cultivator, who watched her with a hopeful, yet nervous, smile. "This is actually pretty good," she said, her voice tinged with reluctant admiration. She leaned back, fingers tapping on the armrest of her chair. "How were you able to write something like this?" The young man's smile grew wider, though he maintained a humble air. "It's an adaptation, like I said. I heard it as a tale rather than read it whole. Took some time to adapt it properly, to make the dialogue flow and fit the immortal world, you know? But it turned out well." She studied him for a moment, tapping her finger thoughtfully against the book. "It might actually work. You should consider a career as a writer rather than a cultivator. I'm sure many sects would be willing to sponsor someone who can weave stories like this. It's rare to find a talent like yours." He chuckled softly, scratching the back of his head. "I'll think about it. If my current path doesn't work out, maybe I'll take up your advice." He paused, and then his expression turned serious as he shifted the topic. "About the book, are you satisfied with the one that I wrote? Will you give me what I seek?" Ching-He glanced at him, then back at the manuscript he'd written. "It's nicely done, even if I haven't had a chance to test whether the young girls would find it captivating. But the writing is solid, so I'll give you a chance." She stood up, smoothing out her robes. "Besides, I found a book that might interest you. Come with me." She led him to a narrow stairway at the back of the tea shop, the wooden steps creaking softly beneath their feet. The white cat appeared again, slipping through the shadows to follow them, its eyes glinting with that same amused intelligence. The young man followed her, his curiosity piqued as they made their way to a small room, where a worn bookshelf stood against one wall, filled with ancient tomes. She motioned to a simple chair by a small table. "Sit, and don't touch anything," she warned, casting him a stern look before turning to search through the bookshelf. He sat obediently, watching as she thumbed through dusty scrolls and leather-bound volumes until she found what she was looking for. Carefully, she pulled out a thin, worn book and placed it in his hands. "I think this one might be to your liking," she said, her tone softer than before, as if a hint of nostalgia touched her words. But remember, I don't give out my treasures lightly." With that, she left him in the room, heading back down the creaking stairs. As she reached her desk again, she couldn't help but glance once more at the manuscript he had left behind. She traced a finger over the cover, considering the young man's story. It had been a while since a tale had stirred something in her, something that made her want to read it again to see if she had missed any layers beneath its simple telling. She settled back in her chair, opened the first page, and began reading once more, this time savoring each word and searching for the subtext that might lie hidden beneath the prose. Because she was sure there was more to it than what was presented, and she always liked a good, calm challenge. In the comparatively dark back room, Chen Ren took a moment to survey the shelves, his eyes glinting with curiosity. It was clear that he had more information tucked away than she let on. Ancient scrolls and old tomes, their spines cracked with age, filled every inch of the wooden shelves. He felt a twinge of excitement, knowing that this place held more than just dusty records. It held secrets. He sat down at a small table and glanced at the book he had handed him. Its cover was simple and unadorned, but the faded ink on the spine read The Tinged Flora and Hidden Beasts by Wu Yanshi. He flipped open the first page, the scent of old parchment wafting up, mingling with the faint aroma of incense from the shop below. The book started with an introduction about the author, a wandering cultivator who had spent decades exploring remote regions, recording details about plants and creatures seldom seen in the more civilized parts of the realm. It was a rare find, one that could easily be overlooked by someone less knowledgeable. As he read through the pages, Chen Ren skimmed past the sections on rare herbs that grew deep in spirit-infused mountains and hidden valleys, focusing instead on what could be found closer to the city. His goal was clear: herbs with pleasing fragrances. If he could find a plant that had properties to soothe the mind or to subtly ward off lesser spirit beasts, even better. And then there were the beasts themselves. Any parts that could be used for their alchemical properties would be a bonus. He paused at a passage about hoofprint fern, a rare plant known for its golden-veined leaves that glowed in the moonlight. It had calming properties, often used by cultivators to enhance meditation. But it thrived only near ancient, undisturbed lakes, far from the bustling life of the city. Next, he found a description of violet dawnroot, a bright red herb with a subtle, citrusy scent. It was said to help focus the mind when burned as incense. It grew on the sunlit slopes of hills, needing space and elevation. He frowned. While not impossible to acquire, it was not the convenient solution he sought. Flipping a few more pages, he found a section on spirit beasts, each profile painstakingly recorded with details of their habits and habitats. A sketch of a night stalker lynx caught his eye, a creature known for its shadow affinity and prized for its dark-furred pelt, which could be used in making concealment talismans. But it was far beyond his current strength, even if he did manage to track one down. He moved on, noting its properties, but knowing it was out of reach. After a while, he stumbled upon a simple entry, Silver Mist Blossom. The name didn't seem particularly grand, but the more he read, the more it piqued his interest. It was a humble herb, found near riverbanks, with delicate petals that shimmered faintly in the morning mist. The blossom emitted a gentle fragrance that was said to calm nerves and aid in sleep. But more than that, it had a subtle effect of repelling lesser spirit beasts and pests, making it valuable to protect those who worked with other, more temperamental herbs. This was the kind of plant he had been looking for, something easy to find locally, with practical uses that could enhance the atmosphere of his quarters and keep unwanted pests at bay. He traced a finger over the illustration, imagining them blossom along the rivers that wound near the outskirts of the city. Chen Ren hunched over a small desk in his room. The only light came from a half-melted candle. His brush moved swiftly, filling the scroll with characters that came to his mind. He paused, the tip hovering over the paper as he thought of the recent encounter with the old lady at the tea house. A smile tugged at his lips, just barely there. The deal with her had been sort of a gamble of its own, but one that turned out better than he had expected. He had proposed writing a story, one of those romantic tales popular on Earth, but not just any tale, one that could tug at heartstrings and spark a fluttering in the hearts of young women. There was a problem, though. He had never really read those kind of books back in his world, just watched them movies. So he took the fragments he remembered, twisted them with his imagination and stuff he had read about cultivation, and poured them into the scrolls over the last 2 days. Writing here had come with its surprises. His thoughts, once sluggish when it came to putting words down on paper, now flowed like a river. Once he finished the story, Ching He's approval arrived quickly, allowing him to obtain the book on herbs and beasts he had been searching for. Yet, the true treasure wasn't just in the book she'd given him. It was in the dusty, cluttered shelves he'd glimpsed behind her, shelves filled with scrolls and tomes that looked far more valuable than mere stories. Cultivation manuals, techniques, and perhaps even secret arts lay within that room. If he played his cards right, he might get access to those secrets too. But those aspirations would have to wait. Chen Ren put the scroll aside, pushing thoughts of ancient techniques and hidden power from his mind for now, and focusing on his task at hand, from where he was in his room. All right, so, focus. He forced himself to look at the notes he'd made in his notebook. His first goal was much simpler: herbs. Since his noodle stall was working well, he had thought a lot on his second business idea and landed on a product that he would be able to earn a lot out of, especially with Tang Yuqiu: fragrances, makeup, and hygiene products. It was an idea born from a class he'd taken back in his previous life, when perfumes and their crafting had been little more than an idle curiosity. Yet now, that knowledge held the potential for a lot of profit. He picked up another sheet, dipping his brush once more as he began to scribble notes. Memories of perfume-making techniques surfaced, thoughts threading through the delicate process of creating a fragrance. He jotted down the key ideas that had lingered in his mind: the use of essential oils for heart notes, the balancing of top notes like citrus to create an immediate scent, and the heavier, lasting base notes: musk, sandalwood, or even something rarer. It was a process that required patience, an art of blending nature's essence into a single, captivating aroma. Chen Ren's brush moved swiftly, laying out the steps for his perfume-making process as he included his earthly knowledge with the herbs he had read about. He wrote about selecting top, middle, and base notes that he thought would fit: whispering lily for the initial burst, Martha wood for depth, and silver mist bloom to anchor the blend. He detailed how to combine them, starting with a few drops of each in a small bottle, adding alcohol to carry the fragrance, and letting it rest for days to meld the scents. He noted the importance of testing the mixture on the skin, adjusting with more alcohol if too strong, and recording each variation to refine what he'd have made. A faint, high-pitched sound cut through his focus, like the creak of old wood or the whisper of an unseen presence. Chen Ren's hands stilled, his breath catching in his throat as his senses sharpened. His gaze darted around the murkily lit room, the tension coiling through his muscles like a spring. Did one of the creditors send an assassin after me? No, it shouldn't be, but I still need to check. He slowly pushed back from the desk, his eyes scanning the corners, each shadow stretching longer than it should under the wavering candlelight. The silence hung heavy, every beat of his heart echoing in his ears. Then he spotted the source of the sound: a small, scraggly rat, scuttling along the edge of the room, its tiny claws scraping against the wooden floor. Chen Ren exhaled, a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. He leaned back, feeling the tightness in his shoulders ease. The rat was a scrawny creature, its fur matted and rough, the pale light casting shadows over its twitching whiskers. It paused for a heartbeat, its tiny eyes glinting like dark beads in the candlelight as it met Chen Ren's gaze. A cornered look passed between them, one of primal fear on the rat's part and a flash of something else, a sudden whim, in Chen Ren's. He stood up slowly, the wooden chair creaking beneath him. His lips twisted into a grin. "I didn't know I had rats in my room," he muttered, brushing a loose strand of hair behind his ear. Then an idea took root, his grin widening. "Maybe I can try catching it, as a treat for that high and mighty cat." He chuckled under his breath at the thought, and, without further hesitation, lunged toward the rat. But the rat, sensing the danger, moved at a godly speed. It darted between his legs, slipping past the edge of the desk, and scrambled over a stack of scrolls piled in the corner. Chen Ren, not to be outdone, dove after it, his fingers just brushing against the coarse fur before it wriggled free, leaping toward his bed. He nearly stumbled, catching himself on the bedpost as he shifted through the tight space of his room, his mind racing to keep up with the rat's frantic scurrying. He winced as his elbow knocked into a porcelain cup, sending it spinning across the desk before it wobbled back to a stop. He had to be careful. One wrong move, and he'd leave a mess for Tang Xiaolan to clean up, not to mention the damage to his already limited belongings. The rat seemed to sense the challenge, scampering with renewed speed, its tiny claws skittering over his notes, then darting under a small chest that held his writing supplies. Chen Ren huffed in frustration, quickly closing the distance, leaping to block its path. For a moment, they both froze, Chen Ren with his arm outstretched, and the rat quivering in the corner. With a final quick motion, he managed to trap the creature beneath his hands, feeling it squirm against his palms. He grinned, ready to praise himself for the little victory, but then a voice from the doorway cut through his moment of triumph like a blade. "What are you doing, human?" It was a low, annoyed tone, carrying the unmistakable haughtiness of a creature who had seen far too many years to be amused by such antics. Chen Ren froze, turning slowly to see Yalan standing in the doorway, her amber eyes narrowed to slits, the tip of her tail twitching impatiently. She regarded him with a disdainful look that could have made any mortal feel foolish. He raised his hands, displaying the wriggling rat with a sheepish grin. "I thought you might appreciate a fresh catch," he offered, trying to inject a bit of charm into his voice. "You know a snack?" Yalan's glare sharpened, her whiskers twitching with irritation. "Do you think I would stoop so low to eat such a filthy creature?" she replied, her voice dripping with scorn. She cast a disdainful glance at the rat. Even a hungry stray would turn its nose up at such a pitiful offering. "I have some standards, human. If you want to feed me, try something more refined. I'd rather eat mud than a rat." Chen Ren flinched, his shoulders sagging as he sighed, and released the rat, which immediately darted away, disappearing into a crack in the wall. He watched it vanish with exasperation and amusement, muttering under his breath, "Well, I try my best for you, you know." Yalan, however, only smirked, a flash of amusement in her eyes that quickly turned serious. She flicked her tail toward the door. "If you truly wish to be useful, stop playing with vermin and start moving. We need to make our way to the forest and return before midnight. The window of opportunity is closing, and we need to get on with your training." Chen Ren straightened, dusting off his hands as he eyed her warily. "What's this about, anyway? And what kind of training are we talking about?" Yalan turned her head. "You'll find out when we get there," she said. "Now, hurry up. The herbs we seek will not wait, and neither will your training." Chen Ren moved through the mist that curled around the city, his steps careful yet swift, Yalan walking silently at his side. This content has been misappropriated from Royal Road. Report any instances of this story if found elsewhere. The lanterns that hung from the edges of rooftops did little to pierce the thick veil that blanketed everything in sight. The mist clung to him, cold and damp, and each breath drew in tendrils of vapor that seeped into his lungs. The city's boundary had always been like this at night. No matter how clear the day was, once the sun dipped below the horizon and everything turned dark, the fog rolled in, settling over the city like an ancient habit. Chen Ren had overheard countless theories about it since arriving. Rumors spun by merchants, old scholars, and idle city folks who enjoyed the mystery of it all. Some said it was the work of the sect master from the Soaring Sword sect, his power so great that he could summon an array to ward off beasts from the nearby forest, keeping them from straying too close to the city's walls. Others believed it was the result of a natural formation, a confluence of spiritual energies that gathered each night, creating a fog that acted as a barrier. Then there were the more mundane explanations, tales of strange plants that grew along the city's borders, exhaling mist as they absorbed the moon's light, or ancient streams hidden beneath the earth, releasing the vapor into the cool night air. Whatever the cause, the fog had been a fixture of the city for centuries, an unchanging fact of life that everyone learned to accept. Chen Ren, however, had little interest in deciphering its origins. It served its purpose tonight, helping to mask his movements as he and Yalan slipped through the twisting paths that led to the city's edge. The mist muffled the sounds of their footsteps, and he moved like a fox, covering a large distance in a matter of minutes, again thankful for the fact that he had been transmigrated as a cultivator. As they approached the outer gates, the outline of two guards materialized through the fog, their figures indistinct but solid against the shifting veil of mist. Their armor clinked softly as they turned, their expressions obscured beneath helmets that reflected the faint glow of nearby lanterns. But when Chen Ren revealed the faint glimmer of his cultivation aura, they barely gave him a second glance. One of them, an older man with a streak of silver in his beard, grunted a curt acknowledgement and bowed slightly before waving him through without so much as a... Since the city had cultivators, guards seemed to let them be and not interfere. He was sure that he wasn't the only one who had thought of training in the nearby forest. Chen Ren slipped past the gate with a nod, feeling the slight tension in his shoulders ease. He had grown used to this reaction from most guards. He had discovered that most common folk treated cultivators with a blend of awe and wariness. It was a small advantage, but one he'd learned to use well. The mist beyond the gate was thicker still. He could barely see through the thick fog, but he knew that the forest should be in the distance. Chen Ren's breath formed soft clouds before him, mingling with the drifting vapor as he trudged forward, Yalan moving with unerring grace beside him. "Keep up," Yalan said, her voice a low murmur that barely disturbed the quiet. "We don't have time to waste. If we delay too long, we'll miss our chance." Chen Ren gritted his teeth, adjusting his stride to match her pace. The mist wrapped around them, swallowing the city behind and leaving only the path ahead. He moved deeper into the forest, the shadows shifting around him as the mist thinned, replaced by the looming silhouettes of ancient trees. He had initially planned to gather the herbs in the morning when the sun would illuminate the undergrowth, making the search easier. But Yalan had insisted on venturing out at night, her reasoning delivered with her usual disdainful tone. According to her, training under the moon's glow would force him to adapt to the challenges of nighttime. Nocturnal beasts often come out during this hour, and if he was going to learn how to deal with cultivation shenanigans, it was important to fight them. "Nocturnal beasts have their dangers," she had said, her tail swishing with a faint hiss through the air. "Many of them become stronger under the moon's lunar chi, their instincts sharper. It's the perfect time for training. Besides, no one will be around to interrupt us." Chen Ren had reluctantly agreed, knowing that she had a point. Moreover, nighttime brought out not only predators that moved with deadly grace, but also certain plants to bloom, herbs that hid their true qualities during the day, their petals and leaves only unfurling in the moonlight to release their potent essence. He had a few of such herbs in his list, and if he wanted to make a perfume that could truly captivate people, he needed to gather them. The forest was alive with soft rustlings and distant calls, sounds that threaded through the quiet like a constant, murmuring breath. He moved carefully over the uneven ground, the notes he had scrawled earlier clutched behind him in a bag. The mist lingered here, draped low over the ground, obscuring the roots and rocks that threatened to trip him with every step. His eyes moved between the shadows, scanning the undergrowth for any sign of the herbs he sought. After what felt like hours of searching, he spotted the faint glimmer of moonlight reflecting off a cluster of leaves, their edges lined with a pale, silver sheen. He crouched down, brushing aside the underbrush to reveal a low-growing plant, its buds glowing faintly in the dark. "Martha Wood," he muttered to himself, recognizing the herb from his notes. It was known for its fragrant oil and smelled like lavender, a key ingredient that could add a lingering, mysterious scent to his perfume. Carefully, he plucked the leaves, mindful not to damage the delicate roots that held the plant to the soil. He tucked them into a small pouch his fingers working with the precision of someone who had done this before, albeit in a different world. He straightened up, his gaze sweeping the shadows again, his ears straining for any signs of movement. With Yalan by his side, Chen Ren didn't feel the same sense of dread he might have if he were alone. She rarely showed it, but he could sense her power, a quiet, coiled strength beneath her haughty demeanor. If something truly dangerous emerged, he knew she could handle it. It allowed him to focus on his task without constantly looking over his shoulder, without that creeping fear that something might be stalking him through the darkness. He found another herb tucked near the base of a twisted tree, its flowers closed like tiny fists, waiting for the moonlight to coax them open. This one, a whispering lily, was known for its faint, almost ethereal scent that could lend a subtle layer to his creation. He gently harvested the blossoms, placing them next to the other leaves in his pouch. Satisfied with his progress, he started toward a small riverbank nestled deeper in the woods. He simply followed the waters, trying to find what he needed, silver mist bloom. But before he could move further, he felt Yalan suddenly halt in her tracks. Her ears twitched, and she fixed her gaze toward a dark cluster of trees beyond the lake's edge. "It seems like you might finally encounter a beast worthy of my taste," she remarked, her voice cutting through the quiet like a blade. Chen Ren stopped, turned to face her. "What are you talking about?" he asked, his brows furrowing as he tried to peer through the shadows. "A beast is nearby," Yalan replied, a hint of amusement in her tone. "A Tier 1 creature, nothing you should fear. But it's enough for some practice. You need to fight it." He stiffened, glancing toward the darkness where Yalan's eyes were fixed. His pulse quickened, a mixture of nervousness and reluctant excitement stirring in his chest. "Are you sure I can fight it? I don't think I told you before, but the only beast I fought in my world was a small swarm of mosquitoes," he admitted, feeling the weight of his unease settle over him. "Also, I only know one fist technique, and even that isn't very polished. It's just a Tier 1 beast. If things go poorly, I'll pull you out before you get hurt," she replied, the confidence in her tone leaving little room for argument. Chen Ren swallowed, feeling the weight of the situation pressing down on him. He knew that if he wanted to survive in this world, he had to confront this fear sooner or later. The structure of this world, built on the strength of cultivators and the endless struggle against beasts and rivals, demanded courage. Better to start with a small step under the watchful eye of his unusual mentor than to be caught unprepared when real danger came knocking. "All right," he said slowly, nodding as if to reassure himself. "Let's do this." He clenched his fists, feeling a tingling in his core as he tried to steady his breathing, and began to move forward. They moved deeper into the forest until the trees began to thin, following the shimmering surface of the river. The mist had settled low here, hugging the ground and drifting like ghostly veils over the water's edge. But what drew Chen Ren's attention wasn't the serene view. It was near a cluster of gnarled roots that twisted into the water. A creature crouched, tearing into the carcass of a normal deer with savage hunger. It resembled a rat and was nearly as large as a wild boar, its matted, bristling fur slick with dark stains of fresh blood. Its long, crooked teeth gleamed in the moonlight as it dug into the flesh, muscles rippling beneath its coarse hide with every vicious bite. Tufts of fur were missing in places, revealing patches of rough, scarred skin, as if it had survived countless brawls in its time. Its eyes, small and beady, glowed with a faint red light, casting an eerie reflection on the bloodied ground around it. Even crouched over its meal, the creature exuded a wild, untamed ferocity, the scent of blood mingling with the damp air, sharp enough to make Chen Ren wrinkle his nose. The deer lay limp beneath the monstrous rat's claws, its legs bent at unnatural angles, neck twisted and broken. Chen Ren swallowed hard, his breath catching as he tried to keep his voice steady. This thing is really Tier 1? He asked, his gaze flicking nervously from the rat beast to Yalan. "It looks tough." Yalan, perched on a nearby rock with a bored expression, simply flicked her tail and gave him a sidelong glance. "It's nothing you can't handle," she replied, a hint of a challenge in her tone. "Don't worry." But Chen Ren couldn't quite quell the nerves that tightened in his chest as he took in the rat beast's powerful limbs and the sharp, glinting claws that dug into the deer's flesh. Compared to the small rat he had fought, this one looked more like a predator than prey. He took a deep breath, steeling himself before stepping forward, feeling the cool air hitting his face. The rat beast's ears twitched, and it jerked its head up, crimson eyes locking on Chen Ren. Its mouth hung open, revealing rows of sharp, crooked teeth stained with the remnants of its meal. They stared at each other, the air thick with the tension of the encounter. The creature's nostrils flared as it took in his scent, and for a heartbeat, everything was still, just the faint rustle of leaves and the quiet lap of water against the shore. Then, with a guttural snarl that seemed to rattle the very trees, the rat beast lunged. It moved with a speed that belied its bulky frame, a blur of matted fur and flashing claws. Chen Ren's breath hitched, and his feet seemed to root themselves to the spot as he watched the mass of muscle and fangs hurtling toward him, his mind going blank with the sudden rush of terror. The ground seemed to shake beneath the creature's charge, and all Chen Ren could do was brace himself as every cell of his body came alive with the sound of snapping branches and the beast's roar that almost deafened him. The air seemed to thicken as the rat beast charged, its claws scrabbling across the rocky ground. Chen Ren's muscles tensed, his mind blanked for a split second, time stretching unnaturally. Fear prickled at the edge of his thoughts, locking him in place. He could almost hear the rhythmic pounding of his own heartbeat as he froze, watching the beast bear down on him. But then a stray thought broke through the haze. Move. Electricity crackled around his fists as he snapped out of his stupor, and with a forceful exhale, he drew upon the power of the thundering fist, a technique he'd drilled countless times. His right arm whipped forward, muscle straining, and his fist collided with the rat's bony shoulder. A shock wave of energy burst from the impact, throwing the rat several feet backward, its body skidding across the dirt. Chen Ren's breath came in sharp gasps, and he glanced down at his fist, still tingling with residual energy. Surprise lit up his face. So this is thundering first. But before he could dwell on the thought, a sharp voice cut through his reverie. "Focus. The blood snout isn't finished yet." It was Yalin's voice, stern as always, her amber eyes locked on the struggling beast. "Blood snout? So that's what this ugly thing is called." His gaze snapped back to the rat, just in time to see it push itself up from the ground, its bloodshot eyes fixed on him. It let out a high-pitched screech that echoed through the trees, its rage palpable. Without a moment's hesitation, it charged at him again, the ground trembling beneath its heavy footfalls. Chen Ren felt the rush of panic claw at him, but forced it down, inhaling deeply. He clenched his fists, letting the lightning pool around his legs. The air around his calves crackled, and in the blink of an eye, he moved, his body disappearing just as the rat's claws slashed through the empty space where he had stood. Chen Ren reappeared several paces away, lightning still crackling around his legs. This was lightning step, a movement technique that he had practiced in the back alleys of the city, a technique that channeled lightning through the body, making him as quick as a lightning flash. The previous Chen Ren used it often. Hence, despite his lack of practice, his body seemed to remember the rhythm of it, every muscle attuned to the technique's flow. He dashed to the side, blurring into motion, leaving arcs of electricity trailing behind him. The bloodsnout's claws slashed at him again and again, but each time, they met only the empty air. With every dodge, Chen Ren countered with a strike, his fists slamming into the rat's body, the impact ringing through the forest like distant thunder. Yet, even as his attacks connected, a sinking realization grew in his mind. Each punch drove the rat back, but its tough, bristly hide absorbed the brunt of his blows. Bruises formed beneath its fur, but the beast barely slowed, its rage driving it forward through the pain. Chen Ren risked a glance towards Yalin, his unspoken plea for guidance clear in his eyes. But she simply watched from the shadows, her expression unreadable. She shook her head, a silent message. This is your battle. His thoughts swirled as he ducked under another wild swipe from the rat. What am I doing wrong? The thundering fist technique was supposed to be a powerful, decisive blow, one that could shatter bones and rend flesh. Yet, his attacks barely seemed to scratch the surface of the bloodsnout's defenses. He could move swiftly with lightning step, weaving through its attacks like a dancer amidst the storm, but speed alone wasn't enough. Another exchange, and this time he could feel the strain in his muscles, the growing fatigue of maintaining the lightning coursing through his legs. He gritted his teeth, pushing through the exhaustion. A thundering fist should be devastating, not just pushing a beast back. The realization stung. He was failing to channel the true essence of the technique, unable to draw out the full power that should have existed behind each strike. His movements slowed, and the rat sensed it, lunging with renewed ferocity. And as its claws grazed his cheek, drawing a thin line of blood, Chen Ren's mind sharpened. He could feel the raw energy flickering within him, untapped and wild. I need to channel it, direct it, or this fight will end in blood, my blood. Chen Ren's mind raced, recalling the manuals he had painstakingly studied. Thundering Fist wasn't just about brute force. It was about control, about channeling the energy with precision, not letting it scatter wildly around his fists. Until now, he had merely been releasing bursts of electricity with each punch, the power dispersing before it could pierce through the target. The realization hit him like a jolt of his own technique. I need to focus on it, condense the energy into a single point, then let it explode. As the thought crystallized, he looked up to find the blood snout charging at him again, its bloodied eyes gleaming with fury that could have killed Chen Ren if it had power. But this time he was ready. He sidestepped the creature's lunge with the speed of his lightning step, the world blurring for a split second as he vanished from its path. With a surge of energy, he propelled himself upward, leaping over the rat's gnashing teeth and clawed limbs. Twisting midair, he turned to face its exposed back, gathering the lightning into his palm. With a deep breath, he let the energy concentrate, feeling the charge intensify until his entire arm buzzed with barely contained power. The air around his hand crackled, the sound like a rumbling thunderstorm. Thundering Fist! He thrust his hand forward, releasing the technique in a blinding flash of blue and golden light. Electricity arced out, a condensed, crackling bolt that struck the bloodsnout directly in the back. A sharp, sizzling noise filled the air as the lightning surged through the beast's body, its muscles seizing violently. Then, with a sickening sound, a portion of its chest exploded outward in a spray of flesh and blood. The rat's shriek was cut short as its body crumpled to the ground, twitching before finally lying still. Chen Ren landed lightly, his feet crunching on the wet ground. He stared at his hands, electricity still sparking faintly from his fingers. Awe flickered in his eyes, but when he looked down and saw the blood and gore splattered on his palms and staining the edges of his robes, a wave of nausea hit him like a punch to the gut. He stumbled back, swallowing hard, and turned toward the nearby lake. Stolen content warning. This content belongs on Royal Road. Report any occurrences. Kneeling at the water's edge, he plunged his hands into the cold, clear water, scrubbing away the sticky remains with frantic motions. His stomach twisted, the taste of bile rising in his throat. He focused on the sensation of the water, trying to drown out the memory of the flesh peeling off under his attack. Yalan approached him, her steps soundless on the forest floor. She sat down gracefully by the lake. Watching him, her eyes were squinted in amusement as she licked her paw. I'd rate that a 4 out of 10. Chen Ren paused, water dripping from his fingers. 4 out of 10? Seriously? Why so low? He shot her an incredulous look, half expecting some sort of praise. Yalan flicked her tail, her expression unchanging. You took too long to figure out the proper way to use the technique. A lowly beast like that shouldn't have been able to push you so far. And then you nearly vomited at the sight of a bit of gore. How will you handle tougher beasts? Not to mention, you ruined the carcass. A blast like that makes it nearly inedible. Chen Ren blinked, turning to look at the mutilated rat's corpse lying by the water's edge. A shiver ran down his spine at the thought of eating something so grotesque. He glanced back at her, his expression incredulous. "You would actually eat that thing?" Yalin gave him a small, enigmatic smile. "Of course. If you cook it, that is. Beast meat is often more nourishing than that of regular animals. And despite their unsavory appearance, these bloodsnouts live in the caves near lakes. They keep themselves clean in the waters." Chen Ren took another look at the bloody mess that was once the rat, its twisted body and vacant eyes staring into nothingness. He shuddered, the idea of roasting it turning his stomach once more. "I think I'll pass," he muttered, stepping away from the remains as if they might spring back to life. Yalin only chuckled, her tail flicking in amusement. "Suit yourself. But remember, next time, aim for the head. It makes for a cleaner kill." Chen Ren wiped the last of the blood from his hands and stood up, casting one more wary glance at the rat's mutilated corpse. With a deep breath, he turned his focus to the task that had originally brought him into the forest, gathering herbs. The moonlight filtered through the trees, illuminating the silver-green leaves of a plant he recognized. Its flowers had a faint blue hue, and as he reached down to pluck a few, he brought one to his nose, inhaling its soft, earthy scent. The fragrance was subtle yet refreshing, carrying a hint of sweetness. He found himself smiling, thinking this would make a decent perfume. It was a strange thought amidst the chaos of battle, but he'd always been intrigued by the simple thing. He tucked the herb carefully into his satchel, stretching his arms and rolling his shoulders. The tension of the fight melted away, replaced by a sense of relief. "Well, that's that. Job's done for today," he muttered, stretching his limbs. As he turned to head back, Yalin's voice cut through the night air. "And what about those spicy herbs you were talking about back at the tea stall?" She glanced at him with a raised brow, her eyes glinting with curiosity. Chen Ren paused, then snapped his fingers as if just remembering. "Oh, those aren't for perfume. I wanted to get those herbs to experiment with, try turning them into a sauce." Yalin tilted her head, a curious expression crossing her feline face. "A sauce," she echoed, as if tasting the unfamiliar word on her tongue. Chen Ren nodded eagerly, a hint of excitement creeping into his voice. "Yeah, it's something you pour over food, like noodles, to give it more flavor. I think if I get the right balance of spice and seasoning, it could really take off. It might even be a hit in the city." Yalin's eyes narrowed as she considered his words. "Spicy herbs? Those are usually burned around campsites to ward off beasts. I'm not sure how much of their heat humans can actually tolerate." She spoke matter-of-factly, her tail twitching as she gauged his reaction. Chen Ren laughed, shrugging lightly. "That's why I need to experiment. Find the right blend, you know? But I haven't seen any of those herbs near the lake." He glanced toward the deeper, shadowy parts of the forest. "According to what I've read, they grow deeper in, near a cliffside. I've also heard that stronger beasts roam around there, which, well, might be a problem. But I don't want to travel further tonight. I'm tired, and it's been a long day." Yalin arched her back, stretching gracefully as she looked up at him with a knowing smile. "So, you want to keep up with your training, then?" Her tone held a playful challenge. Chen Ren glanced down at his fists, still tingling faintly with the lingering sensation of power coursing through them. He met Yalin's gaze and nodded slowly, a small grin tugging at the corner of his mouth. "Yeah, I do. As gross as that fight was, it was fun too. There's a thrill in using my techniques, testing my limits. It's one thing to have power, but using it is a whole different matter. In the city, I can barely let loose." Yalin's smirk widened, and she padded closer, her tail swaying behind her like a pendulum. "Good. Then I'll make sure to train you well. I wouldn't want my student to embarrass me by struggling with a mere rat beast again." Chen Ren rolled his eyes, but a hint of warmth seeped into his expression. Sure. Just don't push me too hard, or I might end up needing those herbs to treat my wounds instead of using it for cooking." Yalin's laughter echoed softly through the forest, a surprisingly melodious sound. "Rest for now, then. But don't think you'll be slacking off next time we're out here." With that, she turned and slinked away, disappearing into the shadows between the trees. He knew she wasn't going too far away, too used to having an eye on him always. Chen Ren exhaled, his smile fading into a thoughtful expression as he glanced deeper into the forest where the spicy herbs and greater challenges awaited. He'd have to face those soon enough, but tonight, he let the tension melt from his shoulders, savoring the cool night air. Tang Yuqiu sat at the large mahogany table in her room, her fingers tapping impatiently against the wood. Before her lay an open book of accounts, its pages filled with neat columns of numbers and records. She stared at them, but the contents seemed to blur together, refusing to hold her attention. With a frustrated sigh, she pushed the book away slightly. Lately, it seemed she couldn't concentrate on anything. Her mind was too restless, too caught up in something else. It wasn't just business either. Meals felt tasteless, and even the simplest pleasures like the morning walk through the garden held little appeal. Just a few days ago, her closest friend had invited her to a cozy tea stall where a popular novel was being recited. It was the kind of thing she would usually enjoy, but she had turned her down without a second thought. Why? Because Chen Ren had promised her something. A new product he'd spoken of with such conviction, insisting it would work wonders and become a sensation. But what was it exactly? How was it supposed to work? He had never elaborated, and she hadn't thought to ask at the time, thinking he'd reveal it soon enough. Now, that curiosity had become a constant itch, gnawing at the edges of her thoughts. Why hasn't he shown up yet? What could he possibly be doing that's taking so long? Her fingers stilled their tapping, and she muttered under her breath, "Is he not going to show up at all?" Frustration tightened in her chest, and she pressed a hand against her forehead, her brow furrowing deeply. "If he's tricked me again, I swear I'll have Father kick him out for deceiving me." The idea brought a bitter satisfaction, but beneath it, an unfamiliar twinge of disappointment. She hated feeling like she was waiting on someone, especially Chen Ren of all people. As she was caught up in her thoughts, a sudden knock at the door startled her. She straightened, smoothing her robes as her maid poked her head in. "Miss Yuqiu, young Master Chen Ren is here to see you." Tang Yuqiu's eyes widened in surprise. "Send him in quickly." The maid nodded and withdrew, leaving the door ajar. A moment later, Chen Ren stepped into the room, his expression relaxed. At his hip, a small pouch was tied securely, its contents hidden but somehow intriguing. Tang Yuqiu's gaze immediately locked onto the pouch before flicking back to Chen Ren's face. "So, are you here with the product you promised?" she demanded, a hint of sharpness in her tone that masked the curiosity bubbling beneath. Chen Ren smirked slightly and gave her a nod. "Obviously, I wouldn't break a promise, would I?" His tone was casual, but there was a glint in his eyes that made her heart skip a beat. Tang Yuqiu leaned forward slightly, her impatience returning tenfold. At last, she thought, trying to keep the eagerness from showing on her face. "Now, let's see what you've got." Yuqiu's expression remained guarded, though a faint glimmer of interest flickered in her eyes as she considered his words. But she didn't let her skepticism drop entirely. "I understand that, but this is not an easy market to break into. Do you have any idea how much a single bottle of this can cost? Even if you've made a good batch, that doesn't mean the wealthy families will accept it. Reputation, refinement, exclusivity, these all matter here. What makes you think you can compete with established names?" Her voice sharpened at the end, challenging, as if testing the strength of his resolve. Chen Ren met her gaze squarely, knowing that this was the crux of their negotiation. If he could convince her, they would have a chance to carve out a place in this competitive world. Chen Ren leaned forward, his tone calm, yet carrying an edge of urgency. "It's 15 silver for the lowest grade perfume out there." The merchants and the established shops cast exorbitant prices on such things, knowing they can get away with it, he said. Yuqiu sighed, rubbing the bridge of her nose. "Yes, that's precisely why this isn't a simple venture. The production cost alone is immense, and I don't have a massive stockpile of silver to burn through on a risky investment like this." Her voice grew sharper as she continued, her doubts spilling forth. "Moreover, the real challenge is matching the quality. We need at least a small string of qi trapped within the fragrances. Even for normal ones, we would need sect connections, or we won't be able to procure a batch of these. Without that, our product will be no better than a roadside vendor's attempts at perfume. It wouldn't stand a chance against the ones currently in the market. Before she could finish, Chen Ren interrupted, raising a hand. I don't think you quite understand. She stopped mid-sentence, frowning at him. Understand what exactly? She asked, crossing her arms, her impatience barely masked. Chen Ren gestured to the vial still sitting between them on the table. How much do you think that vial is worth? Smell it again. Take your time. Yuchio glanced down at the small container, uncorking it again and bringing it close to her nose. She let the scent flow over her, taking in the subtle complexities of the aroma. Her brows furrowed slightly as she assessed it, her thoughts turning. If I had to guess, 20, maybe 25 silver one, at least. Even without a strong qi presence, its fragrance is refined. If you encounter this narrative on Amazon, note that it's taken without the author's consent. Report it. Chen Ren's lips curled into a small smile, shaking his head. No, I got it for 0 money. It didn't cost me a single copper. Yuchio's head snapped up, her eyes widening as she looked at him with disbelief. What? She blurted out. It just took some trouble gathering the right herbs and figuring out how to process them into a perfume, Chen Ren replied smoothly, leaning back in his chair, clearly enjoying the surprise playing across her face. In this world, perfumes and fragrances were a luxury, but not in the way one might expect. They were most commonly sourced from the sect mountains, remote, mystical ranges where scented plants with spiritual properties grew in the shadow of ancient cultivation grounds. It wasn't rare for these mountains to produce a special kind of flora, their essence subtly infused with traces of qi due to the constant exposure to the spiritual energies of cultivators. Each month, as the plant's juices overflowed, they would trickle down the mountain streams, gathered by sect members and sold to the right buyers at an extravagant price. These perfumes, carrying even a faint whisper of qi, commanded a high value in the market. Some of the highest quality vials contain a quarter of a single circle of qi, enhancing their appeal and providing a subtle, refreshing aura to those who wore them. Naturally, only the wealthy could afford such a luxury, and most of the business clans that dealt with the sects guarded their supply lines closely, ensuring that the rare scented extracts reached only the hands of upper-class ladies and noble families. It was this rarity that made perfumes a coveted item, their status reinforced by the aura of prestige they carried. To most merchants, entering this market would be an uphill battle, requiring both deep pockets and strong connections to the sections. And yet, here Chen Ren was claiming he had managed to produce something similar without the backing of a powerful sect or the blessings of a business clan. Yuchio stared at him, struggling to process his words, her suspicion momentarily overshadowed by curiosity. Chen Ren leaned forward. I have a way to extract perfumes from ordinary herbs. It's a method I've been working on, mixing and refining, and I'm still figuring out the details. But the potential is there, and I'm proposing a way for us to produce good quality perfumes using nothing more than common herbs. He paused for a moment, gauging her reaction before continuing. With this method, we could sell our products at a price far below the current market rate. 5 to 7 silver per bottle, something that would appeal to the middle class, while still maintaining a high standard of quality. And for the wealthier clientele, we could create premium blends, tapping into their desire for exclusivity. He spoke slowly, laying out the structure of his idea, briefly mentioning the production process, the markets they could target, and the profits they might stand to gain. As he spoke, Yuchio's initial skepticism gave way to a growing interest, her eyes widening slightly with each new detail. She couldn't hide the calculations running through her mind, the potential profits and market shares practically dancing before her eyes. By the time Chen Ren finished speaking, she was leaning forward, her focus entirely on him. When he paused, she finally managed to find her voice, though it was tinged with a blend of wonder and wariness. This all sounds promising, but what is the method you're talking about? How do you plan to turn ordinary herbs into something that can rival the fragrances from the sect mountains? Chen Ren met her gaze evenly, his expression turning serious. Before I tell you, we need to perform a chi oath. I know you're immortal, but I can ensure that you'll feel the weight of the oath as well. This isn't something I'm willing to. Yuchio looked at him with a mixture of suspicion and curiosity. The idea of an oath must have sounded strange to her, especially since she had no experience with cultivation. But after a moment's thought, she nodded, a hint of trust creeping into her expression. All right, I'll trust that you aren't lying to me, Chen Ren. Chen Ren inclined his head and took a deep breath, feeling a slight twinge of discomfort in his chest as he prepared for the next step. He drew on his qi, letting it flow through his core, channeling the energy into a thin thread that he weaved into a pattern in the air. His hands moved, fingers tracing symbols that seemed to shimmer faintly before vanishing into the space between them. The chi oath was a form of soul binding that cultivators used when sealing a pact or safeguarding a precious secret. It wasn't a complex technique, but it required precision and intent, and once completed, it carried an unbreakable weight. For Chen Ren, the knowledge of the oath came easily, something that the previous Chen Ren had been familiar with, passed down through techniques he had learned before his life took a turn. Yet, as he performed the ritual, he felt a sense of necessity, an understanding that compared to the influence and resources of the Tang clan, he was merely a single cultivator, vulnerable without the protection of this oath. A faint ripple of energy settled into the air between them, the atmosphere shifting subtly as the oath took hold. I promise not to share the method of fragrance, making you would share with me, without taking your permission for it. If I break the oath, my life will be forfeit, she said, making the oath. Though Tang Yuchio couldn't see the chi threads, she shivered slightly as the heaviness of the promise settled over her, a subtle pressure that spoke of the seriousness of the bond they had just created. Chen Ren lowered his hands, letting the last traces of energy fade away, and met her gaze with a steady expression. Now, he said softly, I can share the method with you, and you can be sure that it will remain between us. Chen Ren sat before a variety of herbs spread across the table before him in his room. The air was thick with the scents of dried petals, roots, and leaves he had painstakingly collected. He had spent his precious time testing different combinations, boiling and refining them, until he discovered the right mixture that could hold a fragrance rather than just a fleeting scent. Tonight, he was ready to try distilling the first batch of what he hoped would become a new path to wealth. Tang Yuchio stood in front of a wall, her eyes fixed on him as he worked on the process. He leaned over a small clay pot, carefully heating a mixture of herbs he had ground into a fine paste. A second vessel, half filled with clear water, sat next to it. Chen Ren adjusted the flame beneath the pot, focusing his qi to maintain the precise temperature needed. It was a delicate process, one he had repeated over and over to perfect. He watched as the steam rose, carrying with it the rich, floral scent of the herbs. The steam condensed against a cool surface, trickling down into a small glass vial set underneath. The scent that filled the room was unlike anything found in the lower markets, sharp yet sweet, with an undertone of earthy richness. As the last drops settled into the vial, Chen Ren lifted it and swirled the liquid inside. The result was a vibrant blue color, glowing softly under the candlelight. It was far from the purest or most refined fragrance, but it was crafted entirely from herbs that could be found outside of the expensive sect-run sources. He placed a cork in the vial and stood up, his expression satisfied but cautious. Chen Ren knew that this product needed testing before it could be sold. He looked back at Yuchio's widened eyes. When he handed her the vial, he spoke his thoughts aloud. We need to test this for any side effects. I used herbs that are known to be consumed safely by people, but it's best to make sure that it doesn't cause any harm when used on the skin. Safety comes first, even if the ingredients seem harmless. Yuchio took the vial with a look of awe. She swirled it around the vial as how a man with experience would swirl a glass of fine wine. Her eyes widened as she inhaled the scent, marveling at its complexity and the clear, natural notes it carried. This method, it's unlike anything I've ever seen, she said, her voice barely above a whisper. How do you even know how to do this, Chen Ren? He couldn't help curling his lips upwards. Why would I tell you all my secrets? Just know that it's going to make us rich if we play our cards right. She stared at him for a moment, processing his words, then nodded slowly. Yes, it will, she agreed, her mind already racing through the possibilities. Chen Ren's expression grew serious as he leaned closer, meeting her gaze directly. And for that to happen, you need to put in the work. My part was to create the product and develop the method. Now, it's your turn to show what the Tang clan's resources are truly worth. You'll need gatherers to collect herbs, workers who had performed a similar qi oath to distill and bottle the perfumes, and a distribution plan. From creating the product to packaging it, everything has to be handled with precision. And we can't afford delays. These perfumes are cheap to produce and quick to make. We need to seize the market before anyone else catches wind of what we're doing. Yuchio nodded, her eyes focusing on the vial at hand. Her earlier hesitation had vanished, replaced by a sharp focus. She even managed a small, confident smile. Don't worry, Chen Ren. I'll make sure our perfume business becomes the best in the city. Chen Ren's smirk widened, and he shook his head slowly. I wouldn't have come to the Tang clan if I just wanted to dominate the city's market. No, I want this business to reach beyond our borders, spread through other cities, and become a household name across the entire empire. This is just the start. Yuchio's eyes flashed with something akin to ambition, something he found himself familiar with whenever he thought about his plans. Then we'll make it happen. For both of our sakes. Chen Ren inclined his head. The perfume business moved faster than expected once Chen Ren and Tang Yuchio finalized their discussions. Soon, everything else settled in. Tang Yuchio was given the task to manage the herb gathering and production while Chen Ren handled the marketing. To make sure they were on the right side of the local laws, they took a day to read up everything on herb gathering and found a surprising thing. There were no restrictions on how much common herbs could be gathered. Only the rarer ones had restrictions, but they didn't have to care about them since the herbs they needed were extremely common. The only real concern came from the local gathering community, but that would be handled in a way that Chen Ren found both clever and practical. Tang Yuchio's solution was simple. Hire the community members themselves to gather the herbs, turning any potential complaints into cooperation. It was the kind of pragmatic approach he'd come to expect from someone with a business clan background, leaving him free to focus on other matters while Yuchio ironed out the smaller details. Profits would follow, eventually. As she worked to start the production, Chen Ren shifted his attention back to the noodle stall. The scent of fresh dough and spices mingled with the crisp morning air as he rolled out another batch, watching customers queue up with hunger in their eyes. It wasn't glamorous work, but with each satisfied slurp and each coin dropped into his hands, he felt the stall inching closer to stability. The perfume venture might be a longer game, but the noodle stall, now that was where he could see results day by day. Till now, Chen Ren had ensured that every step with his noodle stall was executed flawlessly. He had become a familiar face among the other stall owners in the market, and many had begun to show him respect, nodding in approval when he passed by. He knew a lot of it was due to his connections with the Tang clan and him being a cultivator, but it was still admiration and respect. Unfortunately, those weren't enough, not for what he envisioned. Cloud Mist City was teeming with opportunity. With his current success, he shouldn't waste any more time to see his noodles reach every corner of the city. 2 stalls could easily thrive here, maybe even 3 if he played his cards right. And that was only the beginning. Beyond this place, the entire Kalian Empire stretched out like a golden field waiting to be harvested. But to expand, he knew he needed more than just a good recipe and a prime location. He needed a brand. So far, he had only dipped his toes into a single business, one that barely hinted at the ambitions simmering in his mind. But things were changing. With the perfume venture now also set in motion, he realized that scattered ventures wouldn't cut it. He needed a common identity that would unify his efforts, something that would resonate with customers and leave an impression. Branding was his answer. Even if the concept wasn't widely known or formalized here, it was already in use. The big business clans, like the Tang clan, branded every business they owned, subtly or overtly, with their name. When people saw that name, they knew who they were dealing with. The sects did it too. Members wore robes in distinct colors, displaying their allegiance for all to see, turning even a simple garment into a symbol of their strength and reputation. But Chen Ren wanted to take it further. Rather than just crafting a brand for a company that would house all his businesses, he aimed for something with a deeper resonance. He had been thinking about it these days, and after all his internal discussions, his thoughts had landed on one thing: a sect. If you want to make waves in this world, he thought, you can't just swim. You have to ride the current and steer it. Hence, after tending to his noodle stall, he went to the tea shop, having already gotten permission from Qing to read one more book from her hidden collection. He didn't move to another room this time, and just sat at the counter, a thick tome open before him. It with diaresis new Thailand body, yes. The shop's counter was cluttered with loose leaves and porcelain cups, but the old woman next to him, Qing He, paid him no mind. She shuffled around, muttering to herself about the weather and something about hasty young kids, but to Chen Ren, she was just another part of the background. Her indifference suited him perfectly. He didn't need prying eyes. He flipped a page of the book, its parchment worn but rich with history. The text detailed the rise and fall of the great sects. In the days before the rise of the Kellyan Empire, sects stood apart from the kingdoms and empires, sovereign forces with their own laws, ambitions, and domains. They wielded power like that of nations, each sect a world unto itself. They ruled over their disciples and guarded their territories, bowing to no monarch or noble. Their strength and prestige often rivaled, and at times surpassed that of entire realms, their influence spreading like roots through the land. But all of that changed with the rise of the Kellyan Empire. At its heart was the first emperor, a heavenly genius whose prowess shattered the barriers of the domain manifestation realm and reached the higher realms that only few dared to even dream of. With power unmatched, he united the scattered kingdoms and clans under a single banner, his conquests sweeping across the continent like a storm. Sects that dared to stand against him found themselves broken, swallowed whole by the empire's relentless march. Those who resisted learned quickly that defiance was met with annihilation. In some remote regions, the book explained, sects still held full autonomy, unchained by the authority of any kingdom or empire. They acted as sovereign entities, managing their territories and training disciples as they wished, following the ancient traditions of cultivation. This was more like what he remembered from the cultivation novels he used to read back home. Powerful sects that ruled entire mountain ranges or valleys, taking in disciples and shaping the fate of the land. But these were rare exceptions, the book emphasized. The Kellyan Empire had tightened its grip on most regions, folding nearly all but a few rebellious and demonic sects under its rule. Still, the sound of such independence caught Chen Ren's interest, and he kept reading, curiosity bubbling in his chest. He flipped through more pages until he found the section on how to establish a sect. The old ways were simple. Back then, all it took was a cultivator's word, and a new sect could rise overnight, built on the strength of their reputation and the sharpness of their sword. But the times had changed, and with it, the process had become more bureaucratic. To establish a sect, the book read in neat script. One must adhere to the modern standards set by the empire. A hierarchy has been established, beginning with the 4 guardian sects, which oversee the territories and uphold the balance of power. Below them are the established sects, which have proven their strength and stability. They number in the dozens, each with its own unique practices. At the lowest tier are the emerging sects, numerous and ever-shifting in their fortunes. These new sects often lack the prestige of their older counterparts, but may find their own paths to greatness. Chen Ren's eyes glinted as he read on. To form a sect officially, a cultivator must be at least in the 2nd realm and pay a fee of 10 spirit stones. After registration, one may request recognition from the local city lord's office. Prior to this, however, a cultivator may file for an unofficial sect status, which grants limited rights and allows for the gathering of disciples, provided no direct challenge is issued to the existing sections. The more Chen Ren read, the more the possibilities spun through his mind. A smile formed on his lips as he considered the idea of starting as an unofficial sect, slowly building up until he could pay the fee and gain recognition. It wasn't exactly what he dreamed of, but it was a start, one that could eventually lead to something greater. The tale has been stolen. If detected on Amazon, report the violation. Just then, a voice cut through his thoughts, pulling him back to the present. Boy, you're reading that dusty old thing like it's your woman's breast. Planning to join a sect, are you? Ching, he asked, finally taking notice of him. Chen Ren glanced up, pausing before taking a sip of the lukewarm tea beside him. No, he said, carefully closing the book with a soft thud. It's for something else. Ching, he raised a gray eyebrow, her expression equal parts amused and skeptical. Oh, what would a young lad like you be so interested in, if not joining a sect? Chen Ren leaned back in his chair, crossing his arms as he met her gaze directly. I want to establish a sect, he said, his tone casual, as if he were discussing the weather. Her expression shifted, her crooked smile fading into something that resembled disbelief. Then, with a wheezy chuckle, she shook her head and looked at him as though he'd sprouted a second head. Are you trying to get yourself killed, boy? You do realize you're only in the mid-stages of the first realm, right? Chen Ren shrugged. I know, she snorted, her thin fingers tapping rhythmically on the wooden counter. And you're aware that the guardian sects wouldn't even take you as an outer disciple, yes? You'd be laughed out before you even reached the gates. Again, Chen Ren nodded. I know that too. The old woman narrowed her eyes, studying him as if she might see through whatever madness he was hiding. Then why in the heavens would you want to establish a sect when you don't even qualify to be a proper outer disciple? Did you hit your head during practice session? Boy, if anyone in the sects hears of this, they'll laugh themselves sick and take bets on how quickly you'll get yourself killed. Maybe, but some things are worth trying, even if others think they're impossible. Ching, he stared at him for a long moment, her expression softening slightly. She leaned back against the counter, letting out a sigh that seemed to carry the weight of ages. You remind me of some fools I knew when I was young, but we'll see if you last long enough to prove them wrong, boy. He shrugged at her words. It just felt like the right thing to do to start my company, he replied. He knew establishing a sect wasn't as simple as opening up a noodle stall, but a sect being his company was what he was looking for. She scoffed. And why not just establish a business clan, then? It would be much more fitting than some fool's dream of starting a sect. Chen Ren shook his head. To create a business clan, I'd need more members, more backing. But a sect? I can start on my own. Plus, if I manage to become an established sect, there would be tax benefits, lenient rules on expansion, and access to resources that a regular business just couldn't get. Her eyebrows shot up, and she let out a bark of laughter that drew a few curious looks from the other patrons. If that ever happens in my lifetime, I'd gladly hand over this old shop to you and go live on the streets. Chen Ren smirked. I hope it doesn't come to that. He looked at her seriously. Street life isn't meant for the elderly. She scoffed again, this time softer, and then her expression turned serious. Look, seriously think this through. Starting a sect isn't like setting up a market stall. You won't be able to teach just about anyone martial techniques, you know. Who said I'm opening up a martial sect? She blinked, clearly thrown off. Then what kind of sect are you talking about? I'm going to open a sect for business. One that mortals can join too. Not just as helpers, but as proper members. Martial arts won't be the focus. Instead, I'll take anyone interested in making money while cultivating on the side. That's my vision. A place where even someone without a hint of talent can find a path forward. Where hard work and strategy matter more than bloodline and talent. She stared at him like he'd grown 3 heads this time, then let out a long sigh. You don't know the logistics involved in running a sect. Uniforms, managing resources, keeping your disciples in line, and then there's protecting yourself from other sects that might see you as an easy prey. You won't even be able to manage even 1/10 of that. Chen Ren's gaze didn't waver. Then I'll hire people. I believe that whatever I can't handle myself, I should have enough coin to hire someone who can. It's not about doing everything on my own. It's about knowing my limits and finding the right people to fill the gaps. Cheney's lips pressed into a thin line, her eyes narrowing. You know, immortality isn't found in making money. The path to cultivation is paved with discipline, not profit. Chen Ren just chuckled at that. There's nothing wrong with making a bit of money along the way. The more I make, the more pills, herbs, and cultivation resources I can acquire. That'll benefit my sect, won't it? She let out a deep sigh, but a hint of a smile tugged at her lips. You might be crazier than I thought, but there's some truth in that, I suppose. Their conversation was abruptly interrupted by a loud commotion from across the tea shop. Two young women had begun shouting at each other, their voices rising until they drew the attention of everyone in the room. Then, without warning, they lunged at each other, hands glowing faintly with the aura of low-level cultivators. Tables were knocked aside as they clashed, cups and plates scattering onto the floor. The old woman shook her head, a look of exasperation crossing her face. See that? Fights break out everywhere, especially among sect members. Those two are barely in the initial stages, and you're not much stronger than them. If you start up a sect, how are you going to deal with situations like this? You wouldn't be able to handle it. Chen Ren leaned back, a confident glint in his eyes. Do you want to make a bet? She looked at him and cleared her throat. A bet, you say? And what exactly are you betting on? I'll settle that fight right in front of you. It will prove I can at least handle cultivators, Chen Ren said, pointing casually at the two quarreling cultivators. If I can do that without using my fists, you'll owe me a favor. Let me read more books from your collection, without any questions. The moonlight was bright against the darkness, its pale light filtering through the slats in the window, illuminating a scene of bloodshed. A man lay on the floor, clutching his side as blood seeped through his fingers, pooling beneath him. Around him were the lifeless bodies of guards, their faces twisted in shock, and a woman, dressed in concubine silks, sprawled motionless on the ground. Her glassy eyes stared into the darkness, as if pleading for help that never came. Above the dying man stood another, draped in dark robes that seemed to blend with the shadows, a bloodied sword gleaming in his grip. His eyes glowed with a malevolent light as he stepped closer, the edge of his blade catching the moonlight. A twisted smile curled on his lips. Rongzhen, it will be easier for both of us if you just tell me where the artifact is, he drawled, his voice dripping with mockery. Rongzhen clutched his wound, his breathing ragged as he shook his head frantically. I don't know. Take everything in this room. Just please spare my life. The demonic cultivator chuckled, a low and sinister sound that seemed to chill the air around him. Oh, I plan to take everything, he replied, leaning closer until his shadow swallowed Rongzhen whole. But I don't need you. With a sudden, jerking movement, dark tendrils erupted from his hands, twisting like serpents as they plunged into Rongzhen's abdomen. The man's eyes bulged, and a choked gurgle escaped his lips as the tendrils drained his life force, turning his skin ashen. Rongzhen's body twitched violently before going limp, his lifeless form crumpling to the floor like a discarded doll. The demonic cultivator grimaced as he finished, pulling his hand back and watching the tendrils retract. He made a face as if tasting something bitter. I expected better from a wealthy man's soul, he muttered, wiping his hand on the edge of his cloak. From the shadows, a ghostly figure materialized, pale and translucent, his form barely holding together. He hovered over the scene, his robes drifting as if caught in an invisible wind. The ghost's hollow eyes glowed with a faint, eerie light. He wasn't a cultivator, the ghost remarked, his voice echoing unnaturally. All mortal souls are bland, Gutian. You should know that by now. Gutian sighed, casting an annoyed glance at the wraith. Another waste of a night. I thought this one might be hiding something worthwhile. The ghost drifted closer, his gaze shifting around the room. Perhaps not as much of a waste as you think. Check under that floorboard over there. He gestured with a translucent hand toward a loose plank near the corner of the room. Gutian arched an eyebrow, but obeyed. With a swift kick, he broke through the floorboards, revealing a small, concealed compartment. Inside was a wooden box, dusty and worn. He pried it open, revealing a dark, sinister-looking sword. The metal seemed to hum faintly with a toxic energy, a faint, greenish mist curling around its edge. The ghost's eyes glinted. An artifact. I can feel a poisonous aura emanating from it. This isn't some cheap trinket, an Earth-grade artifact at the very least. Gu Tian's lips twisted into a smirk as he lifted the sword, feeling its weight and the power thrumming within it. I keep finding these lucky encounters ever since you bound yourself to me, Master. The ghost's laughter echoed through the room, a haunting sound that sent shivers through the air. Don't let it get to your head, Gu Tian. The luckier you are, the more you'll be tested. That's the way of a heaven's favored. Gu Tian's smirk deepened, his eyes gleaming. With my methods, Master, I think I'm more of a hell's favored. He sheathed the sword at his side, taking one last look at the killings he had been responsible for. A part of him ached, knowing they didn't deserve it, but Gu Tian had forsaken chasing the path of a righteous cultivator long back. Now, he only coveted power. With that thought in his mind, he left the room, leaving the task of retrieving the bodies to any servants or family members who might find Rongzhen tomorrow morning. He was sure that the sight of his dead body would be a good surprise for them. The tension in the tea shop was thick, like a brewing storm. Every customer had turned their heads toward the corner where two young women stood, faces flushed and voices raised. Even the server paused mid-pour, eyes darting between the arguing girls, afraid that one wrong move might escalate things further. Chen Ren felt the movement, the shift of all those eyes as he wove through the maze of chairs and tables, making his way toward the commotion. Now, their eyes were on him. They were watching as if he was crazy to run into the middle of that fight. He swiped his eyes all over just once and focused on where he was headed. Why were they even fighting? As he got closer, the nature of their argument became clearer, though their words were tangled in shouts and indignation. But the sudden realization struck him, stopping him in his tracks. The source of their fury? It was a romance book, his romance book. One of the girls, her face scrunched up in a righteous scowl, jabbed a finger toward the other. She was tall enough to intimidate the shorter girl with purple hair. But it wasn't her height that gave her the upper hand. It was her eyes. They were sharp as a knife as they bore onto the shorter woman. The shorter woman flinched at her words when she spoke. The main protagonist deserved to die. He turned his back on his sect. And don't forget, he had a childhood fiancée. Think of how she would have felt, abandoned, just because he got some foolish ideas in his head about love. It was betrayal, plain and simple. Her opponent, eyes wide with passion, crossed her arms and shook her head vigorously. You just don't get it, Yin Xiao. You are not even trying to understand. That's what real love is about. He went against everything, even the rules of his own world, for her. That's why the book is beautiful. That's why it's right. You can't say it's wrong just because it's unconventional. Yin Xiao scoffed, hands on her hips, chin raised. If it was truly the right path, Mei Lian, then the heavens wouldn't have punished them. You think his suffering was a coincidence? That's fate correcting a mistake. Chen Ren paused a few paces away, his lips twitching into a wry smile. He had written that book mostly as a way to gain access to the herbal books and bestiary, never imagining it would spark this kind of fervor. Sure, he had heard about the book catching some steam lately, and Qing had also reluctantly let him borrow a second book from her collection due to his rising popularity. But he certainly hadn't expected it to be the cause of a full-blown argument between two budding cultivators. Not just any argument, one that looked like it could turn into a duel any time sooner. Clearing his throat, he let out a small, deliberate cough to catch their attention. When their heated debate halted for a moment, he stepped in with a polite smile. Excuse me, but perhaps I could offer my perspective on this matter? Both girls whipped their heads toward him, looking him up and down with disdain. And just who do you think you are? Yin Xiao girl snapped, crossing her arms tighter. We're having a serious discussion here, so scram. The other girl nodded, frowning at him as if he'd just suggested something utterly ridiculous. Yeah, get lost. This is between us. Chen Ren's smile faltered for a moment, and he scratched the back of his head, unsure if he should laugh or be exasperated. He had dealt with many things since starting his little noodle stall, but being dismissed from a debate about his own work was a new one. Soon, they went back to their back-and-forth argument, almost as if he was invisible. Chen Ren's smile tightened as he noticed the two girls' irritation rising again, their voices straining with each heated word. With another glance around the tea shop, he saw how uncomfortable most people seemed, watching the argument unfold like a slow-motion disaster. Some people even attempted to close their ears so that they could focus on the book splayed open in front of them. Only a few watched with curiosity and excitement while sipping their tea, as if using their argument as entertainment. In Beit Hepselin's section, a sigh threatened to escape Chen Ren's lips, but instead, he raised his hand slightly, trying to keep his tone calm but firm. Your serious discussion is making the other customers uncomfortable, and you're one misstep away from breaking something in the shop. And who are you to represent everyone here? In Xiao asked loudly. A small silence followed her question. No one everyone here, but my name is Chen Ren. The girl in question opened her mouth, clearly ready to snap at him again, but then she froze, her eyes widening in sudden recognition. Wait, did you just say Chen Ren? As in, Chen Ren, the one who wrote Liang Shan and Huayan? Chen Ren gave a small, humble nod. Yes, that's me. And I must admit, I couldn't help myself from coming over when I realized you were discussing my book with such passion. Both girls stared at him, mouths slightly agape. The shorter one among the duo, Mei Lian, visibly fidgeting her fingers as she continued to stare at him. A few awkward seconds ticked by before she cleared her throat loudly. Her face flushed with excitement, and she gestured to an empty chair at their table. Would you like to join us? We, have a lot of questions. Chen Ren accepted the offer with a nod, pulling out the chair and settling into it. The tense atmosphere softened as he took his seat, and the other patrons in the shop resumed their conversations, though many kept a curious eye on the corner. As soon as he sat down, the questions came tumbling out. Enjoying the story? Show your support by reading it on the official site. Yin Xiao leaned forward eagerly, the earlier sharpness in her voice replaced by genuine curiosity. I just have to know, when the protagonist left his sect for the girl, that wasn't a heart demon forming in him, was it? Chen Ren shook his head, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. No, it wasn't. It was love of the purest kind. Yes, he had conflicts about going against his sect, but he was following the core tenet of his clan, to always follow his heart as long as he believed he was in the right. And don't forget, the female lead was going to be sacrificed by her own elders. For him, saving her was justified. Yun Xiao bit her lip, mulling over his words, while Mei Lian chimed in with a hopeful tone. So, the true essence of the book is about true love, right? Chen Ren smiled, but internally he was frowning. If he was honest, he hadn't thought a ton about the story and added whatever tropes he could fit into it, while taking the core plot from Earth's classic story. If he had actually thought about the essence or themes of the book, he wouldn't be able to complete it in 3 days. But now, as those two pairs of eyes waited for him carefully, he pulled himself out of the trance and decided to do one thing he was good at: bullshitting. There are many themes in the story, and they intertwine, depending on which characters you focus on. But if I were to sum it up, it's also about how ancient rivalries, those that have gone on for centuries, often without anyone remembering how they even began, can end up destroying the younger generation. The protagonist's love story is just one way that theme plays out. As he spoke, he noticed more girls drawing closer, their faces glowing with curiosity. They pulled up chairs or simply sat on the edges of nearby tables, inching closer, eyes bright with enthusiasm. Before he knew it, several of them were leaning in, some even placing their hands on his arm as they bombarded him with questions about plot twists, character motivations, and hidden meanings in his story. Chen Ren kept up with their excitement, answering each question with a smile, though he couldn't help but feel a little overwhelmed by the sudden attention. He had always imagined his writing might reach people, but he never thought it would turn a quiet afternoon into a bustling discussion circle in the middle of a tea shop. As time drifted on, Chen Ren found himself in a situation he could only describe as serendipitous. The small gathering of curious readers had turned into a full-on fan club, with young, pretty girls hanging on his every word. They crowded around him, leaning in with eager faces, their questions coming faster than he could answer. Before long, more snacks appeared on the table. Someone had even brought over a plate of freshly steamed dumplings, insisting he try them. One particularly bold girl held a dumpling up to his lips with a shy smile, urging him to take a bite while she asked about a certain plot twist. So, when the protagonist's cheese shattered after the betrayal, was that a symbol for her? Chen Ren managed a muffled answer as he accepted the dumpling, unable to stop a bemused grin from spreading across his face. He had expected a few interested readers, maybe some debates, or even criticism, but this sudden celebrity treatment was a pleasant surprise. For a moment, he wondered if today the goddess of luck had decided to bless him, showering him with this unexpected charm. Not that he was about to complain. No, he was thoroughly enjoying every bit of attention, basking in the admiration. He simply wanted to drink tea, answer questions, and eat the girls' dumplings. But amid the laughter and chatter, his gaze strayed over to the tea shop counter, where Ching he stood watching. Her expression was complicated, a blend of exasperation, disbelief, and something he could only describe as begrudging amusement. It was as if she couldn't decide whether to scold him or be proud that her tea shop was now buzzing with so much energy. Perched beside her on the counter, the amber-eyed cat lounged, her tail flicking lazily. But as soon as their eyes met, her whiskers twitched, and he heard a familiar, dry voice slip directly into his thoughts. "It seems like there's a reason why you took over Chen Ren's body. Both of you are more than capable of handling a few girls at a time." Chen Ren barely stopped himself from choking on the dumpling, managing to maintain his outward composure even as he grimaced internally. He shot Yalan a look of annoyance, but deep down he couldn't deny that a part of him was reveling in the unexpected turn of events. Focus, he told himself, even as he felt a little rush of pride. He returned his attention to the girls, offering a polished response to yet another question about his protagonist's moral dilemmas. Yet in the back of his mind, he couldn't help but think that maybe, just maybe, there were some perks to his new life after all. Days flew by as Tang Yuqiu established a small production workshop for their perfume venture, working closely with Chen Ren to get everything just right. She carefully selected a few of her most trusted aides, and together, they set up the process to craft their scents. They spent long evenings deciding on the different kinds of perfumes they would sell, pricing strategies, and the best way to package the final product. Given the high cost of glass, they chose to go with elegant wooden bottles adorned with intricate engravings. Each bottle bore both the Tang clan name and Chen Ren's sect mark, a golden coin with the face of a dragon, the same beast Chen Ren had seen during his deep connection with his Dao. Even though he hadn't officially registered his sect or chosen a name, the symbol felt like a natural choice. After several days of tiring but systematic process, Chen Ren and Tang Yuqiu met in the workshop to inspect the first batch of perfumes ready for the market. As he picked up a bottle, he admired the craftsmanship. The wooden casing was smooth to the touch, engraved with detailed patterns of flowing clouds and waves, with the dragon coin symbol subtly etched on one side and the Tang clan emblem on the other. The scent he opened was named Fenghua, opulent breeze, a fresh blend of herbs and light floral notes, capturing the essence of a crisp morning in the mountains, but also a hint of luxurious mysteriousness from the fragrance of the Martha wood he used. He took a deep breath, savoring the fragrance, and then glanced at Yuqiu with a satisfied nod. "It looks good. I believe it'll be a big hit." Yuqiu crossed her arms, a small smile playing on her lips. "I believe so too. We've already gotten the permit, but I don't think it will be as easy as you're imagining, even with us selling it at such low prices." Chen Ren raised an eyebrow. "Why is that?" She sighed, leaning against the workbench. "The winds in the business world are shifting, and the existing players have already caught a whiff of our plans. Since I'm part of the Tang clan, they're keeping a close eye on us. And if we start taking a big chunk out of the market with such affordable prices, they're not going to take it lightly. Chen Ren considered her words for a moment before replying. But there won't be any trouble from the sections. They don't have partnerships in the perfume trade. They simply provide the resources. Yuchio nodded in agreement. Yes, but the businesses themselves, families like the Tsang clan and the Baihu Trade Association, are not easy to go against. They've dominated the market for years. He offered a reassuring smile. We're already doing everything we can to protect ourselves. Are you sticking to the precautions I suggested? She met his gaze firmly. I am. Then we'll be fine, he said, confidence in his tone. For now, our focus should be on marketing. That's what will make the difference. Yuchio tilted her head, curious. Do you have any ideas for that? Chen Ren's eyes gleamed with excitement as a plan took shape in his mind. Yeah, a few things. The more I thought it through, the clearer the marketing strategy became. I believe you like it. Let me tell you about it. Chen Ren took a step forward while Yuchio drew a smile on her face that showed how she already trusted him. Before he could complete, Tang Yuchio's eyes fluttered open, drawn out of sleep by the light caress of dawn's light slipping through the cracks of her window shutters. The warmth of the sun's early rays touched her face, gentle and persistent, coaxing her awake. She blinked, momentarily dazed, as she soaked in the serene morning hues filtering into her room. A nervous thrill raced through her veins, making her heart thud a little faster, a quiet anticipation that prickled beneath her skin. Today is the day, she murmured, her voice barely audible in the quiet of the morning. Yet the words stirred something deep inside her. Her mind drifted back, unbidden, to a time not so long ago, a time when her father had finally granted her the chance to prove herself. Back then, she had been eager and full of ideas, diving headfirst into the challenge. She had researched tirelessly, seeking out methods to increase productivity, negotiating with blacksmiths to craft better tools, and cutting prices to undercut her competitors. The thrill of new possibilities had fueled her every step. But reality had been harsh. The workforce had struggled to keep up with the demands, and soon profits dwindled. Customers turned away, lured by more established names and better alternatives. Each passing day had layered dread upon her shoulders, a weight that grew heavier with every failure. Yet she still remembered the thrill of those first few days, the heady excitement that had surged through her veins, the electric hope that had made her believe she could reshape her fate. Now, that same excitement and nervousness welled up in her again, but it was tempered by experience, shaded by the shadows of past failures. As she rose from bed, a new thought anchored her, grounding her racing mind. No, this time it will be different. I'm not alone. It wouldn't be the same if it does well. Someone will be leaving the Tang clan manor, and it won't be me. Ignoring the small doubts that started creeping from the back of her head, she started freshening up. She dressed with care, choosing a deep lavender robe embroidered with silver threads that caught the morning light. Dignified yet approachable, she thought. It was a look that spoke of elegance, without the ostentation that might scare away their first customers. Her maid, Ling awaited her outside, hands folded neatly, her face a mirror of calm reassurance. They shared a quiet understanding as they stepped into the lacquered carriage, the wheels creaking into motion on the streets. The city awoke around them, lanterns extinguishing as the sun climbed higher, vendors calling out in the distance, and the faint clattering of morning carts blending into a familiar hum. Linger glanced at her, catching the faint crease between Tang Yuchio's brows. "Miss, it will be all right," she said softly, the hope in her voice steady like a river's current. "This venture will be a great success." Tang Yuchio forced a smile and nodded, but her hands twisted in her lap, the nervous energy refusing to settle. "I hope so," she replied, her voice carrying a hint of doubt that she couldn't quite hide. "I don't trust Chen Ren, not entirely. But everything he's done so far makes me believe he has a plan. We just need to follow it." Her voice grew firmer as she spoke, like she was convincing herself as much as Linger. The carriage rolled to a gentle stop, and as they stepped down, Tang Yuchio's breath caught in her throat. Before her stood the shop, a space she had rented from the Tang clan, one of the few empty properties they owned in the busy heart of the city. The location was prime, situated where several streets converged, a crossroads where the clamor of the market street bled into the stately calm of the upper districts. It was the kind of place where merchants rubbed shoulders with nobles, where the scent of spices mingled with the perfume of the wealthier residents. RES. Her eyes lingered on the freshly painted sign above the door, Heavenly Fragrances. The characters were bold yet graceful. They seemed to hold a promise, a hope that this new beginning could bloom into something more. For a moment, she just stood there, the morning sun warming her back, taking in the sight of the shop that held all her dreams and worries, even though she wished this anxiety was temporary. The sign of Heavenly Fragrances bore the symbols of the Tang clan alongside a fancily carved golden coin emblem. The coin symbolized Chen Ren's role in the venture, adding a touch that complemented the Tang clan's prestige with a fresh, distinctive flair. He had picked the name of the shop without much deliberation, insisting that anything with heavenly in it sounds grand and impressive. Tang Yuchio had considered arguing against it, but his certainty, and perhaps a hint of reasoning, had quieted her objections, leaving her to concede. The door creaked as Ling pushed it open, the scent of newly polished counters mingling with the subtle perfume samples she and Chen Ren had labored over, hoping to entice even the most discerning of noses. Tang Yuchio inhaled deeply, a faint smile curving her lips despite the anxious flutter in her chest. Here, in this small shop nestled at the city's beating heart, was the chance to prove herself again. She just had to seize it. She took a deep breath, steadying her nerves, and stepped through the doors of the shop. Inside, the sweet and musky aroma of the perfumes they had painstakingly crafted filled the air. Rows of wooden vials lined the shelves, each holding a different hue of liquid, from deep amber to a beautiful lavender. The perfumes gleamed under the soft glow of enchanted lanterns, their essence catching the light as if promising untold luxuries. 2 employees stood by the entrance, bowing deeply as she entered, their postures respectful yet confident. They were young, well-groomed men with striking features, high cheekbones, clear skin, and sharp, symmetrical lines that would draw attention from any passerby. Chen Ren had been insistent on hiring them. "If our main customers will be women," he had said with a sly grin, "then it's only wise to take advantage of pretty privilege." Tang Yuchio didn't entirely understand the term, but she had grasped the essence of his strategy, and she had to admit, the logic had merit. There was a charm to these handsome employees that could certainly sway a few extra purchases. She acknowledged their greetings with a nod, the tension in her shoulders easing slightly at their well-practiced, eager smiles. "Prepare for the launch," she instructed, her voice steady, but her heart still beating a little too fast. The employees bowed again, promising to handle the preparations, and she turned towards the back of the shop, Linger trailing close behind. They moved down a narrow hallway, the air gradually growing richer with the scents of herbs and spices. The fragrance shifted with each step, notes of sweet jasmine mingled with the sharpness of mint, followed by the earthy undertone of sandalwood. As they reached a larger chamber, Tang Yuchio found herself standing in what Chen Ren had referred to as the assembly line. It was a concept that seemed almost foreign to her, but she could see the efficiency in its design. Stolen from its original source, this story is not meant to be on Amazon. Report any sightings. The room was filled with rows of workstations, each one dedicated to a different task in the perfume-making process. The employees, for in total, moved with focused precision, their hands deft and practiced. Tang Yuchio's gaze swept across the room, taking in each station. At the first station, a worker sat with a woven basket brimming with freshly harvested herbs and blossoms. His hands moved deftly as he separated petals from stems, using a small sickle. He hummed quietly as he worked, each cut releasing a fresh burst of scent into the air, his rhythm steady and unbroken. Nearby, another employee sorted through piles of dried flowers and herbs, carefully removing impurities and shaking out any lingering dust. He then placed the ingredients into large earthen bowls, readying them for the next step. The third worker focused on the delicate task of essence extraction. He stood beside a set of gleaming brass stills, each one designed to draw out the essential oils from the prepared ingredients. A thin stream of vapor drifted upward as he adjusted the heat with a precise touch, coaxing out the potent scents within. Further down the line, the final station held a worker who blended the extracted oils into carefully labeled wooden containers. His hands moved with the care of a master painter, mixing drops of different oils with a pipette, creating fragrant symphonies that would later be fine-tuned and aged. Tang Yuqiu watched for a moment, the methodical movement of the workers soothing some of her lingering nerves. There was something almost hypnotic about the way they worked, the low hum of the stills creating a steady rhythm in the room. It was a far cry from the chaotic struggles of her last venture. Here, there was an order to things, a sense that each step had its place. Linger shifted beside her, glancing at her with a faint smile. The workers are diligent. Mississippi young Master Chen Ren's plans seemed to be coming together. Tang Yuqiu nodded slowly, her eyes lingering on the careful process unfolding before her. Yes, they are, she replied, the words softer than she intended. She wouldn't admit it openly, but in moments like these, it was hard not to see that Chen Ren's unorthodox methods carried a certain brilliance. Maybe, just maybe, this time things truly would be different. Tang Yuqiu stood there for a moment, taking in the organized chaos of the perfume production line. Workers moving between their stations with purpose, each task flowing seamlessly into the next. The methodical efficiency of it all, the streamlined process of turning raw herbs into delicate, refined fragrances, still amazed her. Once again, her thoughts drifted to Chen Ren and the seemingly endless depths of his ingenuity. How had he come up with this production method? It had allowed them to set up the shop in a fraction of the time she'd thought possible, turning what could have been a slow and arduous process into something swift and effective. Now, all that remained was for the people to come through those doors and experience their creations. Turning back toward the front of the shop, Tang Yuqiu made her way to the counter where one of the employees stood. His posture straightened as she approached and asked, "Where is Chen Ren?" The young man dipped his head respectfully before answering. "He was here earlier this morning, Miss Yuqiu. He checked over everything, made sure the batches were in order, and then left, saying he needed to start marketing." At that, Tang Yuqiu paused, her brow furrowing slightly. She knew a few aspects of Chen Ren's plan. He had gathered a group of children to distribute pamphlets across the city, small sheets of paper listing their perfume varieties, prices, and a promise of discounts for the first visitors. It was a simple enough strategy, one that would ensure their names spread quickly through the crowded streets. But she was certain there was more to his scheme than just this, some other tactic or trick that he had yet to share with her. He had been evasive when she pressed him for details, simply offering a confident smile and saying, "You'll see the results of it. Just be patient." It was maddening, really, how he could speak with such assurance, as if he could already see the outcome while she struggled to envision the next few steps. She turned back to the employee, curiosity gnawing at her. Did he leave any other instructions? The servant glanced at the ground for a moment, considering, before he shook his head. He only said to make sure everything was in place, that the shop was stocked and the workers ready, and that there would be a lot of customers by the end of the day. He hesitated before adding, "But we've been open for an hour now, and no one has come in yet." Tang Yuqiu nodded slowly, a sigh slipping from her lips as she glanced towards the door. The empty street outside seemed to taunt her, the stillness contrasting sharply with the buzz of excitement and nerves in her chest. She tried to swallow down the unease that bubbled up, but the silence of the shop seemed to magnify every doubt. The promise of a bustling crowd by days and sounded more like a boast right now, a far-off hope. Yet, there was something about Chen Ren's unwavering confidence, about the glint in his eyes when he spoke of this venture that kept her from dismissing his words entirely. He wouldn't have made such a claim if he didn't have something planned. But what exactly could he be up to out there in the city's winding alleys and crowded squares? She clenched her hands at her sides, tried to maintain her composure in front of the staff. "We'll wait then," she said, more to herself than anyone else. "Make sure everything stays ready. If he's right, we need to be prepared." She forced herself to keep her gaze steady on the door, watching as a few passers-by glanced at the shop sign before moving on. What kind of marketing could he be doing? The question lingered in her mind, an itch she couldn't quite scratch. As she waited, she couldn't help but wonder if, once again, Chen Ren. The air was thick with smoke as Baihu, the lord of the Baihu Trade Association, leaned back in his chair, lazily blowing out a stream of white smoke from his curved pipe. The scented haze swirled around him, filling the room with the rich aroma of rare herbs. He had always enjoyed the tranquility that smoking brought, a small respite from the endless calculations of profit and trade. But today his peace was interrupted by the sound of footsteps shuffling into his private chamber. One of his associates stepped forward, bowing deeply before holding out a small, folded pamphlet. "My lord, the reports have been verified," the associate said, his voice careful, measured. "Tang Yuchio of the Tang clan has indeed opened a perfume shop in the city. The rumors were accurate. She's collaborating with a cultivator named Chen Ren, and they've promised to sell perfumes at less than half our prices." The Lord's eyes flicked upward at the mention, curiosity momentarily interrupting his languid repose. He took the pamphlet from the servant's outstretched hands, glancing down at the neatly printed prices and descriptions of fragrances. His lips curled into a mocking smirk as he examined the words "heavenly fragrances." "Chen Ren, is it?" he muttered, still staring at the paper. "What sect does he belong to? Could it be that the Soaring Sword sect has decided to involve themselves with the Tang clan now?" The servant hesitated before shaking his head. "No, my lord. The man is sectless. Our sources say he's little more than a stray dog in the cultivation world. His only claim to fame seems to be a noodle shop he started a few months back. And he isn't strong. He lost to Li Xian during the sect entrance examinations and nearly died. It's unlikely he'll have any significant backing or power." Baihu leaned back, letting out a deep, rumbling laugh that shook the air. His amusement was palpable, echoing through the chamber. He set the pipe back to his lips, taking another leisurely puff before speaking. "A noodle seller, you say? Tang Yuchio, that brainless girl, partnering with some nobody who couldn't even make it into a proper sect? Huh. The Tang clan must have grown truly desperate if they're allowing her to throw away money like this." His gaze turned sharp, disdain flickering in his eyes as he continued. "It's strange enough that Tang Yuchio's father dotes on her so much. She should have been married off by now, serving some political purpose, but instead, he's letting her play at being a merchant, burning his coffers in the process." He paused, frowning at his own words. "Well, it's not my problem if he wants to ruin his own clan's finances. They'll pay for their folly soon enough." The servant cleared his throat, a hint of nervousness creeping into his voice. "What would you like us to do, my lord? Should we take any measures against this new shop?" Baihu waved a dismissive hand, the smoke from his pipe swirling around his fingers. "Keep a close eye on them, but I doubt it will matter. In a month, their little venture will be closed, mark my words. Let them enjoy their brief moment of hope, and try to find out if any sect is helping them with these perfumes. Even a sectless nobody could be playing a deeper game. Give me a few samples of those too." The servant bowed again and hurriedly left, leaving Baihu alone with his thoughts. He took another slow draw from his pipe, letting the smoke seep into his lungs before releasing it in a steady stream. A lazy smirk played at his lips as he muttered to himself, "Any low-level cultivator thinks they can just waltz into the business world and make a name for themselves. The foolish lot, always dreaming, never understanding the true nature of the market." He chuckled, shaking his head as if amused by some private joke. In his mind, the outcome was already certain. Another upstart crushed beneath the weight of reality. And as the smoke curled in the air, It seemed to carry his confidence with it, drifting through the room like a shadow of his assuredness. Mei Lian was the 30th daughter of an elder of the Soaring Sword sect. Yet that grand title masked a much humbler truth. Her mother had been a commoner, an innkeeper's daughter who had nursed her father back to health after he was wounded outside the sect's mountain gates during a mission. It was a liaison born of fleeting gratitude on his part and hope on hers, a brief affair that had resulted in her birth. But being a daughter of a big-shot cultivator was no blessing for her. Her brother and sister, children of her father's favored wives, had the elder's pride. She had only his name and, occasionally, a monthly allowance, a gift from a man who viewed her as one of his many, many obligations. Even the day after it was discovered that she had some spark of cultivation talent, her father still gave her no extra attention. Unlike her siblings, she had average skills and wasn't even admitted to the sect proper. A flower blooming on dry earth, her father had called her, with a strange, cool distance that made her heart shrivel as she bowed before him. So, Mei Lian had turned from cultivation, her spirit bound not to lofty dreams of immortality, but to simpler delights. When her mother lamented her lack of ambition, Mei Lian countered that the pursuit of life's pleasures was, in itself, a noble quest. Pretty dresses, laughter with friends, glances from young men, the hum of a flute at a late-night party. She clung to these things as fiercely as her siblings clung to their swords and scrolls. Yet, recently, she'd found herself drawn again and again to a place as humble as her mother's and had once been, a small tea shop in the center of the city. The shop had a warmth to it, the air filled with the fragrance of fresh tea leaves and ink-stained parchment. The source that took her attention, however, was not the tea itself, but the stories told within its walls by an unusual young man named Chen Ren. Chen Ren was hardly remarkable at first glance other than his face. Average in stature, his robes plain like a normal cultivator. Yet he had the mind of a genius. She had fallen in love with his novel Yang Shan and Hua Yun, the tale of romance, valor, and tragedy igniting a wistful longing in Mei Lian's heart, one she hadn't known she possessed. But it was only a start. Once he had found out that he had a small following, Chen Ren had started talking about different stories every day. Out of all of them, she liked one named C.I. Darrell the best. Even if the name was strange, the contents of it were like one of a dream about a concubine's daughter's romance with a prince, and hearing Chen Ren talk about it made her feel like such a thing had really happened once. She'd found herself attending his readings daily, not just to hear the tales of love and tragedy, but to watch the easy way he commanded his audience's attention. Each line, each carefully well-thought word seemed to echo through her mind, even long after she'd left the shop. And every time the tea shop's seats got filled with other affluent young ladies, she was one of the first to listen to his tales, and in some small way, that made her feel special. It gave her a sense of pride. This afternoon, she made her way to the tea shop with light steps again, her heart lifting in anticipation. As she entered, she found him where she had hoped, seated at the center of a captivated crowd. Chen Ren's presence was magnetic, and though he sat with effortless calm, his gaze was unwavering. He answered each question thrown his way with his eyes alight, taking time to select his words before telling. No, beautifully crafting yet another story. It was clear he reveled in his role as the shop's storyteller. Around him, young ladies of various stations leaned forward, and some young men sat a short distance away, casting envious glances at him and, occasionally, at her as she entered. She caught a few of those glances herself, but brushed them aside, making her way toward Chen Ren. The voices softened as she drew near, and though he barely acknowledged her at first, she could almost feel his awareness of her presence. Today, perhaps, there would be another story that would keep her up at night in her delusions. As Mei Lian approached Chen Ren, she halted, catching an unexpected sweetness in the air. It was faint at first, like the barest hint of spring blossoms, but as she stepped closer, the scent grew stronger and richer, wrapping around her senses until she could barely think of anything else. Her eyes flickered down to the wooden bottles arranged before him, each one assembled neatly, with swirling patterns along their polished surfaces that signed at something rare and precious within. She noticed the symbol of a golden coin and dragon etched on their surface. Alpha B. Chen Ren's gaze caught hers, and he lifted a hand in greeting, his lips curving into a smile that made her heart skip a beat. Mei Yin, he called, his voice warm and inviting. You're finally here. I have something to show you. She approached with curiosity, unable to resist asking, Is it perfume you're wearing? I haven't smelled anything quite like it. Chen Ren's smile deepened, and he gave a small, knowing nod. Of course you haven't, he replied. You remember that scene from the Liang Shan and Huayan story I told last month? The one where Huayan wore a special fragrance during her second meeting with Liang Shan? The memory sprang to life in her mind. The daring mission that brought the star-crossed couple together. The female lead's bold choice to wear a rare perfume that left the male lead captivated, their paths colliding in secret under the moonlight. Yes, I remember, she murmured, recalling how she and the other girls had sighed over the romantic tension of that scene. That perfume was a rare treasure, its production method rumored to be lost for centuries. Unauthorized content usage. If you discover this narrative on Amazon, report the violation. Exactly. Chen Ren's eyes sparkled. The method for creating it is long forgotten by most, but my clan once practiced this art. These perfumes you see here, he gestured to the wooden bottles, were made using the same technique. Even the priciest spiritual perfumes can't compare. Curiosity drew her hand to one of the bottles, her fingers brushing the smooth wood as she carefully lifted it to her nose. The aroma that greeted her was even more intoxicating up close, a blend of warmth, spice, and floral notes so perfectly balanced that it seemed to melt into her senses. She closed her eyes, savoring the fragrance, her pulse quickening as a soft blush warmed her cheeks. That one, Chen Ren said with a faint grin, is called Opulent Breeze. It's a blend of rare blossoms and subtle herbs that make it almost irresistible. It has quite the effect on the opposite gender, a nudge, if you will, toward a bit of extra attention. Mei Lian's heart fluttered. She couldn't help the intrigue that bubbled within her at the thought. So, if someone were to wear this around someone they liked, it might just work? Precisely, Chen Ren replied, his gaze meeting hers, steady and amused. Think of it as an ancient charm, refined to speak to the male heart. I don't know if it will make the person fall for you, but they would certainly give you more than a look. I'm sure there's someone each of you has in mind. After all, at Chen Ren's words, a wave of murmurs and blushing faces swept through the crowd. Mei Lian could feel the weight of several gazes fixed on the bottle in her hands. Eager, almost predatory glances from the other girls who seemed to share her newly found interest in the perfume's promise. Even she couldn't help but wonder, could it really work? Involuntarily, her thoughts drifted to Li Xian, her father's favored disciple and the son of the city lord, a man of notable standing and graceful bearing. One she had glimpsed only a handful of times, but thought of more than she would ever admit. Compared to him, her standing was meager, her cultivation weak. She was a flower in the shadows, hardly worthy of his gaze. But perhaps, just perhaps, this perfume could change things, giving her the boldness she'd always lacked, perhaps even a chance to bridge the distance between them. It would be a dream come true. Still contemplating, she looked at Chen Ren and asked, Are you selling these? As if on cue, the other girls echoed her question, each of them leaning in eagerly. Chen Ren flashed them a charming smile, casually leaning back as if he hadn't just turned their thoughts upside down. Yes, indeed. I wouldn't keep such methods to myself. It would be a shame if only I had kept the pleasure of such scents, right? So, I've opened a perfume shop. Naturally, as a virtuous man who values fairness and has no desire to be greedy, I've set the price modestly, at only 5 to 8 silver won for each bottle. I'd be earning just enough to cover my costs, really. Mei Lian's eyes widened. 5 to 8 silver won? Her own perfumes, stored carefully at home, had cost her 25 silver won each, far too precious to use liberally. Each bottle represented weeks of saving, her indulgences carefully rationed for only the most special of occasions. And yet here was Chen Ren, offering a perfume with charm and allure beyond anything she'd worn, and for a mere fraction of the price. As she mulled this over, Chen Ren's voice drew her from her thoughts. "So, how about it?" he asked, his tone as smooth as the fragrance lingering in the air. "Would you all care to take a short walk to my shop? You can browse and see which perfumes suit you best." The girls' excitement was palpable, some of them already half rising from their seats in anticipation. Before anyone else could respond, Mei Yin blurted out, "Yes, please." The other girls quickly voiced their agreement, some flashing her envious glances as if she had been the first to discover a hidden treasure. Chen Ren chuckled softly, giving an amused look over them all. With a gesture that was equal parts flourish and invitation, he signaled them to follow him. Chen Ren stood in the middle of his perfume shop, surrounded by the wafting scents of floral and herbal blends that fill the air. His gaze drifted over the group of young misses clustered around, their faces flushed with excitement as they lifted the small bottles displayed, sampling them with an air of reverence. Some of them shot occasional glances toward the staff's handsome features, who, to their credit, maintained a professional stance, allowing no interference beyond what was needed to assist. Chen Ren smirked inwardly, pleased with their discipline. The last thing he needed was anything untoward disrupting the sense of mystique he'd worked so hard to create. It was almost laughable how easily it had all come together. Selling perfumes, as it turned out, was even simpler than selling noodles. And it was all thanks to a single idea that had dawned on him when he'd first found himself surrounded by those curious, enamored young women at the tea shop. All he needed to do was convince them that his perfumes were the same ones from the stories he'd told. A rare blend, a lost art. These words were enough for them to follow him to his shop with starry eyes, ready to make him richer. Just as he was reveling in the success of his little scheme, he caught Tang Yuchio's gaze from across the room, her expression somewhere between amusement and suspicion. The look was enough to prompt a raised eyebrow from him. "What's that look about?" he asked, unable to hold back a smirk. Tang Yuchio folded her arms. "Oh, nothing. It's just, for a moment, I almost forgot you were a hedonist," she replied, a hint of teasing in her tone. "The way you've been acting these past few weeks, I half expected you'd forgotten it too. But it seems I was wrong." Chen Ren chuckled, feigning offense as he tilted his head. "Now, is that supposed to be a compliment or an insult?" "Both," she shot back, grinning. Her gaze shifted to the young ladies, each lost in her own cloud of fragrance. "Though, I have to admit, you've surprised me. How on earth did you manage to gather this crowd? I know a few of them. They're not the type to just fool around with any guy." "There's no fooling around here," he answered smoothly, as if offended by the suggestion. "I happen to frequent the same tea shop as them, and, well, I simply befriended them. A few words, a hint of promise, a sample or two, and they were ready to come see the real thing." He cast a meaningful glance over the crowd, his eyes gleaming with a quiet confidence. "But the real business starts now." She tilted her head, intrigued. "And what exactly does that mean?" A sense of satisfaction filled him with her question, but it wasn't just about the perfumes. It was about the next step. He glanced at Tang Yuchio, his lips curling into a faint smile. "Word of mouth," he said, gesturing subtly toward the ladies. "These young misses will go to parties and gatherings, and others will notice the scents. It'll spread to the ladies and their families, then their friends, and soon everyone will know. Between that and the pamphlets we are already distributing, it won't be long before the middle-class ladies are drawn in too. If you don't know, the middle class always wants to appear richer than what they are, and our prices are low enough for them to have that chance. And once that happens, we'll barely have enough staff to keep up with the demand." Tang Yuchio raised an eyebrow, her skepticism clear. "Sounds like a dream." He chuckled. "Well, it's happening right in front of you." His gaze sharpened. "But don't forget what I said before. Vultures will come. We're eating into their market share, and they won't let that go without a fight. They'll try to block us or copy our methods. Their prices are too high for anyone but the wealthy, so they can't compete with what we're offering here." She considered his words, nodding slowly. "So you're sure they'll retaliate?" "Oh, I'm certain," he replied confidently. If this goes the way I think it will, we'll take a big chunk of their market and expand it at the same time. But I have to admit, his eyes glinted with amusement. I'd love to be there when they finally realize what's happening. I'm sure they're just expecting us to flop. Imagine their faces in a week when they see our business flourishing and realize it's already too late. Tang Yuchio stifled a laugh, smirking as she looked at him. That would be funny, and we will be ready when they come for us. Oh, we will, he replied smoothly, his voice steady as he watched the customers around them. In the meantime, let's see just how far word of mouth will take us. The week flew by in a flurry of scents, simmering broths, physical training, and evening reading. His attention was required for one thing after another, or sometimes two or more things at the same time. Chen Ren had hoped that this cultivation world might have had its own sense of time, perhaps longer hours or slower days, but it turned out that even here, a day only granted 24 hours. With his noodle stall running each morning, perfume shop drawing an endless stream of eager customers, training with Yalan, and late nights spent poring over dusty scrolls in the tea house, he barely had a moment to breathe, let alone some alone time. Even the thought itself made him sigh out loud. Were it not for Tang Xiaolan, who was handling the busy hours at the stall and the children continuing the marketing process as they had been told, or Tang Yuchio and her staff managing the perfume shop's customers' demands, he would have been stretched to his breaking point. If anything, it had been humbling to know that even with his cultivation, he still had his limits. He realized that true power wasn't in individual strength, but having people to rely on. Even if he couldn't trust everyone with his secrets, there were enough people that he could delegate tasks that he didn't want to do himself. His thoughts frequently drifted to forming his own sect, to have a force of loyal individuals to carry out his will, protect his interests, and push his vision forward. But the price tag for even beginning to establish a sect was steep. The going rate was 10 low-grade spirit stones, a fortune he hadn't yet amassed. One low-grade spirit stone alone was worth about 100 silver one, an amount that might sustain a family of 4 for a few months. And with 2 businesses that he had just started and the debt to Feng Ming that he hadn't cleared, he had no extra one lying around to invest in a sect. Not until he started to get the profit from his perfume business. For now, that dream would have to remain on hold. He would look for ways to get into an unofficial sect status for the time being. Yet with all the busy days and never-ending customers, there was one other change that hadn't been expected, a noticeable shift in his own cultivation. At first, it was a subtle pulse, a faint ripple of qi awakening within him whenever his perfume shop made a sale. He could barely feel its power, but weirdly enough, he somehow knew that it had always been there. It felt somewhat like an organ, like a part of him. But with each passing day, every time he witnessed how more customers filled in with an eagerness that quite matched his enthusiasm about his businesses, the pull strengthened like it absorbed something from the growing popularity around him. Unsurprisingly, Yalan had also taken notice. One afternoon, Chen Ren stood behind the counter of his perfume shop, a quiet satisfaction settling over him as he watched the bustling scene before him. His gaze swept across the crowd, each person moving with purpose through the newly displayed batches of perfumes. At least 20 women of all ages browsed the shelves, their eyes lighting up as they took in the liquids that glistened like jewels in the soft afternoon light. He couldn't help but notice how some of them hesitated near the more exclusive perfume bottles, the ones that sat on polished wooden stands, slightly elevated above the rest. Those were priced higher, their labels embossed with noticeable silver lettering, each scent more luxurious than the last. Fingers hovered, eyes lingered, and Chen Ren could see the spark of temptation flickering within them. The white-furred cat sat primly on the countertop beside him, her amber eyes blinking slowly as she followed his eyes. But it seemed that the bustling customers weren't her concern. "You're very close to a breakthrough," Yalan noted, her tail swishing elegantly. Very, very close." Chen Ren's attention was immediately withdrawn from the customers. "At this rate, you might even jump 2 stars in the body forging realm if this flow of qi continues." Chen Ren's mouth tilted into a smirk, his eyes once again going back to the patrons that milled around, sniffing perfumes and discussing their favorite scent among the ones that were there. Tang Yuchio and her staff moved briskly, trying to keep up with the influx of customers. Middle-class ladies had arrived, just as he'd planned, dressed in their simpler clothing, but with eyes just as eager as the more affluent young misses. He saw a trio among the crowd, even trying to push other women away to get to try out one of the scents. He could only hope that there would be no bloodshed. But anyway, the word of mouth had done its work, bringing them to his door without so much as a single gold coin spent on advertisements. Chen Ren glanced at Yalan, his thoughts stirring as he observed the faint glow of the qi entering his body. I didn't see such a rapid boost with the noodle stall when I was doing my best to keep it afloat, he spoke internally, watching the cat as she stretched lazily atop the counter. Could it be the big amounts of profit this shop is making? Yalan tilted her head and gave him a wry look. Perhaps, she purred, and answered him through his mind. Though there are always other factors. Each path in the Dao has countless layers. But if more profits with every new business are going to spur your progress, then I'd say you should be launching a new venture every month. Chen Ren let out a soft, right chuckle. If someone looked at him, it would appear as if he was laughing alone and would term him as crazy. Thankfully, everyone was busy doing their own stuff, some more serious than the others. He quickly composed himself and looked at Yalan. That's moving a bit fast. It takes time to manage things, you know. It's not as easy as you say. Yalan's eyes gleamed, and her whiskers twitched with amusement. Not like you're targeting cultivators here. Mortals are easier, less likely to send you flying if they're unhappy with your products. He shook his head. He could think of a lot of scenarios where the will of mortals could overpower cultivators. Even if this world didn't have anything such as firearms, bombs, and nukes, there were a lot of influential mortals too. Some mortals have a certain power. Of course, not in chi or cultivation techniques, but when it comes to wealth and reputation, they can be just as dangerous. Moreover, there are always weapons that would be able to kill cultivators in one go. Yalan gave him an odd look. What type of weapons would those be? I have never heard of something like that. Before Chen Ren could respond and go over the history of his own world where guns had changed the whole warring scene, a middle-aged woman in modest but neatly kept robes approached the counter, holding a perfume bottle with an air of curiosity. Her height was what he noticed at first. She was extremely tall, taller than Chen Ren, but he could tell that she was a mortal, and not a wealthy one. Her eyes lingered on him for a few seconds. He cleared his throat, and she immediately broke her trance and nodded to the bottle in her hands. The tale has been taken without authorization. If you see it on Amazon, report the incident. Hello, she said, her voice laced with hesitance. Could you tell me the price of this? And perhaps a bit about its qualities? Chen Ren's eyes brightened with a salesman's zeal, and he leaned forward slightly, lowering his voice just enough to capture the woman's attention. This fragrance is designed to leave a subtle, lingering impression on others. Some even say it has a faint charm for drawing admiration from the opposite gender. Let's say it makes you smell mysterious. People will take a second look at you. And the best part? It is only 8-1. The woman's cheeks tinged with a rosy blush, and she chuckled, slightly embarrassed. Oh, that's charming, but I'm hardly in my youth anymore for such tricks. Chen Ren frowned at that. Youth? What does that entail to you? Because you look great. And madam, if I were seeking someone, I'd be honored to ask for your hand. He delivered it smoothly, a practiced compliment with just enough sincerity to make her laugh, a delighted twinkle in her eye. Oh, you are a charmer, she said, the blush deepening as she fished out her silver and placed it on the counter. She glanced down at Yalan, her hand extending to pet the cat. Yalan's tail flicked in warning, and with an indignant hiss, she ducked just out of reach. The woman quickly withdrew her hand, casting Chen Ren an apologetic look as she bustled out of the shop. It happened too quickly as the woman practically fled from the shop. Once she was gone, Chen Ren raised an eyebrow at Yalan. A little more courtesy with the customers wouldn't hurt, you know. Yalan sniffed, grooming her fur with a practiced swipe of her tongue. My fur requires maintenance. Not just anyone can touch it. She held her head high. It takes time to set it, Set in? How do you even set in your fur? Glorious spit, how else? It's a task for higher beings alone. Chen Ren chuckled, shaking his head with amusement. But the moment didn't last. His laughter faded as he caught sight of Tang Yuqiu weaving her way purposefully through the shop, slipping between customers with her usual grace and stopping in front of a worker. They talked for a brief moment, and her expression shifted. Almost as on cue, she looked directly at Chen Ren and started marching towards him. There was an urgency in her stride, a subtle tension in the set of her shoulders. When their eyes met again, her gaze locked onto his. Chen Ren felt a ripple of curiosity stir within him. Whatever the worker had told her there wasn't a small matter. He straightened, his casual stance shifting as he prepared himself for the news she clearly carried. "What's going on?" he asked, attempting to keep his voice steady from sounding too curious. Tang Yuqiu stepped closer and said with a low voice, "I just received a report. The Baihu Trade Association's head isn't pleased. It seems they've noticed our little shop's success." Chen Ren's expression darkened slightly. "And the Song clan? They're bound to have caught wind by now, too. They're watching us quietly, but I don't think they will do anything. Their perfume business is just one of their many holdings, and they're not eager to lose any relationship with the Tang clan. But Baihu, he doesn't care. Their entire brand revolves around perfumes, so he can't afford to just sit back while we grow. It's only a matter of time before they make a move." Chen Ren nodded. "So it begins. 1 week of peace and prosperity was more than I expected." Tang Yuqiu looked at him expectantly. "So what do you plan to do?" "For now, nothing," Chen Ren said with a casual shrug, though a glint of calculation sparked in his eyes. "We've prepared for most things they might attempt, but their opening move will reveal the rest of their strategy. They can't come at us legally, so they're left with a handful of unsavory options. Try to sabotage our supply chain, poach our staff to sniff out our methods, tarnish our reputation with slander, or resort to a full-blown assault." He paused, his gaze sharpening as his thoughts spun. "Or maybe they'll try all of them at once. If they're rattled enough, they'll throw everything they've got our way." A smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth. "But no matter what angle they take, it's going to be interesting to watch them squirm." His fingers tapped on the countertop in a rhythmic beat, as if already counting down the inevitable. The tension in the Baihu Trade Association's headquarters was thick enough to cut with a knife. President Baihu slammed his fist down on the polished mahogany table, causing a stack of reports to scatter, their pages fluttering in the sudden silence. His face was red with fury, and his sharp gaze swept over the assembled staff, each word he spoke laced with rage. "How could this happen?" he barked, his voice echoing inside his office. "Over 100 customers in just a week buying from them," he snarled, his voice thick with disbelief and simmering anger. "Even high society is abuzz with talk of these so-called new perfumes. Most of them wouldn't touch the stuff themselves, of course. They consider the low price beneath them. But then tell me, how in the heavens are they managing to sell so much? Are the middle class just buying anything now?" He threw a scornful look at the perfume samples scattered on the table, eyes narrowing as if each bottle mocked him with its success. "Have they found some secret formula to draw in customers by the droves? Can anyone explain this absurdity to me?" A junior associate tentatively raised his hand, clearing his throat before he spoke. He visibly shrank back to his seat when Baihu's eyes fell on him. "Speak, sir. Like you said, it's mostly due to their appeal among middle-class women. The prices make it affordable, and their numbers are high. Even if they've barely grazed our upper-tier clientele, they're pulling in a whole new market segment." "Market segment," Baihu snarled, his fists clenching. "I fucking couldn't care less about segments. The longer they're out there selling, the closer they get to producing something aimed at our premium brands, and when they do, they'll eat into our market share. That rogue cultivator is making a fool of us." He seized a bottle his staff had managed to acquire from Heavenly Fragrances, holding it up with a look of utter disdain. Turning it over in his hand, he scrutinized the plain wooden casing and the design of the golden coin with the dragon around it, his lips curling in disgust. "Look at this," he sneered, voice dripping with contempt. "Not a single trace of qi, not a whisper of spiritual energy, Nothing. And yet it's selling like wildfire. How are they pulling this off with something so ordinary? He huffed, setting the bottle down with an angry clink as he continued. It's absurd. Those middle-class women have no discernment at all. They don't care about spiritual refinement, only that they smell better than a street rat. The thought gnawed at him, his fingers tapping furiously on the table as he spat. They might as well be selling colored water in a glass jar, and those fools would still line up to buy it. President Baihu's staff exchanged glances, their tension palpable as they hesitated before one brave soul stepped forward, voice wary but steady. So what should we do, sir? Baihu's eyes narrowed, and he took a deep breath, the frustration in his expression slowly giving way to something more calculating. He clenched and unclenched his fists, feeling the anger running through every cell of his body. But he must control his feelings. He needed to be logical. I'm thinking, he replied. At that moment, the door opened with a quiet click, and a tall, striking young man strode in. His features were a reflection of Baihu's own, only younger, sharper, and cut with an elegance that drew a second look. Dark eyes glittered beneath perfectly arched brows, and a confident smirk played across his lips as he bowed in respect. Father, allow me to take care of this matter. Baihu's eyebrows shot up, his gaze hardening. And what exactly are you saying, Bai Shun? You do realize this isn't some trivial issue. It's a business threat, one I can't afford to let slide. Bai Shun met his father's intense gaze with an unflinching calm. I'm aware, Father. That's precisely why I want to handle it. All I've been doing is just overseeing some of our shops. It's time I learn to face real competition. If I am to take over the Baihu Trade Association someday, I need this experience. Please, let me handle this. A flicker of thought passed through Baihu's eyes as he weighed his son's words. He was right. He needed this experience, and if Baihu knew anything, it was that they both were cut from the same cloth. Like him, his son wouldn't hold back at any kind of threat. After a long moment, he nodded, his voice slow and firm. Very well, then. You're free to proceed as you see fit, but be clear-minded and deliberate. I want Heavenly Fragrances out of business as soon as possible. Understood. Bai Shun's smirk widened as he gave a slight bow. I understand perfectly, Father. I'll make sure they're wiped off the map. He straightened, his voice carrying a quiet conviction, and without further words, he turned and left the office. The rest of the staff looked at his fleeting back, taking a sigh of relief, thinking they had escaped their boss screaming. Outside, Bai Shun stopped on the stone steps, his gaze lifting to the skies. The clouds were thick, covering the sun as it struggled to pierce through. He smirked, his eyes dark with a simmering ambition. Tang Yuqiu, he muttered under his breath, voice laced with venom. You dare to turn down my proposal, only to seek solace with some rogue cultivator. You think you can rise without me? Foolish. I'll see to it that you fall, and fall hard. His fingers clenched, his voice dropping to a whisper. When that day comes, the only hand you'll reach for will be mine. And when I have you, the Tang clan will fall to me as well. With a final smirk, Bai Shun turned on his heel, his stride confident, already savoring the power he envisioned within his grasp. Heavenly Fragrances grew larger with each passing day. The name itself became familiar in the city's middle-class households. The rapid development within such a short time was unusual, but Chen Ren had expected this would happen. What had started as whispers of an exotic yet affordable perfume soon became an uproar. Each happy customer seemed to pull another into its fold, and soon, Heavenly Fragrances was on every discerning lady's lips, quite literally, a scent too captivating to ignore. The social circles of the middle-class women, notorious for their close-knit networks and strong influence, became a web for the perfume's fame to flourish. Something common with these sorts of circles was that they wouldn't hype up just any product, and when they did, it became the talk of their gatherings, regaling each other with stories of compliments they received and the sense of sophistication the perfume imparted. The fragrance was no longer just a simple luxury. It was now a trend that every middle-class woman should have. So eager not to fall behind, more women found themselves splurging on the fragrant indulgence. Some spent more than they could comfortably afford, all for the allure of being part of this new trend. A single bottle of heavenly fragrances had quickly become more than just a scent. It was a statement, a piece of prestige, and every woman who wore it felt just a little bit more enchanted. A chain reaction had begun, and every purchase, every conversation rippled outward, drawing in more and more. But Chen Ren didn't sit back and let word of mouth do all the work. He actively drove the demand, laying down the foundation for heavenly fragrances' growing fame. The initial wave of interest had come from his strategic pamphlets and the tea house promotion, where his marketing through his stories had paved the way. Mei Lin's small crew had been hired to distribute the pamphlets around the city, especially near the residential streets where most of the middle class lived. Yet he knew that to sustain momentum, he would need more than just initial curiosity. The tea shop promotion had a limited reach, with mostly upper-class ladies visiting regularly. And while they had shown some interest, the perfumes had yet to gain a strong foothold in elite circles. This left Chen Ren considering his next steps. If the tea house had helped plant the seeds, then he would need other community hubs to see his idea fully bloom. So, he decided to take his marketing efforts further, focusing on areas where groups of women gathered together regularly. Standing outside a small seamstress's shop, Chen Ren crossed his arms and observed the scene inside. Through the open doors, he could see women gathered in clusters, their chatter filling the air as they waited for their clothes to be mended. An elderly seamstress sat in the center, her hands deftly weaving stitches into a worn robe. Yet, for once, the women's eyes were not on the seamstress's skillful hands. Instead, they were all focused on Tang Xiulan, who stood confidently in the middle of the room, her calm presence commanding their attention. She stood straight, her hands moving in the air every time she spoke, but her movements were graceful, well-rehearsed, if anything. From his position, Chen Ren couldn't make out every word, but he could see the spell she was weaving on her audience. Tang Xiulan held one of Heavenly Fragrance's bottles in her hand, her fingers gliding gracefully over its simple yet elegant design. Her smile was warm and inviting as she tilted the bottle, and one of the ladies gasped softly, eyes widening with interest. The ladies murmured excitedly among themselves, nudging one another with anticipation as they watched Tang Xiulan. Chen Ren could see how carefully she controlled the moment, waiting until the woman's attention was thoroughly piqued before explaining the scent. Her natural charm was working wonders, and from the way the ladies hung on her every word, he could already imagine half of them purchasing a bottle by the end of the afternoon. Chen Ren's lips curved into a satisfied smile. He folded his arms and let out a low chuckle to himself. Heavenly Fragrances might have started as an experiment, but it was quickly turning into his strongest asset. He watched patiently as Tang Xiulan charmed the small crowd in the shop, her words soft and compelling as she shared the tales behind Heavenly Fragrance's latest scent. He noticed that, even from a distance, a faint but captivating aroma surrounded her, lingering in the air and adding an effortless allure to her presence. In the end, she took out one of their newer scents, Swan's Velvet. The wooden bottle was filled with a scent that would make anyone take a second look at the wearer, sweet, floral, and enchanting. She muttered something and twisted the bottle for the ladies to see. Then, she extended it to arm's length and sprinkled once, twice, and thrice. The ladies around her gasped and clutched each other, some even closing their eyes and inhaling deeply. The exaggerated reaction made Chen Ren smile. The newest perfume always had that effect on them, no matter where they went. He turned around from looking inside the shop and waited for Tang Xiulan to come out. Soon, the floral scent filled his nostrils and looked back to see her petite figure. "How did that go?" Chen Ren asked. She immediately wiped a bit of sweat from her forehead, exhaling a small sigh as she looked up at Chen Ren. "Young master, please tell me that was the last shop. I think I've talked about perfumes enough for an entire month. I'm exhausted." Chen Ren smiled, nodding approvingly. "You did an amazing job, Xiulan. And yes, that was the last one for today. I believe that should be more than enough to keep the word spreading for now." His gaze shifted back toward the women, now buzzing amongst themselves. "The way they were looking at you, I could practically see the envy in their eyes. It's clear they noticed how nice you smelled. Oh, she chuckled and nodded. They were. And when I mentioned how things between me and my husband have been going so well since I started using it, they looked like they'd make a beeline to heavenly fragrances the second they left here. She gave a small laugh, then sighed. I suppose I'm getting better at lying, or as you call it, stretching the truth. Chen Ren's grin widened as he nodded knowingly. It's all part of business. Besides, we're not lying about the quality of the product itself. It's just good storytelling. He paused, glancing at the street beyond the shop. Let's head back. I think you've more than earned a break today. She raised an eyebrow, looking slightly concerned. What about the stall? I closed it before coming here, but won't we miss the evening wave? Chen Ren shrugged. It's just one evening. We'll manage without it, and you've been working hard lately. You should get some rest. Tang Xiaolan seemed to relax a bit. Her usual brisk frontier softened. Well, thank you, young master. I'll be ready to start again right where I left off tomorrow. She nodded at her own words, and they continued down the bustling street toward the store. As they walked, Chen Ren glanced at her, a slight guilt tightening his chest. Yes, he wanted money, plenty of it, in fact, but he understood that the true lifeblood of successful business lay in the well-being of its people. The health, both physical and mental, of everyone working alongside him mattered far more than the allure of quick profits. He could see the toll the long hours were taking on Tang Xiaolan. She had been managing the stall on her own far too often, juggling the demands of customers and the intricacies of the business without a moment's rest. Today, allowing her a break felt like a small, yet significant step toward easing his conscience. It was a chance for her to recharge, to step back from the relentless pace they had set, and it felt right. He knew that a content and well-rested employee was far more valuable than a few extra coins in the till. As he watched her wipe the sweat from her brow, he felt a swell of determination. If he was to build something lasting and meaningful, he needed to ensure that the people who helped him achieve that were supported and cared for, not just as workers, but as individuals with their own lives and needs. They continued to walk. Although a silence threatened to come between them, Tang Xiaolan broke it by talking about the recent developments. You might be reading a stolen copy. Visit Royal Road for the authentic version. The Baihu Trade Association has been awfully quiet for the last 2 days. Do you think they're letting this go? She said, a touch of concern in her voice. Chen Ren shook his head thoughtfully. No, I doubt it. They're definitely up to something. We just don't know what yet. They're probably trying to gather information, figuring out if any sect is backing us and getting a feel for our resources. We use such a different method from what they know that it's bound to raise questions. But sooner or later, they'll make their move. She nodded, smiling slightly. You're good at coming up with possible theories of what might happen. He chuckled. I just try to consider every possible angle. It's a habit I picked up in school. Xiaolan tilted her head curiously. School? Oh well. For a brief moment, Chen Ren hesitated. He spoke too soon. Schools weren't common in this world, and only the wealthier clans or scholar households knew how to read and write, and passed it to their children through private lessons. But the feeling soon turned to a pang of homesickness. There was one in the city I was born in, he said vaguely, glancing ahead as the storefront came into view. But anyway, let's see how the store is doing today. Good save. He mentally patted himself in the back and entered heavenly fragrances. The shop still had a few customers, checking over the perfumes with the staff, gently explaining everything about them. But rather than them, his eyes focused more on Tang Yuchio at the counter, her brow furrowed in concentration as she spoke with an older man. He knew who the man was, Elder Chio, the leader of the gathering community they were using to procure herbs. Elder Chio had his arms crossed in front of him as he spoke in a very low tone, his voice just enough for only the pair to hear. His expression matched Tang Yuchio's serious expression, and the two appeared deep in conversation, exchanging words that seemed to weigh heavily between them. Chen Ren's heart sank as he observed the intensity of their discussion. One look at their serious expressions told him everything he needed to know. Something had gone wrong. He turned to Tang Xiaolan. Looks like one of the scenarios I thought of has already come knocking. Chen Ren, Tang Yuchio, and Elder Chio stepped back a bit, allowing the extremely lively store's noise to fade as they moved into a quieter corner inside their storage room. Chen Ren observed Elder Chio's worried expression and waited, letting the older man gather his words. "I'm assuming another group of gatherers has started taking all the herbs we need," Chen Ren said, prompting him. Elder Chio gave a heavy nod, his expression darkening as he leaned closer. "Yes, young master, they turned up just yesterday, but they're relentless, practically stripping the area of every useful herb. As it stands, no permit is needed for these common plants, so by law, they have every right to gather them, but they've taken it further. They've positioned themselves in all our regular gathering spots, intercepting us and making it clear that any attempt to collect there will be met with consequences." He hesitated, a glint of frustration in his eyes. "They don't just imply retribution. They threaten it outright if any of us so much as set foot nearby." Tang Yuchio's eyes narrowed, her lips pressed into a thin line. "Have you gone to the city guards about it?" "We have, but they refuse to help," Elder Chio replied, frustration seeping into his voice. "They claim their duty into the city limits and won't risk venturing into the forest to interfere. All they know, the men haven't broken any laws." Tang Yuchio scowled, her brow furrowing deeply. "Perhaps we could send the Tang clan guards with you?" Elder Chio considered her offer, nodding slowly. "It would help, Miss Yuchio, but I worry it might just escalate things into a full confrontation. Their numbers are significant, about 36, quite a few of them are heavily armed. If we can't access our usual areas, we'd have to go deeper into the forest, and that would bring the risk of higher-tier beasts." Chen Ren nodded at Elder Chio, understanding where he was coming from. If they sent guards with him, a conflict was surely going to start, and the gathering community would be caught pretty badly in it. He didn't want such a thing. For now, stay clear of them. Focus on identifying who they are and report back, Chen Ren said. "We'll give you further instructions once we know what we're dealing with." With a respectful nod, Elder Chio departed, leaving Chen Ren and Tang Yuchio in a thoughtful silence. Chen Ren's gaze hardened as he turned to her. "Looks like I was right. They're targeting our supply lines." She nodded, looking troubled. "I could still send our guards, but 36 is no small number. A confrontation might not end well for us." Chen Ren smiled faintly. "Seems the Baihu Trade Association isn't underestimating us anymore. But that's exactly why we secured several months' worth of supplies in advance. They'll find it harder than they think to hurt us." Tang Yuchio's eyes gleamed with a mixture of admiration and relief as she nodded, her confidence in him visibly reinforced. Her lips curved into a nod of approval as Chen Ren opened the hefty container that was in the back of them. Inside, tightly packed heaps of dried herbs filled the space, their subtle, earthy scents mixing in the air. Chen Ren smirked, tapping the side of the container before gesturing around the room, where similar crates were stacked nearly to the ceiling, filled with months' worth of essential supplies. "If the Baihu Trade Association thinks they can stop us by cutting off our supplies," he said with a glint of confidence in his eye, "they're in for a surprise." As he inspected the crates, he turned back to Tang Yuchio. "So, how's the planting coming along?" A hint of pride sparkled in her eyes. "Better than expected, actually. We've successfully planted common herb varieties around our rice fields. They're taking well to the soil, growing strong on the northern side of the city where we've fortified our lands. It's safe from Baihu Trade Association's reach, too." Chen Ren's grin widened, satisfaction blooming across his face. They planned this well. From the start, he'd anticipated the possibility of trouble with supply chains, especially from a competitor as large and well-established as the Baihu Trade Association. It was why he'd pressed Tang Yuchio to invest in a significant stockpile, securing enough herbs to meet production demands for several months. It had been a large investment, one that had initially seemed excessive, but he'd insisted, confident that preparation would give them an upper hand. And he hadn't just left it at that. There had been a second plan, which was the plantation. By redirecting resources to plant common herbs within the Tang clan's rice farms, they'd established a long-term, self-sustaining source of supply. In a few months, by the time their stored herbs ran low, those plants would be ready for harvest. Their supply would be safe, secure, and best of all, untouchable by their competition. "Good work, Yuchio," he said, his tone approving. "Once those herbs are ready, we'll be nearly untouchable. They'll have wasted all their efforts, and we'll still be growing." Chen Ren smirked, a glint of mischief in his eye as he crossed his arms. "Let's see how they react once they realize choking our supply chain doesn't even make a dent." In a spacious room, Bai Shun sat in a high-backed chair, surrounded by crates stacked with bundles of fresh herbs. Their earthy and potent scents filled the air, mingling into a thick, pungent aroma that only deepened his irritation. He rubbed his forehead, his fingers pressing hard against his temple as if willing his thoughts to untangle. Instead, the smell seemed to cling to him, amplifying the tense atmosphere in the room. His narrowed gaze shifted to the staff member standing stiffly before him, the man visibly uneasy under Bai Shun's scrutinizing stare. Shadows from the sparse candlelight cast across the staff member's face, catching the nervous flicker in his eyes as he waited for Bai Shun to speak. "Speak now, can you? I don't pay you to stay mute." Bai Shun sighed loudly. "Sir," the staff began, his voice filled with uneasiness as he looked at him. "Today, around 50 customers bought items from Heavenly Fragrances. It seems that much of the middle class is now aware of them, and there's been a rush as people are eager to get their perfumes. The sales are high, and we're expecting the momentum might slow down and stabilize. But for some reason, their products are practically flying off the shelves." Bai Shun clenched his fists on the armrest, a dark look settling over his face. "A week has passed since we took over their supply chain, stopping the gatherers from accessing the herbs they need. How are they still producing so much?" He paused, his frustration evident as he mulled over the problem. "Did they start out with a year's stockpile?" The staff's face remained neutral, but the tension was clear as he continued. "We haven't been able to confirm that, sir. So far, any attempts to find out have led us nowhere." Of course it hasn't. His jaw clenched at the outcome of his plan. "What about their employees? Have you had any success convincing someone to switch sides?" The staff looked hesitant, but he cleared his throat and said, "We've reached out to 3 of them so far, but none have shown any willingness to switch loyalties or reveal the formula, no matter how much we offer. It seems all of them are long-standing Tang family employees, and they're well compensated. Even when we attempted additional encouragement, they refused to say a word." Bai Shun's frown deepened, his irritation growing. "They were that loyal?" The staff hesitated, then nodded. "We suspect they've been bound by a Chi-O, sir. Breaking that oath would have severe repercussions, possibly even death. They're steadfast in their silence." For a moment, Bai Shun's fingers drummed against the wooden armrest, the taps echoing in the quiet room. Bai Shun's eyes narrowed, his lips pulling into a sneer. "Then offer them a price worth forfeiting their lives for. We need that formula," he hissed, fingers tapping irritably against the arm of his chair. "Heavenly Fragrances is eating into the middle-class market share that we were never able to tap before, and that needs to stop." The staff member, who had already been shifting uncomfortably, looked down, exhaling quietly before speaking. "It's no longer possible, sir," he admitted cautiously. "After the threats we issued, they're practically impossible to approach. They have guards hanging around them now." Bai Shun's irritation boiled over. "Useless, all of you." In a swift motion, he grabbed a handful of herbs from a nearby crate and hurled them toward the staff member. Leaves and stems scattered through the air, and the man barely managed to dodge, stumbling back against the crates lining the wall. "Every move I make is thwarted. Everything is falling apart. I can't work like this." The staff quickly collected himself, swallowing as he ventured. "Young Master Shun, it's known that the Cultivator Chen Ren carries quite a few debts. Perhaps we could acquire them and gain leverage over the business through that." Bai Shun's cold gaze flicked to the staff, who flinched slightly under the intensity of it. "You think I haven't considered that?" His voice was icy. "I already reached out to every creditor holding Chen Ren's debts, but those cowards refused, saying they didn't want to involve themselves. And I have no doubt it's that old fox Tang Jihao pulling the strings behind the scenes, making sure no one dares cross his daughter's business." Then what now, sir? The staff asked, eyes downcast. Baishan rose to his feet in slow motion, adjusting his sleeves. He pursed his lips and stood taller. Since I can't sever their supply line or buy out their employees, and leverage from debts is beyond reach, I'll resort to the one thing that can silence any opposition. His gaze hardened, a dark light glinting in his eyes as he spoke with deadly finality. Absolute might.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.